के एक इसको छुपाया जाना या इसको सामान्य बनाने की प्रक्रिया घातक है। इसका अस्थायी समाधान करना पड़ेगा। जो भूस्खलन हो रहा है उसको रोकना पड़ेगा, जो भूदशा हो रहा है उसको रोकना पड़ेगा, अन्यथा ये एक बड़ी मुसीबत को भी जन्म दे सकता है। ये वैज्ञानिक बयान दे चुके हैं। ऐसे में सरकार को अस्थायी व्यवस्था पे ज्यादा ध्यान देनी चाहिए। इसका अस्थायी समाधान एकमात्र ये है कि भूस्खलन जोन का पूरा ट्रीटमेंट किया जाए। दूसरा, जो ये बीच बीच में गांवों को जोड़ते हुए संपर्क मार्गों को का जाल बिछाया जाए हाईवे से जोड़ते हुए, ताकि कभी अगर हाईवे बंद हो भी जाता तो ग्रामीण संपर्क मार्गों से ट्रैफिक को आवाजाही कराई जाए। हालांकि ये कुछ दूरी बढ़ाएगा, लेकिन कम से कम जो फंसे लोगों को उसको तो निकाल सकता है। जी,
Okay, thank you Devendra for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. We'll track it as and when we get developments. For now, we shift our focus to some international news coming in as Pakistan is reeling under an economic turmoil. A political crisis is also brewing simultaneously. In a fresh development, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf leader Fawad Chaudhry has been arrested after he condemned the current government for hashing out what he calls a conspiracy to arrest Imran Khan. Now, PTI workers have gathered outside the Zaman Park residence of former Prime Minister Imran Khan to protest against this particular development. We're also saying that this PTI leader, in fact, has been arrested after this particular protest that has taken place, and his claim that Imran Khan, there's a conspiracy for Imran Khan to be arrested. Let me start with Major Shah, who's joining us on the broadcast. Major Shah, now we're seeing that Pakistan on one hand is reeling under one of its worst crises. No food, no power, and in fact no fuel as well. But at this point, the politics here is brewing. As one leader from the PTI claims there's a conspiracy against Imran, Shahbaz on the other side decides to arrest these people for peacefully protesting.
Absolutely. You know, a country where they cannot even appoint the Attorney General, because if they appoint someone, then the opposition will come up. The kind of dirty politics. A leader in Pakistan says he is greedy, he wants one more term, despite enjoying 2 terms as it is over there. So what else do you expect? You know, now Imran Khan, very interestingly, a couple of months back, when there was this entire incident and news of Imran Khan being shot, whether it was orchestrated or it was actually done by somebody else, that's a mystery unknown till now. But a country where such kind of internal politics is the entire awam, the public, the janta is suffering. The people are suffering because of petty politics within their own political community. I mean, it is really filthy. The word is filthy. Filth. I mean, the worst kind of politics is being played in Pakistan. But it's okay. They are not just digging their own grave. They have dug their own grave. They are now ready to jump into it. Imagine a country which is broke, which is completely broke. The people are having trouble to get food on the table. They don't have food to eat. People are telling the Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif, that's okay, but we want food to eat. And he says, sit down, the food will be served shortly. He's trying to get humor in that. But then the very fact remains at the same time. In the last 6 months, they have imported $1.2 billion worth of imported cars and electronic cars, luxury cars. That's the state of affairs. So on one hand, people are struggling to even get bread. On the other hand, people want to import luxury cars. So it is ridiculous. It's like, you know, Aarti, if I take a loan, if I'm broke, I take a loan from you to eat. I tell you, Aarti, I need loan. Please help me. I need. So you feel pity for me and you give me a loan to eat food. But what do I do with that? I go and buy alcohol. I go and buy drugs. I go and party with it. So
okay.
Did you give me a loan for that? No. Yeah.
Okay, right. Sanjeev Srivastav, now we're talking about this particular uprising politically. It's interesting when we see how Imran's party is focusing on, in fact, they have a lot to hold against the administration there, against Shahbaz's administration, the fact that there's no food, the fact that there's no electricity, no fuel. This sort of, and in fact the corruption also that's been coming out, these things are not being taken up by the PTI. Instead, the so-called strong opposition of Pakistan is self-absorbed and creating conspiracy theories of their own, sir.
Yes, I think this kind of political maneuvers will continue going on there because elections are approaching. And Imran Khan, between Imran Khan and the ruling party, Shahbaz Sharif's party or the alliance partners, the contestation will continue growing. These kind of arrests and protest against it, etc., will go on. But one thing is quite certain, that Pakistan's political condition is also very unstable. Pakistan economically is very unstable. You know, they have just about $4.5 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves, which is just enough for only 3 weeks for certain repayments. They are having a huge, you know, electricity crisis. Power outages are there at this point of time. You know, in Pakistan, several, people, the people on the streets, they are demonstrating, and obviously they are having a very, very, you know, tough situation to maintain their day-to-day life. So obviously people of Pakistan are suffering. Economically they are in a dire situation, but politically also it's an unstable situation. If you look at the strategic positioning of Pakistan, it is always suspicious. So I think Pakistan is having a very, very serious, you know, time at this point of time. And obviously when the elections are nearing, then you will see more this kind of you know, moves taken by the government, and then will be opposed by the opposition. And I think this will go on, and this will, you know, further destabilize the entire, you know, serious situation of Pakistan. So Pakistan is going to have a very dark phase in times ahead.
Right. On that point, Major Shah, do you think if the political turmoil continues, if both these parties don't get their act together, there is a possibility of military rule again in Pakistan, which is not something that it hasn't seen before?
100%, Aarti. Certainly, you know, the political parties in Pakistan, they are fighting like worse than dogs, in fact, and cats. So most certainly there could be a military rule, which has happened in Pakistan earlier, and this could be but then the military over there, as it is, the military rules, it is going to be formally, officially, it will be declared as a military rule. There will be no prime minister there. The Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif would be sacked straight away. And yes, there is going to be further turmoil actually now, because I don't see them resolving their issues. I don't see we don't have that kind of a trouble with Pakistan also, where Pakistan internally, Pakistan is definitely our enemy country. We do not get along with them, and they have always messed with us. But imagine the turmoil within. So as Gautam Buddha rightly said once, you cannot attain peace unless you get peace from inside. You have to first get peace inside. So these people, they don't have peace from inside. That is the problem, because they don't get peace from inside. They want to spread that infection further on. They want to spread that virus further on. So that is the problem with them, and there could be a military rule, and that could mean a total doomsday for Pakistan now, because earlier if they had military rule, they could still sustain. But here when military takes over, military just takes over, and that's it. That means to hell with the public, to hell with the Awam, to hell with the Janta. It's going to be the military, officially, formally, who is going to be calling the shots over there now.
Right. Thank you, Major Shah and Sanjeev Srivastava, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this particular international development. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, we take a short break.
आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब, मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार, सबका इलाज होगा, कोई ना रहे बेइलाज।
2 कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े, 2 कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े। बढ़ा हुआ है हौसला और पूरे होंगे ख्वाब, आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब।
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया, और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फायदा ले चुके हैं, और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Aarti Krishnan. Our top focus is the BBC documentary that has taken place. The second part of this documentary has been released. And according to what the website of BBC says, we're learning that the propaganda series on Prime Minister Modi has been aired. This is the second episode that's been aired. It focuses on CAA Article 370. The second paragraph, the two-paragraph summary, in fact, on the BBC website speaks about what they claim as minorities, especially Muslims, being treated unfairly since 2019, according to this particular documentary, and similar rants such as this. Now, why is it that both these topics BBC chose to criticize on Modi are both Hindu-Muslim issues and religiously polarizing? First with the Gujarat riots, then with the CAA protests. Doesn't this prove BBC's Hindu-phobia and a clear-cut propaganda and bias against India? All right, I'm being joined by former diplomat Ambassador Suresh Goyal on the broadcast. Thank you for joining us, sir. We're talking about how the BBC's second episode has now aired, and unsurprisingly, like the first one dealt with Hindu-Muslim issues, the second one as well picks topics that are particularly religiously polarizing. And the stance that they have taken as well, as they pride themselves on being a very objective and gold standard of journalism, they've taken a very biased view in this. What are your thoughts on this, sir?
Two things here. First of all, I think every media channel is independent to do what they want to do. They should do it objectively and they should do it without any prejudices. If BBC has decided which is considered to be polarizing, which is considered to be prejudiced, it is their problem and we need not watch it, or this should not be actually politicized. But frankly speaking, in this age of globalization where the internet carries the news all over the world, it has become increasingly impossible, even in China, to stop information going in. I'm just saying it objectively in the sense that we may like the documentary, we may say whatever we like the documentary, but stopping the documentary from being seen is not going to solve the purpose, because given the technology these days, people who want to watch it, they will watch it. Number one. Number two, leaving BBC out of it. The fact is that even within the country, there is a huge debate going on about polarization. I think it is necessary that at a political level, without going into the party politics, the government to keep the country together, address the issues which have been raised, creating the polarization, knowing that India cannot be polarized, knowing that Indian issues are very different, and India will stay together. There is no question of any differences coming up between the different communities. But when this becomes a narrative, a growing narrative, I would really request the government to address it so that we can stay India as we have known for the past, together, multi-religious, without any differences being created between the communities. That has become very, very important. Yes.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Ambassador Goyal. Let me open Sanjeev Srivastav as well, who joins us on the broadcast. Sir, now the question we're asking at this point is, if the BBC felt it so necessary to point out these criticisms of India, of the Prime Minister Modi administration, why does it then not point out, as we're flashing on our screens, these atrocities happening in Pakistan? The genocide happening of minorities in Pakistan, that's no documentary on that, no documentary on the several other, immediate human rights abuses happening in Pakistan, human rights abuses happening in Afghanistan, so many of these issues plaguing the world, especially terrorism uprising from Pakistan as well, but BBC seems to be silent on that, sir.
Well, despite all criticisms, despite all, wrongdoings which were being pointed out to BBC, BBC has gone ahead to release the second part of it. And I think BBC is moving towards discrediting itself. If these kind of false propaganda, lies, etc. are being, circulated by a BBC, which had certainly a reputation in the international community, I think they are harming themselves very, very seriously. I think there is clear bias which is appearing here. As you said, that there are so many issues around the globe, which you just mentioned about the treatment of minorities, Hindus, Sikhs, Christians in Pakistan. There are several other atrocities being done all over places. In the past also, if you look at the British history, the kind of atrocities they had committed against various colonies. Obviously, India has been worst sufferer of the British atrocities during the freedom struggle, etc. So I think there are a lot of issues in the past which are to be probed. If the BBC is honest enough about it, then they should first look at their own history and then raise any fingers against Indian leaders, against India. The kind of statement which the BBC had come out, which was a kind of a very condemnable statement I saw when they said that they are probing the relations between Hindu and Muslims and how Modi played the politics. This is a kind of a very objectionable way they were looking at it. It shows their clear bias that they are targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and they are ignoring many of the wrongdoings which had been committed in past by Britishers or many other places wherever such atrocities are being done.
Right.
They are clearly ignoring. Their main target is to tarnish image of Prime Minister Shri Narendra
Right.
Modi. I think it's an anti-India conspiracy.
But in more than tarnishing the image, sir, there is a larger question here that is a big concern. Ambassador Goel, at a time when India and the world is working against religious polarization, we're working against hate politics. In fact, the current administration as well is actively trying to ensure that there is no sort of hate being spread, religious polarization not being done. At that time, BBC picking these particular issues, especially religiously polarizing ones, to then criticize India, to criticize the Modi administration. There's a bigger question there, don't you think, Ambassador Goel, of the BBC then irking people who already are extremists?
You are absolutely right. Look, the point here is, I think BBC is achieving its objective in gaining mileage on this issue, whether there is a reason or not is a different factor altogether. As we talk more about the documentary, enticing more and more people to watch the documentary. Every lady will know that when a child begins to cry unreasonably, leave him alone. He will be quiet after some time. Similarly, here also the way to deal with it is not to talk about it more and more, but to completely ignore it. That is number one. Number two, to counter a negative narrative, we need to spread a positive narrative. By talking more negative narrative, we actually create a contest. This is my personal feeling, and therefore we need to talk more about the positivity from Indian narrative, and there are so many positivity. We should spread that message, and in that message, our High Commission in London, our missions in the other countries should become instrumental by talking to the editors, talking to TV channels, and putting that positive message across. That's the only way to deal with it. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this particular story. We now shift our focus to some news coming in on the broadcast from Joshimath. As demolitions continue in Joshimath, which is stricken by land subsidence, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath Highway in Chamoli district. Now, according to Chamoli District Magistrate, what we're learning is that a team from the Central Building Research Institute has inspected this particular spot. Additionally, the DM, Himanshu Khurana, informs that the cracks were caused by the local settlement of the road. Now, this occurs ahead of the Char Dham Yatra as well, where pilgrims will use this particular route to traverse to the holy sites. Interestingly, as you can see, demolitions continue in Joshimath, and ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, we're seeing that cracks have surfaced on this particular highway. I'm being joined by my colleague देवेंद्र, अभी जो क्रैक्स आए हैं बद्रीनाथ हाईवे में, उसके बारे में बताइए, और ये चार धाम यात्रा से पहले हो रहा है।
कि पीपल कोटी से आगे सिंगल वन ट्रैक है तो डबल लाइन, लेकिन इसके अलावा अल्टरनेट कहीं से भी इस पे जोड़ने के लिए कोई संपर्क मोटर मार्ग नहीं है। ऐसे में बद्रीनाथ हाईवे पे जो क्रैक आ रहे हैं ये बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। बद्रीनाथ हाईवे पे एक जगह में क्रैक नहीं आ रहे हैं, जोशीमठ में लगभग नगर से लेके और मारवाड़ी तक ये करीबन 8 जगहों में क्रैक है, भूदशा है। हालांकि जो BRO है और जो NH है उसको उसमें मट्टी भरकर उसको सामान्य करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, लेकिन ये भविष्य के खतरे हैं। इसको यात्रा से पहले ठीक करना होगा या इसका स्थायी समाधान करना होगा। मैं एक बात और बताता हूं कि अगर हाईवे पे कोई दिक्कत आती है तो या हाईवे बंद होता है तो ऐसी स्थिति में नीति घाटी और माणा घाटी जाने के लिए ये दोनों ही सामरिक दृष्टि से महत्वपूर्ण है। ये तिब्बत चीन बॉर्डर को जाती है सड़कें। इन दोनों घाटियों को जाने के लिए कोई भी अल्टरनेट अन्य मार्ग नहीं है, कोई भी गांव का संपर्क मार्ग नहीं जुड़ा। अगर ये बंद होती है तो तब इसको खुलने का ही इंतजार एकमात्र रास्ता है। तो कुल मिलाकर इसलिए इसकी चिंताएं बढ़ रही है, सरकार की भी है, प्रशासन की भी है, और इसकी मरम्मत के लिए भी कार्य योजना बन रही है। हालांकि जो मारवाड़ी बाईपास था वो उसका समाधान था। अगर मारवाड़ी बाईपास बन जाता तो जो ट्रांसपोर्ट है, जो वाहन है, सीधा हेलन से मारवाड़ी तक आवाजाही कर सकते थे। ये भूस्खलन जोन से बच जाता, लेकिन क्योंकि उस पर भी रोक लगी है, ऐसे में अल्टरनेट व्यवस्था एक कुल मिलाकर सरकार और प्रशासन के लिए चुनौती तो है ही। बद्रीनाथ जो है यात्रा है, हेमकुंड यात्रा, फूलों की घाटी से लेकर नीति पास और माणा पास के लिए यही एकमात्र हाईवे है। और ये सरकार को सोचना ये चाहिए था कि कम से कम इससे गांवों से जोड़ते हुए जो अल्टरनेट जो मोटर मार्ग है, संपर्क मोटर मार्ग है, उसका जाल बिछाया जाए, ताकि इसको बंद होने की स्थिति में जो संपर्क मोटर मार्ग है उनसे आवाजाही कराई जाए। लेकिन पीपल कोटी से आगे ऐसी कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है। जी
देवेंद्र, क्या अभी ये क्रैक्स के ऊपर कार्रवाई हो रही है बद्रीनाथ में?
जी देखिए, कार्रवाई तो बीआरओ बिल्कुल कर रहा है, एनएच कर रहा है। जो क्रैकिंग है उस पर कार्रवाई कर रहा है, जो क्रैकिंग है उस पर मिट्टी डाल के भर के उसको सामान्य बनाया जा रहा है। लेकिन वैज्ञानिक कह चुके हैं कि इन क्रैकों के अंदर मिट्टी डाल के एक इसको छुपाया जाना या इसको सामान्य बनाने की प्रक्रिया घातक है। इसका अस्थायी समाधान करना पड़ेगा। जो भूस्खलन हो रहा है उसको रोकना पड़ेगा, जो भूदशा हो रहा है उसको रोकना पड़ेगा, अन्यथा ये एक बड़ी मुसीबत को भी जन्म दे सकता है। ये वैज्ञानिक बयान दे चुके हैं। ऐसे में सरकार को अस्थायी व्यवस्था पे ज्यादा ध्यान देनी चाहिए। इसका अस्थायी समाधान एकमात्र ये है कि भूस्खलन जोन का पूरा ट्रीटमेंट किया जाए। दूसरा, जो ये बीच बीच में गांवों को जोड़ते हुए संपर्क मार्गों को का जाल बिछाया जाए हाईवे से जोड़ते हुए, ताकि कभी अगर हाईवे बंद हो भी जाता तो ग्रामीण संपर्क मार्गों से ट्रैफिक को आवाजाही कराई जाए। हालांकि ये कुछ दूरी बढ़ाएगा, लेकिन कम से कम जो फंसे लोगों को उसको तो निकाल सकता है। जी
Okay, thank you Devendra for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. We'll track it as and when we get developments. For now, we shift our focus to some international news coming in as Pakistan is reeling under an economic turmoil. A political crisis is also brewing simultaneously. In a fresh development, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf leader Fawad Chaudhry has been arrested after he condemned the current government for hashing out what he calls a conspiracy to arrest Imran Khan. Now, PTI workers have gathered outside the Zaman Park residence of former Prime Minister Imran Khan to protest against this particular development. We're also seeing that this PTI leader, in fact, has been arrested after this particular protest that has taken place, and his claim that Imran Khan, there's a conspiracy for Imran Khan to be arrested. Let me start with Major Shah, who's joining us on the broadcast. Major Shah, now we're seeing that Pakistan on one hand is reeling under one of its worst crises. No food, no power, and in fact no fuel as well. But at this point, the politics here is brewing. As one leader from the PTI claims there's a conspiracy against Imran, Shahbaz on the other side decides to arrest these people for peacefully protesting.
Absolutely. You know, a country where they cannot even appoint their Attorney General, because if they appoint someone, then the opposition will come up. The kind of dirty politics. A leader in Pakistan says he is greedy, he wants one more term, despite enjoying 2 terms as it is over there. So what else do you expect? You know, now Imran Khan, very interestingly, a couple of months back, when there was this entire incident and news of Imran Khan being shot, whether it was orchestrated or it was actually done by somebody else, that's a mystery unknown till now. But a country where such kind of internal politics is the entire awam, the public, the janta is suffering. The people are suffering because of petty politics within their own political community. I mean, it is really filthy. The word is filthy. Filth. I mean, the worst kind of politics is being played in Pakistan. But it's okay. They are not just digging their own grave. They have dug their own grave. They are now ready to jump into it. Imagine a country which is broke, which is completely broke. The people are having trouble to get food on the table. They don't have food to eat. People are telling the Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif, that's okay, but we want food to eat. And he says, sit down, the food will be served shortly. He's trying to get humor in that. But then the very fact remains at the same time. In the last 6 months, they have imported $1.2 billion worth of imported cars and electronic cars, luxury cars. That's the state of affairs. So on one hand, people are struggling to even get bread. On the other hand, people want to import luxury cars. So it is ridiculous. It's like, you know, Aarti, if I take a loan, if I am broke, I take a loan from you to eat. I tell you, Aarti, I need loan. Please help me. I mean, I need. So you feel pity for me and you give me a loan. to eat food. But what do I do with that? I go and buy alcohol, I go and buy drugs, I go and party with it. So
Okay.
did you get the loan for that? No. Yeah.
Okay, right. Sanjeev Srivastav, now we're talking about this particular uprising politically. It's interesting when we see how Imran's party is focusing on, in fact, they have a lot to hold against the administration there, against Shehbaz's administration, the fact that there's no food, the fact that there's no electricity, no fuel, this sort of, and in fact the corruption also that's been coming out, these things are not being taken up by the PTI. Instead, the so-called strong opposition of Pakistan is self-absorbed and creating conspiracy theories of their own, sir.
Yes, I think this kind of political maneuvers will continue going on there because elections are approaching, and Imran Khan, between Imran Khan and the ruling party, Shahbaz Sharif's party or the alliance partners, the contestation will continue going. These kind of arrests and protest against it, etc., will go on. But one thing is quite certain, that Pakistan's political condition is also very unstable. Pakistan economically is very unstable. You know, they have just about $4.5 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves, which is just enough for only 3 weeks for certain repayments. They are having a huge, electricity crisis. Power outages are there at this point of time. In Pakistan, several, people, the people on the streets, they are demonstrating, and obviously they are having a very, very, tough situation to maintain their day-to-day life. So obviously people of Pakistan are suffering. Economically, they are in a dire situation, but politically also it's an unstable situation. If you look at the strategic positioning of Pakistan, it is always suspicious. So I think Pakistan is having a very, very serious time at this point of time, and obviously when the elections are nearing, then you will see more this kind of moves taken by the government, and then will be opposed by the opposition. And I think this will go on, and this will further destabilize the entire serious situation of Pakistan. So Pakistan is going to have a very dark phase in times ahead.
Right. On that point, Major Shah, do you think if the political turmoil continues, if both these parties don't get their act together, there is a possibility of military rule again in Pakistan, which is not something that it hasn't seen before?
100%, Aarti. Certainly, the political parties in Pakistan, they are fighting like worse than dogs, in fact, and cats. So most certainly, there could be a military rule, which has happened in Pakistan earlier, and this could be but then the military over there, as it is, the military rules, it is going to be formally, officially, it will be declared as a military rule. There will be no prime minister there. The Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif would be sacked straight away. And yes, there is going to be further turmoil actually now, because I don't see them resolving their issues. I don't see we don't have that kind of a trouble with Pakistan also, where Pakistan internally, Pakistan is definitely our enemy country. We do not get along with them, and they have always messed with us. But imagine the turmoil within. So as Gautam Buddha rightly said once, you cannot attain peace unless you get peace from inside. You have to first get peace inside. So these people, they don't have peace from inside. That is the problem, because they don't get peace from inside. They want to spread that infection further on. They want to spread that virus further on. So that is the problem with them, and there could be a military rule, and that could mean a total doomsday for Pakistan now, because earlier if they had military rule, they could still sustain. But here when the military takes over, military just takes over, and that's it. That means to hell with the public, to hell with the Awam, to hell with the Janta. It's going to be the military, officially, formally, who is going to be calling the shots over there now.
Right. Thank you, Major Shah and Sanjeev Srivastav, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this particular international development. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, we take a short break.
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice. Where your views...
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Aarti Krishnan. Let's make a start with the top headlines of the hour. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, is in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi has extended a warm welcome and has termed the visit historical. Stones were pelted during a showdown between JNSU and ABVP over the screening of the BBC documentary on PM Modi. Ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath highway in Chamoli district. Rescue operations are underway after residential building collapses in Wazir Hasanganj area in Lucknow. 14 individuals have been rescued so far. Former United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has claimed that India and Pakistan came close to a nuclear war after the Pulwama terror attack. After Chinese domestic video declares that Ukraine must trade land for peace, the United States confronts China. All right, those were the headlines. We have some breaking news coming in. Divisional Commissioner Dr. Roshan Jacob has instructed the officers of the Lucknow Development Authority to immediately file a case against the owner of the Alia apartment, Mohammad Tarif and Nawazish Shahid, as the builders of that apartment, Yazdan Builders and Developers. Instructing the concerned officers, the Divisional Commissioner also asked other building constructors by Yazdan Builders in Lucknow to be identified and investigated. A check on all of these buildings has been ordered and immediate demolition orders have been issued in case of illegal constructions on any of these properties. I have my colleague Pankaj joining us on the broadcast. Pankaj, take us through now what's happening in terms of this order to demolish the apartments built by this particular Yazdan Builders.
जी देखिए, बिल्कुल आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि 5 मंजिला जो इमारत थी वो बीते रात को लगभग 6 बजे करीब धराशायी हो गया था, जिसमें कि कई परिवार फंसे होने की बात कही गई थी, जिसमें कि रेस्क्यू करके 14 लोगों को रात को ही निकाल लिया गया था और अभी भी 2 से 3 लोग अभी भी अंदर फंसे हुए हैं, जिनका जिनका इंडिकेशन मिलने के बाद, उनसे संपर्क होने के बाद अब उनको निकालने की पूरी कोशिश की जा रही है। आपको बता दें कि एनडीआरएफ की टीम और एसडीआरएफ की टीम और उसके बाद लखनऊ विकास प्राधिकरण, नगर निगम और फायर ब्रिगेड सहित 12 टीमें लगाई गई हैं और यहाँ पर युद्ध स्तर पर लगातार कार्रवाई चल रही है। रेस्क्यू करके उन लोगों को सकुशल निकालने की कोशिश की जा रही है। महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि अब तक कोई भी कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई है, सबको सकुशल निकाला गया है। लेकिन ये कह पाना मुश्किल है कि इतने बड़े 5 मंजिला की जो बिल्डिंग थी, ये जो पूरी तरीके से धराशायी हो गई, अभी इसमें कितने लोग फंसे हैं और अभी भी कितने लोग इसमें निकाले जा सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जरूर है कि अभी तक 14 लोगों को सकुशल निकाला गया है, 3 लोगों को निकालने की कोशिश की जा रही है। अब महत्वपूर्ण है कि इस बिल्डिंग का नक्शा, प्रशासन की तरफ से एक बयान आया है कि बिल्डिंग का नक्शा नहीं पास था और उसके बाद इनके साथ जितने भी लोग जुड़े हैं उन लोगों को, 1-2 लोगों को गिरफ्तार भी किया गया है। बताया जाता है कि सपा के कोई विधायक है, उनके एक लड़के को मेरठ से गिरफ्तार करके अब लखनऊ लाया जा रहा है, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। बिल्डर एग्रीमेंट किया गया था, उसके बाद ये बिल्डिंग बनी थी। लखनऊ विकास प्राधिकरण द्वारा बताया जा रहा है कि इसका
Right, Pankaj, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on this story. My colleague has filed a report on this particular incident in Lucknow, where a building has collapsed and 14 people have been rescued so far. Many are still fear trapped under. Let's take a look at this report.
लखनऊ के हजरतगंज के वजीर हसन रोड पर ही अलाया अपार्टमेंट की वो बिल्डिंग का मलबा आप देख सकते हैं कि जो कल देर शाम धराशायी हो गई। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं बचाव कार्य जारी है, सुबह का वक्त है और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर जो स्थानीय पुलिस है, उसके अलावा पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। आपको बता दें उसके अलावा सेना के लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे। एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ की टीमें भी लगातार बचाव कार्य को लेकर जुटी हुई हैं। 14 लोगों को निकाला जा चुका है और अभी तक किसी भी कैजुअलिटी की कोई खबर नहीं है। जिलाधिकारी से लेकर तमाम सारे जहां जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर नगर आयुक्त भी सामने नज़र आ रहे हैं और उसके अलावा आपको बता दें कि डीजीपी खुद मौके पर पहुंचे थे, डिप्टी सीएम ब्रजेश पाठक मौके पर पहुंचे थे और जो भी जरूरी निर्देश हैं वो दिए गए थे ताकि जितने भी लोग हैं उनको सुरक्षित निकाला जाए और उनको जो समुचित इलाज है उसकी व्यवस्था की जाए। अभी भी लगातार बचाव कार्य जारी है। 14 लोगों में 10 लोग अभी भी अस्पताल में भर्ती हैं। बाकी जो 4 लोग हैं उनको प्राथमिक उपचार के बाद वहाँ से अस्पताल से छुट्टी मिल गई। अभी भी कुछ लोगों के फंसे होने की आशंका है, संभावना जताई गई है और लगातार बचाव कार्य है वो जारी है। सुबह का वक्त है और सुबह के वक्त भी जो कार्य है वो अभी भी किया जा रहा है और पूरी रात ये बचाव कार्य है, रेस्क्यू है वो किया गया है। 14 लोगों को निकाला जा चुका है और अभी तक किसी की भी कैजुअलिटी की कोई खबर नहीं है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि आसपास ये पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिए गए हैं, यानी कि जो बचाव कार्य के लिए जो भी लोग काम कर रहे हैं, टीमें काम कर रही हैं, उनको किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत का सामना ना करना पड़े और जो भी रेस्क्यू है वो लगातार जारी। पूरी रात ये काम को अंजाम दिया गया है और सबसे बड़ी बात है उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ खुद इस पूरे कार्य की मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं और जरूरी निर्देश उनकी तरफ से दिए गए हैं ताकि जो भी लोग फंसे हुए उनको सुरक्षित है वो निकाला जाए और अस्पताल में उनको बढ़िया अच्छी से जो व्यवस्थाएं हैं वो की जाए, उनको बेहद बेहतर इलाज की व्यवस्था है वो की जाए, उसको लेकर निर्देशित है वो किया गया है। रवि कुमार, न्यूज़ लखनऊ।
Right, that's so far as the Lucknow building collapse case is concerned. We'll come back to it as and when we get more developments as the rescue operation continues. For now, we're getting some breaking news coming in. President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar receive Egyptian President Abdel LCC, I beg your pardon. He is of course in Delhi at this point. He's the chief guest for tomorrow's Republic Day parade. This is the first time we're learning that he's visited India officially. He's of course being received by President Murmu, Prime Minister Modi and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar as well. We're also learning that there's going to be a bilateral slated between the Egyptian President and Prime Minister Modi as well as the External Affairs Minister. Several things to be discussed in that bilateral. Some of the key focus areas we're learning is going to be trade, counter-terrorism, and we're also learning some key MOUs are going to be signed today in the bilateral that's going to take place between the Prime Minister and the President of Egypt. And of course this boosts Egyptian ties with India. As you see, he is of course arriving there as in fact the parade prepares for tomorrow. He's going to be the chief minister, I beg your pardon, he's going to be the chief guest in this particular parade that's going to happen tomorrow. We're learning that MOUs are going to be signed as well with India in this very first visit by the Egyptian president to India officially. We're also learning that External Affairs Minister is going to be meeting with him along with Prime Minister Modi. We're yet to know what exactly is going to be discussed. We're learning that counter-terrorism and trade might be some of the important areas which is going to be focused on. This, of course, the latest that comes in as India enters its 75th Republic Day. We're going to be seeing that Egyptian president is going to be the chief guest, and he's also going to be this is going to be the first time he's visiting India officially. In fact, we're going to see Indian and Egyptian ties being boosted by this particular visit, and also the discussions that are going to take place between Prime Minister and the Egyptian President. One of the important areas is counter-terrorism. Now, Egypt has worked quite a lot for counter-terrorism when it comes to speaking up against counter-terrorism. He's in fact addressing, let's listen in.
يعني قبل ما اجيب على هذا السؤال ان انا اتوجه للدولة الهندية العظيمة بالتهنئة وبالتحية والتقدير الكبير بمناسبة يوم الجمهورية اللي بيوافق 75 عام، وبالمناسبة هذه المدة هي برضو تتوافق مع 75 سنة من العلاقات بين مصر وبين الهند.
Well, at the beginning, before I answer your question, let me express my deepest congratulations, admiration, and greatest and highest respect to the great nation of India on this day of the Republic that is coinciding also with 75 years of bilateral relations between our two countries.
وبالمناسبة ديت أتقدم بالتهنئة أيضا حكومة وشعبا إلى الحكومة الهندية والشعب الهندي بالتهنئة، وأتقدم بالتقدير والاحترام للقيادة الهندية على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة اللي أنا قبلت به في الهند.
So I here reiterate my congratulations to the Indian nation, government and people for this great day, and with my admiration and highest esteem to the Indian leadership for the generosity and the warm hospitality that I have been accorded with since I came here.
والحقيقة ده شرف عظيم ليا ان انا اكون ضيف شرف بمناسبة هذا الاحتفال، وده ايضا تقدير كبير اسجله باعتزاز للقيادة الهندية.
It's a great privilege to be a guest of honor and participate in this glorious national day. This is something that I go for the record to deepen and stress my great appreciation for India and its people.
واسمحوا لي لكم ان العلاقات المصرية والهندية عبر عقود كانت بتتسم دايما بالتوازن والاستقرار، والحقيقة كانت لم تصادفها خلال هذه السنوات الطويلة إلا العلاقات الطيبة والمتطورة والدور الجيد في السياسة الدولية.
The relations between Egypt and India have been characterized through the decades with balance and stability. They have only seen constructive development. They have been all along evolving very positively.
واسمحوا لي اقول لكم ان احنا من خلال هذه الزيارة بنتطلع الى تطوير العلاقات والتعاون مع الهند في كافة المجالات وصولا الى شراكة استراتيجية بين البلدين.
Let me tell you that I expect throughout this visit that we take our bilateral level to a whole new horizon where we can reach the strategic relationship and partnership between our two countries on all levels.
ننظر بتقدير شديد واحترام شديد للمسار والتجربة الهندية في التنمية المستدامة وفي التطوير والنجاحات التي تحققت على مستوى الدولة الهندية العظيمة.
We look with great esteem to the sustainable development experience of India and all the developments and accomplishments that the nation of India has achieved throughout the years.
اسمحوا لي مرة تانية أن أنا أتقدم بالتهنئة بهذا الاحتفال يوم الجمهورية، وأتمنى للشعب الهندي والحكومة الهندية كل التقدم والازدهار والتوفيق.
So, as I conclude, allow me again to express my deepest congratulations for celebrating the Republic Day, and I wish India and its people all progress and prosperity into the future.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much.
إعلام يلا.
Was Egyptian president talking in fact, briefing. He's talking about his visit to India. He's going to be holding bilateral talks with Prime Minister and External Affairs Minister Jacqueline Fernandez as well. You just saw the President, Prime Minister and the External Affairs Minister receive the Egyptian President. This is his first time in India on an official visit. He, of course, did speak to the media. He spoke about what India and Egyptian ties are going to look like in the future after this particular visit as well. This is a monumental moment for Egypt and India at this point, talking about the cooperation that's going to be happening between India and Egypt in terms of trade as well. Trade has been one of the most important aspects of the Egypt-India ties. In terms of the number of exports that India has been doing to Egypt. Now, of course, we're going to be talking and getting more details on what we can expect out of these bilaterals, when exactly are they slated. What we know so far is that Prime Minister Modi is going to be talking to Egyptian President at this point. He's going to be discussing several issues such as counter-terrorism and trade as well. This is, of course, the latest information coming in on the broadcast. All right, this of course is what we're learning so far on the broadcast. Egypt President has visited India. He's in New Delhi at this point. He's going to be the chief guest for the 75th Republic Day Parade that's going to take place tomorrow. You just saw the President and the Prime Minister receive Egyptian President as well. He spoke. Let's in fact quickly listen in. If we still have that bite of the Egyptian President, let's quickly listen in to what he said.
هقول لكم ان العلاقات المصريه والهنديه عبر تصادفها خلال هذه السنوات الطويله الا العلاقات الطيبه والمتطوره والدور الجيد في السياسه الدوليه.
The relations between Egypt and India have been characterized through the decades with balance.
We'll continue tracking the story as and when we get more developments. For now, we're getting some breaking news coming in. All right, a day after posting the BBC series on Prime Minister Modi, AK Antony's son Anil Antony quits Congress. All right, what we're learning at this point is that AK Antony's son Anil Chaudhary has quit the Congress. I have my colleague Madhu joining us on the broadcast. Madhu, take us through these developments.
You see, as a controversial BBC documentary, India, the Modi Questions, was screened by political groups, including DYFI, the youth wing of CPIM and the Youth Congress in different parts of Kerala. on Tuesday, that is yesterday, and Congress leader, senior Congress leader and former Kerala Chief Minister A.K. Antony's son, Anil Antony, said placing the views of the British broadcaster over the Indian institutions would undermine the country's sovereignty. Was his earlier tweet, and Anil Antony, who is also the convener of KPCC Digital Media, said he tweeted that despite huge differences of opinion with the BJP, I believe it is very dangerous practice for those in India to prioritize the views of BBC over Indian institutions, and moreover, it is an encroachment on the sovereignty because BBC is a British-backed channel with a long history of litigation. Not only Jack Straw was the brain behind this Iran war, is what the tweet of Anil Antony has mentioned, and the big breaking of this hour is, in fact, the Congress leader A.K. Antony's son Anil Antony has now quit the Congress party. He is also likely to join hands with the Bharatiya Janata Party, is what we are learning from our sources.
Right, Madhu. Now, this of course comes after Anil Antony had opposed the BBC documentary as well. Take us through what he'd said earlier. Madhu, if you can hear me. All right, that of course was my colleague bringing us the latest on Anil Antony resigning from the Congress. This comes after he'd made a statement on the BBC documentary, opposing the documentary. He's now quit the Congress. He's son of A.K. Antony. I'm being joined by a BJP leader on the broadcast at this point, Srinath Shwetadri. Thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Srinath. We're talking about how A.K. Antony's son, Anil Antony, has now quit the Congress. This, interestingly, comes after he'd opposed the BBC documentary as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't hear. Can you...
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right. My question to you was, Anil Antony, the son of A.K. Antony, has quit the Congress. This comes after he'd made statements against the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. What are your thoughts on this?
Whatever points he has mentioned to the press is perfectly in line with our thought process. Our constitution is supreme. Our judiciary is supreme. And some third party from a different country cannot question it. When they try to do something, the Supreme Court judgment is over, you need to accept it. It is 2002. And after that, Mr. Modi ji has won 3 assembly elections and 2 parliament elections with full majority. And his points are perfect, and I hope the other Congress people understand that and don't support or do such things to bring down the stature of the country in the international level.
Right, Mr. Srinath, how big of a jolt do you think this would be for the Congress? Because in his resignation, Anil Antony has said that the Congress and him at this point don't have much common ground in terms of ideology.
Congress and?
And Anil Antony himself, yes.
Yeah, because the point is that the others have tried to support this particular happening from the BBC program, whatever they have brought in on Modi ji. And I feel he is right. At least he has stood on a strong ground for the sake of the country. And that is to be appreciated. And majority of the congressmen should take a lesson from what he has done. See, they can't just degrade the country. My country is most important. Remaining all other things are secondary. If you forget the country, then what else we are trying to work for? Country and the manpower.
Right, and Srinath, do you think the Congress is not okay with cutting ties with several of their leaders on issues like this, where of course opposing the BBC documentary, which is clearly maligning India, is now, and this of course comes after Digvijaya's comments on the surgical strike as well. It's quite a critical time for the Congress at this point. What are your thoughts on this?
I think the Congress should have come strongly against the BBC, this one. And that would have given the credibility to them and the strength to them. They missed out an opportunity. They lost an opportunity, very sad.
Right. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this. Let me, in fact, quickly read out this resignation letter. It's also flashing on your screens of what exactly Anil Antony has said in his resignation letter. Now, he said, considering the events from yesterday, I believe it would be appropriate for me to leave all my roles in the Congress as convener of KPCC Digital Media and as the national coordinator of AICC Social Media and Digital Communications Cell. He's also said that he'd like to thank Kerala leadership who had supported him and guided him during a brief period. But the reason that he's listed here for his resignation says that he has his own unique strengths, and he's mentioned that interestingly, this particular paragraph in the middle where he mentions that around the leadership in Congress, they are only keen to work with a bunch of sycophants and chamchas, he puts it, and he says he does not have common ground with the Congress. All right, this is so far as Anil Antony's resignation is concerned. We now shift our focus to some more news coming in. After the Central Board of Film Certification revision of Pathaan, the Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad have said that they will no longer oppose the Shah Rukh Khan starrer movie. The VHP, as they stand satisfied, say that in its latest statement said that keeping our earlier objections in mind, changes have been made in the film and are correct after watching the film. If we find anything objectionable, then we'll reconsider opposing the film. Now, earlier this month, the Central Board of Film Certification suggested more than 10 cuts, including trimming some of the sensuous moves in the song Besharam Rang. However, the CBFC said Deepika's much controversial orange outfit will continue to be a part of this action film, against which there was a lot of outrage initially from groups like VHP and Bajrang Dal as well. I have my colleague Abhijit Bhatt joining us on the broadcast. Abhijit, now take us through these developments where VHP and Bajrang Dal have said that they won't in fact be opposing Pathaan anymore, as they feel the cuts that are made in the movie are now to their satisfaction. Abhijit, if you could just unmute yourself. Go ahead. Abhijit, if you can hear me. All right. We'll try and get my colleague back on the broadcast. There seems to be some technical issue there. Of course, what we're talking about is how the VHP and the Bajrang Dal have now said that they won't be objecting to the release of the film Pathaan anymore. They feel, of course, that the changes that have been made by the filmmakers after the suggestion of the censor board are now to their satisfaction, they say, and they're now they, of course, will not be opposing it. They're saying that they will watch the film, and if there is something that they do oppose to post that, they will reconsider stepping back, is what they're saying. Abhijit, if you're able to hear me, take us through now these developments where VHP and Bajrang Dal are saying that they are not going to be opposing Pathaan anymore.
हाँ बिल्कुल, जिस तरह से पठान फिल्म का जो ट्रेलर रिलीज हुआ था और उसके बाद एक गाना भी जो बेशर्म रंग करके जो गाना था उसको रिलीज हुआ था, उस टाइम पे जिस तरह से हंगामा हुआ था और विरोध किया गया था, अपोज किया गया था, तो उसको चलते पठान फिल्म की रिलीज रोकने की विश्व हिंदू परिषद और बजरंग दल ने धमकी भी दी थी और चेतावनी भी दी थी। हालांकि जिस तरह से विरोध पूरे देश भर में हुआ था, तो उसको चलते सेंसर बोर्ड ने भी प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर जो है फिल्म के, उनको सजेस्ट किया था कि ये जो फिल्म जिसपे विवाद हुआ है वो सब हटाया जाए, सीन हटाया जाए, थोड़ा चेंजेस किया जाए। तो उसके आधार पे प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर ने उनकी सेंसर बोर्ड की बात को स्वीकार करके जो चेंजेस किए, तो उसके बाद विश्व हिंदू परिषद और बजरंग दल ने कल देर रात को ये डिसीजन लिया कि जिस तरह से जो बदलाव करने की डिमांड थी और जो चेंजेस करने की बात थी सीन्स और गाने में जो सीन थे वो सब हटाने की बात करी थी, तो वो हटा दिया गया। तो उसका हम अपोज नहीं करेंगे। हालांकि जिस तरह से ऐसा बताया गया, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लग रहा है कि कभी ना कभी इस मामले में पठान का विरोध कहीं ना कहीं हो सकता है, क्योंकि गुजरात में जिस तरह से विरोध हुआ था अहमदाबाद वन मॉल में, और जिस तरह से वहां पर तोड़फोड़ की गई थी पठान के पोस्टर्स को लेकर और वो शाहरुख खान के कटआउट को लेकर तोड़फोड़ की गई थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि पठान फिल्म के स्क्रीनिंग के दौरान कहीं वीएचपी और बजरंग दल जिस तरह से हंगामा करते रहते, तो स्क्रीन के दौरान हंगामा न करे। हालांकि पुलिस ने पुख्ता बंदोबस्त किया हुआ है और मल्टीप्लेक्स ऑनर्स एसोसिएशन जो है वहां पर गुजरात में, उन्होंने भी गृह राज्य मंत्री हर्ष संघवी से मुलाकात की थी और वहां पर हर्ष संघवी ने भी पूरे स्टेट में सभी जगह पे, सभी सिटी में और जहां पर भी थिएटर में ये फिल्म रिलीज होनी है वहां पर पुख्ता पुलिस बंदोबस्त अरेंज करने का आदेश जारी किया था। जी
Right, Abhijit. Now, in terms of the cuts that have been made, do we have any information on what are the things that were opposed to, that were then the changes that were then incorporated in the film? Because we're learning the main issue over which protests happened, the color of Deepika Padukone's dress in the particular song Besharam Rang would remain the same as what we're learning.
हाँ बिल्कुल, जिस तरह से दीपिका पादुकोण का जो ड्रेस था और गाने के वर्ड्स थे जो बेशरम रंग, और उसमें जो भगवा कलर दिखाया गया था उसको चेंज कर दिया गया है। और जिस तरह से कई सीन ऐसे थे और कई ऐसे डायलॉग्स थे, और जो जहां पर भी अपोज किया गया था, जिस मुद्दे पे अपोज हो रहा था पूरे देश भर में, तो उसको चलते सेंसर बोर्ड ने सजेशन दिया था प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर को फिल्म के, और उन लोगों ने ये इसके हिसाब से, इसके आधार पे पूरा चेंजेस कर दिया। और जो अभी जो फिल्म में नया जो गाना आ रहा है उसमें भी दीपिका पादुकोण का जो ड्रेस है वो चेंज हो गया, कलर चेंज हो गया है। तो इस तरह से पूरा चेंजेस करके फिल्म रिलीज हुई है। और वीएचपी और बजरंग दल ने भी कल देर रात में आधिकारिक तौर पे कोई स्टेटमेंट जारी नहीं किया, लेकिन उन्होंने ऐसा वर्बली ऐसा अनाउंसमेंट किया है कि हम लोग पठान फिल्म की रिलीज पे कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करेंगे, कोई हंगामा नहीं करेंगे, कोई अपोज नहीं करेंगे। और पूरे गुजरात में फिल्म शांतिपूर्वक एटमॉस्फेयर में स्क्रीनिंग हो रही है। हालांकि सभी की पुलिस भी नजर लगाए बैठी हुई कि कहीं न कहीं कोई ऐसा मामला ना आ जाए, इसलिए पुलिस भी पुख्ता बंदोबस्त लगाए हुए है। और वहां पर जो भी फिल्म देखने आते हैं उनकी पूरी जांच पड़ताल के बाद ही उनको थिएटर में जाने दे रहे हैं। जी।
Right, Abhijit. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, we take a short break.
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ इसकी और अपनी
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी, 2-3 बारी पहले भी है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra. The vintage artillery with 25-pounder guns that traditionally fired the thundering ceremonial 21-gun salute during the Republic Day celebrations will be replaced by the 105mm Indian field guns this year as the government makes a further push for its Make in India initiative. All equipment from the army that will be showcased during the 74th Republic Day celebrations are made in India. The Akash weapon system and the helicopters Rudra and the ALH Dhruv will also be a part of the display. The guns replacing the British artillery guns were indigenously made in 1971. These field guns are compact, light, and they can also be airdropped. These guns, the 25-pounders, are now obsolete and have been phased out of the army. It is time to purge India of the British Raj and the obsolete elements it left behind. The 74th Republic Day celebrations will take place on the revamped Central Vista Avenue, as well as be the first time on the renamed Kartavya Path. So this is truly an era of Make in India. What is the significance? We take this discussion forward with Major General A.K. Sivich. I also have with me on the broadcast Lieutenant General R. Kadian. Also with me, Group Captain UK Devnath, and with me is Professor Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian. Let me begin this conversation. I will come to our former military men in just a moment, but Professor Nalapat, as an Indian who's, I'm sure, seen now a lot of Republic Days, what is the significance to you as far as this particular Republic Day celebration is concerned? Okay, before we go to our guests, we will quickly listen in to also Major General Bhavish Kumar, who has explained the plans of the government as far as this Make in India push and display at the Republic Day celebrations is concerned. As I informed viewers, the vintage artillery with 25-pounder guns that traditionally fired the thundering ceremonial 21-gun salute during the Republic Day celebrations will now be replaced by the 105mm Indian field guns this year. Let's quickly listen in.
इस बार के गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में आपको काफ़ी इंडिजिनाइज्ड इक्विपमेंट देखने को मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत हमारा ये जितना भी भारतीय थल सेना का इक्विपमेंट है वो पूरा इंडिजिनाइज्ड रहेगा। शुरुआत में 105 mm इंडियन फील्ड गन से 21 तोपों की सलामी दी जाएगी। उसके बाद जब हमारे मैकेनाइज्ड कॉलम्स का जो दस्ता निकलेगा उसमें आर्मर्ड कोर के MBT अर्जुन और मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री के BMP-2 तथा नाग मिसाइल सिस्टम देखने को मिलेंगे। रेजिमेंट ऑफ आर्टिलरी के आपको K9 वज्रा और ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल सिस्टम के ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्चर आपको देखने को मिलेगा। आर्मी एयर डिफेंस का भी आपको आकाश वेपन सिस्टम देखने को मिलेगा। कोर ऑफ इंजीनियर्स का 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज एंड कोर ऑफ सिग्नल्स का मोबाइल माइक्रोवेव नोड तथा मोबाइल नेटवर्क सेंटर भी देखने को मिलेगा। और आर्मी एविएशन कोर का आपको एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर ध्रुव तथा एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर वेपन सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटेड रुद्रा भी देखने को मिलेगा। एंड इंडियन एयरफोर्स LCH प्रचंड का भी प्रदर्शन इस रिपब्लिक डे परेड में करेंगे।
There you heard it. Of course, it's been explained rather well. What really is it that India will be doing? I believe we do have our guests back with us on the broadcast. Let me begin this conversation with Professor Madhav Nalapat. Professor Nalapat, before I bring in our military experts, I just want to understand from you, sir. You must have seen now a lot of Republic Days. What is the significance of this Make in India, this truly made in India and Make in India Republic Day to you?
Well, Devika, for one thing, it exemplifies the fact that we can make in India anything of excellence to the world. We have shown the world the excellent caliber of our human resources. Indians who have gone abroad, who have settled there, and who have been welcomed in countries all over the world, except by an extremist fringe. And they have been welcomed because of their excellence, because of the way they have shown their mettle. Secondly, take for example, my three colleagues on this panel are from the Indian military. If you look at the subcontinent, if you look at Asia, if you look at Latin America, you look at countries in so many parts of the world, you will see that the military has unfortunately dabbled in politics. Our next door neighbors are examples of this. Pakistan and Bangladesh. In India, we are proud to say that we have a fully professional military, and the military has concentrated on, if I may say so, military issues, on national defense, and has always been perfectly willing, ready to serve under civilian control, right from the beginning of independence. So that's the first point. I'd like to say that now that kind of strong human caliber that we have got in our military is also being replicated in the various products of India. You remember the 1950s, there was an attempt to ensure India became a major global defense production hub. Then, unfortunately, in subsequent decades, there was what V.S. Naipaul calls a craze for foreign. Naturally, if you buy foreign equipment, you get foreign bank accounts, foreign exchange, parked abroad in Swiss havens. So, unfortunately, that overtook our Make in India. Today, under Prime Minister Modi, Make in India has come back. And I'm very certain our very gallant members of the armed forces will be welcoming that. I just want to end by saying, Devika, that, let's not adopt practices and customs that the British are using to validate themselves or make themselves, patriotic. Because let's be honest, we were not a colonizing country like the British were. We were a colonized power. It's not something, frankly, to be very proud of. What we can be proud of is that we shook this colonial yoke, but the most powerful colonial yoke at the time, and we were probably the first country to really shake it off in the 20th century. So I'd like to say that this particular change of having Indian-made cannons is basically emblematic of Prime Minister Modi's faith in India, regard and respect for India, and that is being displayed 24/7 all across the country.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General R. Kaldian, let me bring you into the conversation here, sir. If you can just explain to our viewers the significance of the fact that India is finally not just making in India for itself, but also exporting defense equipment. This has been a very long dream of the nation, but as Professor Nalapad also pointed out, that there were several factors in the past that stalled this dream from becoming a reality. But it's just in the past few decades where we've actually managed to not just, like I said, make in India for ourselves, but also make in India for the rest of the world. And this truly becomes a game changer. The moment you're able to manufacture your own defense equipment, it truly does become a game changer.
Devika, considering our strategic situation and the length of our land borders and the sea coast, India needs large and strong army, navy and air force. We had been the largest importer of defense weapons from the Western world, including Russia. In 2014, it was Prime Minister Modi's dream that we should be able to self-sustain ourselves in defense equipment, because when you import, not only there is a loss of foreign exchange and chances of corruption, as Professor Nalak has brought out, but also you can be blackmailed when time of need. You need the weapon, they won't give you unless they are testing. So this Make in India project, which has gathered steam over the last 8-9 years, this is 26 January is the day when India highlights its achievements. Also, mostly in military field, but also in the cultural and all, which is shown by the state tableau. So every piece of equipment in this 26 January 74 will be made in India, whether it is Arjun tanks or the Vajra gun or the light combat helicopters or the BrahMos missile. Everything will be made in India. There will be no important equipment. And that is why even the gun salute, which traditionally was given by the 25-pounders, which was Second World War vintage gun, it was a very good gun, no doubt, but it has served its purpose. It has been now replaced by 105mm Indian field gun, which you mentioned in the beginning. It started in 71, was introduced in 1984. So, of course, gun salute has a different significance, which I can explain, but I don't think today's debate is focused on that. So this 26th January, we will be showing, there will be showpiece that India is a self-contained militarity to look after and secure our national interests, which is a matter of great pride.
Yes, and before I bring in the other guests, Lieutenant General Kaldian, I do want to give you this opportunity to explain the significance of the gun salute and the fact that it will be by, made in India guns for the first time. We're literally booting out the British era guns, and, please do explain.
Devika, most of our traditions have been derived from the Navy. In olden time, the ship used to fire its guns by using sodium nitrate powder, which was difficult to keep dry because of the sea condition. So you could maximum fire 7 guns. Whenever you came on port of a friendly country, You wanted to indicate your honest intention. You fired all the 7 guns, thereby telling him that I have no more capacity to fire. Therefore, my intentions are honest. As a mark of reciprocal action, the port guns used to fire 3 for 1. That is 21 guns. Because there it was easier to keep the powder dry, sodium nitrate, which was not possible at sea. So the tradition came from there. Gradually, it is now a mark of respect. Like even when a martyr dies, there is a 3 volleys of shots. That is mark of honor to him. 21 is the largest ceremonial gun salute given to the head of a state. Of course, Britain has different. Sometime on the Queen's anniversary or the wedding anniversary, number of guns can vary up to 60, 62. But worldwide, the highest number of gun salutes, which is a tradition, is 21 gun salute. And the Navy started the tradition, which has now become a ceremonial. In war conditions, it's no longer applicable because you don't need to keep the powder dry. On course, they have better technology now.
Right.
But that is the origin of the 21 gun salute. It is a mark of your goodwill to the other side. Look, I have no further intention.
All right, thank you, sir, for explaining that. Let me bring in Group Captain UK Devnath into the conversation as well. Group Captain Devnath, what is the significance of this Made in India Republic Day to you? Because as laymen or as people who don't belong to the army, we perhaps don't understand the importance of this Make in India shift as far as the defense sector is concerned. A major part of our spending is on defense, and rightly so, given our neighbors. But the fact, like I said earlier as well, the fact that a lot of the equipment can now be made in our country, manufactured in India, not only brings down costs, but at the same time, it's a big boost for the country going ahead.
Devika, it goes without saying that any country cannot become a superpower or a great power in case it has to fight a war with imported weapon systems. We have fought many wars. We fought 1965 war, we fought 1971 war and Kargil war. One thing was common in all these wars. The moment the war started, the foreign country which had given us the major weapon system, they stopped giving us the spare parts and the ammunition for that weapon system. We will not repeat this mistake anymore. Under Make in India, now we are concentrating on making all the major weapon platforms in India. We have progressed a lot. BrahMos missile is a classic example where in a joint venture with Russia, we made BrahMos surface-to-surface missile, Agni missile, Prithvi missile, Akash anti-aircraft missile, Vajra self-propelled howitzer gun. There are so many examples. Not to forget Tejas, light combat aircraft. During this RD parade, we will be displaying all these weapon systems to our Janta. Janta must know where is the taxpayers' money going. Taxpayers' money, is it being utilized judiciously? It is a great opportunity for our nation to show to our population that each bit of money, hard-earned money, which the nation pays as a taxpayer's contribution towards nation building, is being utilized properly. Another thing, during such parades, we do display our military might. Many foreign air attaches, defense attaches, army attaches will be there. They watch these parades very carefully. This is an opportunity for India to showcase our defense preparedness. When they know that we are preparing manufacturing all these major weapon systems in India, the respect and the awe for India increases. Very soon we'll be exporting most of these weapon systems. We have been approached by many countries in Africa, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia for import of these weapon systems. BrahMos, we are on the verge of exporting to Philippines. Akash missile system, Vietnam has shown a lot of interest in Akash missiles, air defense missile system. So it gives an opportunity. It is a win-win situation for all.
Absolutely.
Our exports
And particularly, of
Yes,
course,
Devika?
particularly, of course, the global south as well. Major General A.K. Siva, just, continuing on what Group Captain Devnath was saying there, that several countries, especially in the global south, have now shown a very keen interest in this Made in India defense equipment, because for those countries, it was a very far-fetched dream to have reliable defense equipment that they could actually, bring into their own nations. They were probably not in positions to have those sort of contracts with countries of the West that have always had this advantage as far as defense production and manufacturing is concerned. But India, when it makes in India, it's not only a boost for our own nation, but also for several global south countries that India does want to be the voice for, that India does want to lead.
Absolutely. Devika, the concept of Make in India, made for world. The point is, as far as India is concerned, no doubt, earlier we used to import almost 70 to 80% of our defense equipment. Not only that, the foreign exchange used to go, there used to be a problem that maintenance used to be very costly. Not that the countries during the war will not give us the spare part, there is a contract to that. But the cost was very heavy. But now, once this government has come, Make in India concept has become a mantra. Two defense corridors have been made, one in south in Bangalore, one in Uttar Pradesh. Majority of industries have been opened up. One is that by having this defense corridor, your middle class economy, MSME, they will start growing up. And the second thing is the employment which will generate. Third thing is you are manufacturing weapon not only for your requirement, also exporting them. So the foreign exchange also comes in. Fourth thing is that this is also palatable to all these countries because they are not only competitive, the rates are very, very, one can say, genuine and competitive. So the issue which is coming is it's a win-win situation for all. Now, as far as India is concerned, we have come a long way. Now, the items which we are manufacturing are basically earlier which used to be a satellites. Now we have gone to missile and also to the submarines, also to the ship who could have dreamt that we can also make an aircraft carrier. INS Vikrant is a dream come true. Today we have built an aircraft carrier of our own. We are building up our submarine. We are building up majority of the weapon system. BrahMos, as my co-panelist already told, is a joint venture, but the best best missile which is available of about 500 to 600 kilometers, and there is so much demand generated not only in the Southeast Asia but also by the Latin American country. And same way the Tejas Mark 1 has come a long way now. It has been equalized with F-16. So this is the, you can say, the capability and capacity of India. It is a win-win situation and we are going on a right track. Now my 2-3 issues in this. What we are doing is, we are now not only manufacturing items ourselves, the technology which is not to that extent with us, we are trying to tell them the transfer of technology. 2 weapon system, I will give you an example. That one is M777 ultralight howitzer. We took it from USA, and the transfer of technology, Mahindra Defense is manufacturing in India. Earlier, they never used to give us the technology, but today we are a mighty power, we are economic power, we are a military power. Every country like to do a trade and business. Same way the K9 Vajra. The one which will be displayed during this Republic Day parade is originally from South Korea, but transfer of technology K9 Vajra is being built in India by L&T. So this is what has changed. Number of weapon systems which are coming and we are manufacturing them. We can count them now. Tejas Mark 1 is there. Then also the Agni, Prithvi, Nag missile, Akash missile which is there. Then BrahMos basically there. Now another issue which I want to highlight here, Devika, is that what we are doing is that the country where we want to sell these weapons, we are now having a long association with them. We are trying to project to them that this is the best weapon system which is available. And we are showcasing them. We are doing number of exercises with them. Earlier we were hesitant. We always thought that the item which are manufactured from outside is a state of art. Today they feel what India manufacture is state of art. See the change of sight. Today you are feeling much more stronger, you are feeling much more, you can say, protective, and you are also feeling assured of yourself that you have a industrial complex which is competent enough to fight with any adversary.
Absolutely, and that's a great point there raised by you, sir. Let me bring in Professor Nalapat on that point. Professor Nalapat, you know, removing the British era guns and replacing them with made in India guns. Now, this may seem like a very small step, but it will go in the long run, it will prove to be a very major step, because 10 years down the line, then you will have a generation of Indians who have only seen made in India equipment at their Republic Day parades or elsewhere, and they will take a different kind of pride in the sort of the work that India can achieve and India can do, and that becomes an extremely important part when one is trying to shed a colonial mindset, or when one is trying to really move away from this concept of if it's manufactured in the West, then it has to be the best.
Devika, actually, you have put your finger exactly on what I believe to be the guiding philosophy behind the system of governance introduced by Prime Minister Modi. And that is, if you adapt Barack Obama's phrase, yes, we can. Yes, we 1.4 billion Indians can. We can do anything. And there is the example of Prime Minister himself, who came from a humble background, fought against terrible odds. Even today, frankly, there is so much of an attack on him, which fortunately is not having an impact. But yet, he has emerged as the Pradhan Sevak of the country by 2014. So, yes, I did it. All my 1.4 billion brothers and sisters in India can do it. So that energization, that feeling of empowerment of Indians is, in my view, here showcased also on the Republic Day parade. As has correctly been said, when you watch a parade where there is only Indian equipment, there's a sense of pride. And the younger generation in particular will feel that sense of pride. And may I say that I think the general had mentioned about last run to grow Mahindra and Mahindra. This is the philosophy of the Prime Minister, that we are all Indians, whether private sector or public sector, we are all having the same passport, we are all patriotic Indians. And this private-public partnership has now been completely mainstream in the defense establishment, where formerly the private sector was, frankly, the Indian private sector, I would like to say, was kept at a very unsafe distance, and only foreign companies were encouraged. Today, the Prime Minister is encouraging the Indian private sector. He is encouraging Indian technology in the form of startups, etc., even in space. And the Republic Day parade that we are seeing today, Kartavya Path, that itself, frankly, the renaming of that, all this is emblematic of the new confidence that India, specifically young India, has got, a confidence that is essential to a very bright 21st century future for the country.
Absolutely. And Lieutenant General Kadian, let me bring you back into the conversation here. On the same points, the fact that when such equipment, when made in India equipment is in fact displayed, not just at Republic Day, but at several other exercises, joint military exercises that India holds with several nations, it does in a way boost the morale also of the private sector and private sector players to come in, because we have seen that in the past few years itself, a lot of private sector players have come in and they're making significant contributions to the defense sector, something that was perhaps not very welcome, just a decade ago as well. But now we see that shift and we see that change, and that truly is an important component of ushering in this new era for India's defense sector, to have the private sector play its part.
Devika, the Britishers had a rule of security passed in 1922. It is known as Official Secret Act. Under that, anything connected with the defense was restricted. Even items like helmet and bulletproof jackets, they were restricted items. They were not allowed to be manufactured by the private sector. Now we have seen the practical side of it. India has no dearth of talent. Most of our boys have gone abroad and are heading the multinationals. It was only lack of opportunity. And now in the present regime, that opportunity is being provided. Private sector is more efficient. There's more competition. Public sector, because there was a monopoly, so there was no incentive to improve your efficiency. It's a well-known fact all over the world. So today, private sector is involved, except in very high-tech equipment, which has to be kept secure. They are being involved. They are making guns. They are making tanks. They'll be involved in ammunition and everything else that we are manufacturing. So India is marching ahead. We are still almost halfway through to the indigenization. As we started in 2014, we had said it'll take up to 20 years to get a indigenization of a high degree. So we are well on our way. As far as the motivation of the country is concerned, I think Professor very rightly brought out Prime Minister's life. History itself is a motivation. Nobody has to say anything. You only see him functioning, how India today has got a very large presence on the world map. Earlier, if you go back 10 years when we went abroad, you had to kind of look down telling others that we're Indian. Today we say so with our chest out. We are proud Indians. We are capable of doing anything that the world is doing. So the Make in India, which is the theme that we started with, is well on its way. And India will not only be self-sufficient, will be an arms exporter in due course of time, where we can also influence our diplomacy and we can save our foreign exchange, we can create jobs, and it's a great factor. I don't know why it didn't work out earlier. They must have been compulsion. I think it's a stroke of luck that we had to rival superpowers. Whenever we had a war, which we had plenty of them,
yes,
one was supporting the other, we had the other one supporting us. Otherwise, if it was only the Western world, they supported Pakistan in 65, they did so in 71. Thanks to our friends in Russia who came to our rescue, whether it was in the United Nations or in the supply of military equipment.
Yes.
But today we are well on our way to be standing on our own feet.
Right, absolutely. I thank all of our panelists for joining us. We've completely run out of time, but we promise you that we will continue to take this conversation forward on the 26th of January as well. Stay tuned to NewsX.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Aarti Krishnan. Let's make a start with top headlines of the hour. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, is in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi has extended a warm welcome and has termed the visit historical. Stones were pelted during a showdown between JNU-SU and ABVP over the screening of a BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. Ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath highway in Chamori district. Rescue operations are underway after residential building collapses in Wazir Hasanganj area in Lucknow. 14 individuals have been rescued till now. Former United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has claimed that India and Pakistan came close to a nuclear war after the Pulwama terror attack. The United States has confronted China's government with evidence that suggests some Chinese state-owned companies which may be providing assistance for Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. Alright, those were the headlines. Our top focus this hour is the fact that Anil Antony, the son of A.K. Antony, has now resigned from the Congress a day after opposing the BBC propaganda series. Now, he submitted his resignation from the Congress. He stated that they were intolerant and calls to retract the tweet. Now, this development comes after senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi backed the controversial BBC documentary on 2002 Gujarat riots and accused the government of suppressing the press. Now, in his resignation, Anil Antony also says that the Congress only works with sycophants. I'm being joined by my colleague Manohar on the broadcast. Manohar, take us through the allegations that Anil Antony levels in his particular resignation and what he said about the difference of opinion of Anil Antony and the Congress.
देखिए बिल्कुल जिस प्रकार से AK एंटनी ने कुछ देर पहले ट्वीट करके जानकारी दी है और उन्होंने अपने रेजिग्नेशन लेटर को डाला है और उन्होंने साफ तौर से कहा है जिस प्रकार से उसको ट्रोल किया गया, क्योंकि जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी की डॉक्यूमेंट्री है BBC की, उसके सपोर्ट में उतरे थे। इसके बाद जो है उन्हें ट्रोल किया जा रहा था। कई बार उन्हें ये भी देखने को मिला है कि वो उन्होंने कहा कि हम पार्टी के साथ रह करके खड़े रहे, पार्टी की विचारधारा को लेकर के चले, लेकिन बार बार उन्हें उनकी जो फ्री स्पीच है, जो बोलने की स्वतंत्रता है, वो कहीं रखने के लिए नहीं दिया जा रहा था। तो तमाम एलिगेशन उन्होंने लगाए, लेकिन अभी सबसे बड़ा जो ज्वलंत इशू है वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के जो BBC डॉक्यूमेंट्री है उसे लेकर के है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में AK एंटनी ने के बेटे अनिल कुमार एंटनी ने रिजाइन कर दिया है। अब देखना होगा कि कांग्रेस इसे किस तरह से लेती है, क्योंकि अभी वेट किया जा रहा है कांग्रेस की ओर से। जी,
Let's stay with us, Manohar. Let's quickly listen into what Anil Antony had actually said on this issue.
I do think it has been very hurtful to me as a person and as somebody who has been deeply involved with the Congress party all through my life, and coming from a place where my father has been working in this organization for the last 6 decades. So coming from such a background and a place, like, I do feel that whatever happened in the last 24 hours, especially from certain corners of the Congress, has not been the best of any responses, and I do think that at this point it is the best course of action.
What triggered the most of you, and what is the main reason behind that?
See, end of the day, yesterday morning I did make a tweet, and the tweet was done with good intentions, the best of my intentions, where I made a certain comment. And the comment was that I do oppose the BJP also in many things. I have been opposing it all through my life. However, when it comes to certain things, especially what concerns our core national interest, our sovereignty, our security, our strategic interests, any of our core interest, I do think that we shouldn't be playing with fire, because this is compromising a lot of things for which there will be a lot of long-term ramifications. So this is why when it came to the BBC documentary, I did say that it comes from certain place and we should be a little cautious about it, and it was a very innocuous and observation, I would say. But then sadly what happened is, let's say after that, in the next few hours, I am not going to give names at this moment, because I do think that people speak to me with certain degree, they do expect certain amount of privacy and trust, so I wouldn't want to break it at this moment, so I'm not naming anybody. But in the next few hours I had a lot of calls from many places, a lot of text messages saying that I should retract my tweet, I should let's say, and you are standing for free speech, you say that you are against hatred, but then from 8 PM onwards, like all through the night, like I'm getting threat calls, I'm getting hate messages, and my Facebook page, you go to my Facebook page, I have deleted everything, like it is a lot of explicits and a lot of abuses. And I do think that somebody who, like end of the day, these kind of people, I do feel that from where I come from, I don't think that these are the kind of people I should be working with, and I think this is very disappointing to see where this has reached. Like, I joined the party and I started working for the party. Like, the first election I worked with was with Mr. Mullapalli Ramachandran and Dr. Shashi Tharoor. He was the person who put a lot of trust in me and took me to the organization. And
today, my friend Anil Antony once again confirms that the Congress party has an emergency intolerant mindset, that anybody who speaks in national interest and puts national interest above parivaric interest is always going to be sidelined and treated with disdain. And therefore, Mr. Anil Antony has had to resign, just like I had to resign after speaking out against dynasty politics. The Congress party pretends to be a party that stands for free speech, freedom of expression, etc. But it actually is intolerant towards any view, especially one that is against parivaric interest. All that Anil Antony said today was that let's keep national interest above political, partisan, parivaric interests. Let us not fall for foreign propaganda. Let us respect the institutions of Supreme Court in the country. Let us not compromise national sovereignty. But the Congress party, and particularly Rahul Gandhi and his coterie, his chamchas, his sycophants are so intolerant of that view that today Anil Antony was subjected to humiliation, insults, and was almost threatened and was almost bullied to remove his tweet. This shows the mindset of the Congress. Ironically, they are going for a love ki yatra, mohabbat ki yatra, and they talk about Bharat Jodo. Pehle Congress to jodo. Congress is splitting, is dividing in state after state. Rajasthan, in Karnataka, in Delhi, Telangana, in Kerala. And is this mohabbat or is this nafrat?
Right, we heard what Anil Antony had to say on his resignation. He in fact thanked Kerala Congress leadership as well, but now he's talking about his difference of opinion with the party. And we also heard what BJP is now saying. I have my colleague Manohar still with us on the broadcast. Manohar, take us through the politics that's erupting after this. First of all, Anil's statement and the charges against Congress, and the BJP now chiming in on the same.
देखिए बिल्कुल आपने देखा कि किस प्रकार से अनिल कुमार एंटनी ने इस बात को रखा है और उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि अगर देश की सॉवरेनिटी का सवाल हो, उसकी यूनिटी का सवाल हो, तो वो देश के साथ खड़े नजर आएंगे। और जहाँ तक पार्टी की बात है, तो पार्टी में फ्री स्पीच की बात हो या वैसे लोगों ने पार्टी पे कब्जा कर रखा है, जैसा कि उन्होंने बोला है, साइकोफैंट्स की बात की है, चमचाज की बात की है, तो इसीलिए अब बीजेपी भी हमलावर हो गई है। वो कह रही है कि भारत जोड़ने से पहले वो कांग्रेस को जोड़ना चाहिए कि कांग्रेस में लगातार फूट हो रहा है, लगातार लोग कांग्रेस को छोड़ करके जा रहे हैं। और इसी का नतीजा है कि आज AK एंटनी के लड़के अनिल कुमार एंटनी ने भी रिजाइन दिया है, क्योंकि उनके पास बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेवारी थी। वो KPCC के जो मीडिया सेल, डिजिटल से उनके कन्वीनर हैं और नेशनल सोशल मीडिया के वो नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर थे। तो ऐसी स्थिति में समझ सकते हैं कि जब सोशल मीडिया में उन्हें खुद ट्रोल किया गया और उन्होंने आकर के कहा कि उनकी बात नहीं सुनी जा रही है, और जहां तक नेशनलिटी का सवाल है, तो नेशनलिटी के साथ जो है सो खड़े नजर आएंगे। जी
Right, Manohar, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. Now we're getting some breaking news coming in. We're learning a 3-member inquiry committee has been constituted on the instructions of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. The members of this particular community will be Lucknow District Commissioner Roshan Jacob, Joint Commissioner of Police of Lucknow Piyush Maurya, and Chief Engineer of PWD Lucknow. Now this committee will identify those responsible for this particular incident and will report it within a week, is what we're learning. I have my colleague Pankaj Mandal there at the site. Pankaj, take us through the rescue operations going on behind you. We can see a lot of the SDRF and NDRF jawans deployed there. Take us through what's happening.
जी बिल्कुल, आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि लगातार 15 घंटे से SDRF की टीम और NDRF की टीम लगातार रेस्क्यू करके यहाँ पर लोगों को 15 लोगों को निकाला गया है, सकुशल निकाला गया है। अभी भी 2 लोग उसमें फंसे हुए हैं जिनको निकालने के लिए सज्जे को होल किया जा रहा है। उसके बाद फिर एनडीएफ के जवान उसके अंदर जा रहे हैं, उसके बाद जाके फिर ये धीरे धीरे रेस्क्यू करके निकाला जा रहा है। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि अब इस सारे मामले की मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने संज्ञान लेते हुए 3 सदस्यीय टीम गठित की थी, जिसमें मंडल आयुक्त रोशन जैकब है और उसके बाद फिर संयुक्त पुलिस आयुक्त पीयूष मौर्या है। साथ में आपको बता दें कि पीडब्ल्यूडी के कंस्ट्रक्शन के चीफ जेके बंगा भी टीम के सदस्य बनाए गए हैं। और ये 3 लोग जो है 3 लोग 7 दिन के अंदर जांच रिपोर्ट पेश करेंगे और उसके बाद जो भी इसके साथ जो भी इससे जुड़ा हुआ जो भी अधिकारी होगा, कर्मचारी होगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई के निर्देश दिए गए हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू टीम चल रही है। कल शाम को इंसिडेंट हुआ था, उसके बाद लगातार लोगों को निकाला जा रहा है। यहाँ भारी पुलिस बल तैनात किए गए हैं, सेना के लोग भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, डॉक्टरों की तमाम टीम लगा दी गई। और आपको बता दें कि पुलिस के जो डीजीपी है वो भी मौजूद है और तमाम अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद है। लगातार 15 घंटे से ज्यादा का समय बीत चुका है और ये रेस्क्यू लगातार जारी है। जी
Right, Pankaj, now we're also learning at this point that 4 of the 15 people who had been rescued and who were admitted in the hospital have now been discharged. 4 of them have been discharged according to the information we're getting in. Tell us a little about the treatment that's being given to these people who've been rescued.
जी बिल्कुल, जो 15 लोगों को निकाला गया उसमें 4 लोगों को ट्रीटमेंट के बाद उनका स्वास्थ्य ठीक होने के बाद उनको भले डिस्चार्ज कर दिया गया, लेकिन बाकी लोग सिविल हॉस्पिटल में और लखनऊ के ट्रामा हॉस्पिटल में उनकी जांच चल रही, इलाज चल रहा है। और अभी भी मलबे के अंदर 2 लोग फंसे होने के संकेत है। उसको लेकर एनडीआरएफ लगातार यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कर रही है, जिसमें कि होल करके उसमें एनडीआरएफ के जो जवान है वो होल के अंदर जा रहे हैं, फिर बेसमेंट में जा रहे हैं, उसके बाद उनको निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लगातार ये 15 घंटे से वो चल रही है। हालांकि इस मामले, इस बिल्डिंग से जुड़े जितने भी पहलू है सबको जोड़ा जा रहा है। बताया जाता है कि समाजवादी पार्टी के एक विधायक है, उनके एक लड़के को मेरठ से गिरफ्तार किया गया, जिन बिल्डिंग से जो बिल्डर एग्रीमेंट जिनके साथ किया गया था। तो तमाम ऐसी चीजें हैं, कहीं ना कहीं बिल्डिंग का नक्शा पास ना होने की वजह से तमाम सारे सवाल खड़े होते हैं। ये अभी भी कंफर्मेशन नहीं है कि अंदर कितने लोग फंसे हैं, लेकिन ये जरूर बताया जा रहा है कि 17 लोग फंसे, जिसमें कि 15 लोग को निकाला गया है, 2 लोग बचे हैं। और उसके बाद अभी भी ये क्लियर नहीं है कि अभी तक कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई, लेकिन ये जरूर है कि लगातार यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। जी
Right, rescue operation still underway there. My colleague just showed you the visual from there. We're learning that 2 people are believed to be still trapped under the debris there. We'll come back to you, Pankaj, with more updates as and when this story develops. We're of course at this point learning that a committee is going to be set up to investigate this particular collapse. Now we shift our focus to Kerala. Kerala police have registered a case against BJP protesters for unlawful assembly and traffic disruption. BJP workers protested at Pujapura and Manavayam Street in Thiruvananthapuram, where DYFI and Youth Congress had screened the BBC documentary yesterday. This is of course the latest information coming in from Kerala at this point. A BBC documentary has been screened there. This comes after Hyderabad. In fact, I have my colleague Yash joining us on the broadcast. Yash, take us through what's happened in Kerala. We're learning firstly a BBC documentary was screened and then there was ruckus that erupted. Take us through exactly what happened.
Well, definitely, as you're clearly mentioning, we have been seeing out that the political temperature escalated in the state over the public screening of the BBC documentary, which is also proposing criticizing the Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the rule of 2002 in Gujarat. Right? So now we have been clearly seeing out the student and youth organizations hoping allegiance from the Congress is difficult to central ban over the Provact the documentary. So now we have been clearly seeing out the ruckus have been taking place in the Kerala state.
Right, Yash, now we're learning that the BJP had in fact protested against the documentary screening, but has any action been taken against the people who actually screened this documentary? Because of course it's disallowed to be screened in India at this point.
Well, definitely the political turmoil between the BJP and Congress has started to erupt after the screening of BBC documentary. So now we have been clearly seeing out that the CPIM and the Congress have also seized the BBC documentary to propaganda the BJP's alleged attempts on social silencing. So now we have been clearly seeing out that the CPIM party and the Congress party are not happy with the situation which has been happening in the country, but we have been clearly seeing out that the documentary screening has been happening in Kerala, where yesterday also we saw in the clear pictures where the student SFI, the Student Federation of India, were also involved in the propaganda of spreading the documentary in the colleges.
Okay, Yash, do we have any information on the particular people who had screened this documentary? Was it CPIM workers? Was it SFI alone? Do we have information on that? And where exactly was it screened? Do we have that information as well?
Well, as for now, what we are picking now is that this was being done by the Student Federation of India in Kerala. So now we are picking up that this incident happened in several colleges in Kerala, but we have been clearly seeing out that police has also demanded an action to be taken. And in fact, the CPIM party has also mentioned that action will be taken who are involved in this particular thing.
Okay, all right, Yash, thank you for bringing us this information on what's happened in Kerala. Shifting our focus to the screening that's happened in Hyderabad. Now we're learning the Hyderabad University has released a statement following this particular screening of the BBC documentary. It stated that the documentary was screened without any prior notice or permission. The university maintains that the Students' Welfare Dean requested the organisers to stop the screening of this particular documentary, but the organisers did not accede to the request. Now saying that there was a violation of the existing norms, and the Hyderabad University has asked for the report on this particular event to be taken up and further action to be taken in this particular case. Now this of course comes right after what we just discussed happened in Kerala. We're learning that Student Federation of India had in fact screened the documentary there in Kerala, and all the way in Hyderabad we're talking about the a screening that allegedly took place, after which Hyderabad University has said the screening took place without any prior permission or notice, and now they're saying that action will be taken, and they've directed that action should be taken. I have my colleague Madhu joining us on the broadcast. Madhu, take us through the latest in the Hyderabad campus documentary war, where now we're seeing Hyderabad University has come out with a statement. Take us through this.
See, well, the University of Hyderabad has sought a report from its official after a student group screened BBC documentary India, the Modi questions on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the 2002 Gujarat riots. And the university registrar Devesh Nigam in a statement said that the students group, which calls itself Fraternity Movement, screened BBC documentary and at the shopping complex in the North Campus of the university without taking proper permission, despite being told to stop the screening. The organizers continued to play the controversial documentary, which has called a propaganda piece that lacks objectivity and reflects a colonial mindset. India had also blocked the documentary from being shared, and university campus on university administration on receiving the information, the security team along with the dean, students welfare rushed to the venue and requested the organizer to stop screening of the documentary. However, the organizer did not accede to the request and continued the screening of the documentary. And in the presence of the students, the registrar said the statement that Mr. Nigam, the university dean mentioned that several students who have violated the university norms and norms, by not taking the permission before the screening of the documentary. He said, this is a very untold incident and which happened in the campus, and action will be taken against those. Well, interestingly, in this incident, there are two groups that are being fighting with each other in this controversy. One is ABP on one side, and on the other side there is Students Union Federation, who claims that while Kashmir files can be screened, when accidental Prime Minister movie on former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh can be screened, why not India? The Modi questions, the BBC documentary should be screened. On the other side, ABP claims that this is an anti-national movie which is being screened and is being watched. Those who watch this movie are anti-national, is what the ABP claims. But as of now, the investigation is on by the university administrators, and also as far as the Gachibowli police station complaint is concerned, no complaint has been given by the students union or the administration from the university's administration. So police has clearly denied the fact that there was any screening or there was any written complaint given to the police. So police has totally stepped out of this investigation, as the university has taken up the investigation. Well, we have also asked the dean of the university as into when the complaint will be registered in the police station. He clearly mentioned that after the investigation within the campus is completed, then the police might be stepping in.
Right, Madhu, thank you for bringing us those details on this particular story. Now, ahead of Republic Day celebrations, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is now addressing at Chhatrasal Stadium in a government event. Let's listen.
पहला, दिल्ली देश का स्टार्टअप कैपिटल बन चुका है। सबसे ज्यादा स्टार्टअप अब पूरे देश में दिल्ली में शुरू हो रहे हैं। पिछले साल 5000 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स दिल्ली के अंदर हुए। पहले बेंगलोर देश का नंबर 1 स्टार्टअप कैपिटल था, अब बेंगलोर हमसे पीछे चला गया। पिछले साल दिल्ली में 5000 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए, बेंगलोर में 4514 स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए। दिल्ली देश की ईवी कैपिटल बन चुका है। इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, सबसे ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स पूरे देश में आज दिल्ली में बिक रहे हैं। पहले कर्नाटका ईवी कैपिटल था, अब कर्नाटका नंबर 2 आ चुका है, दिल्ली नंबर 1 बन चुका है। जितने भी व्हीकल्स खरीदे जाते हैं दिल्ली में 10.2% दिल्ली में जो नए व्हीकल्स खरीदे जाते हैं वो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स खरीदे जाते हैं, और कर्नाटका में 6.3% व्हीकल्स इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स खरीदे जाते हैं। दिल्ली देश का ग्रीन कैपिटल, मेगा सिटीज के अंदर ग्रीन कैपिटल बन चुका है। जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, दिल्ली में आज प्रति व्यक्ति पर कैपिटा 9.6 स्क्वायर मीटर एरिया में पेड़ या वन हैं। प्रति व्यक्ति 9.6 स्क्वायर मीटर एरिया में पेड़ हैं या वन हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। हैदराबाद में 8.2 हैं, बेंगलोर में 7.2 हैं, मुंबई में 5.4 है, चेन्नई में 2.1 है, अहमदाबाद में 1.2 है। पूरे देश में बड़े शहरों में सबसे ज्यादा पेड़ और सबसे ज्यादा वन दिल्ली के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा डेंसिटी है। दिल्ली देश की एजुकेशन कैपिटल बन चुका है। कुछ स्वतंत्र संस्थाओं ने सर्वे करवाया था देश के सारे सरकारी स्कूलों का। पूरे देश में जो टॉप के 10 सरकारी स्कूल हैं, पूरे देश में टॉप के 10 सरकारी स्कूलों में 5 सरकारी स्कूल दिल्ली के हैं। टॉप के 10 में 5 सरकारी स्कूल दिल्ली के हैं। बहुत बड़ी बात है, देशवासियों के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है। आज आपकी सरकार अपने पूरे बजट का 25% हर साल, पिछले 8 साल से हर साल 25% शिक्षा पे खर्च करती है। पूरे देश में शिक्षा पे खर्च होने वाला ये सबसे ज्यादा बजट है। कोई राज्य सरकार, केंद्र सरकार इतना बजट शिक्षा पे खर्च नहीं करती है। पिछले 7 सालों के अंदर दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों में एडमिशन लेने वाले बच्चों की संख्या बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गई। 21% बढ़ोतरी हुई है गवर्नमेंट एनरोलमेंट में, गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों के। हमारी सरकार बनने के पहले 14.5 लाख बच्चे पढ़ते थे सरकारी स्कूलों में, आज 18 लाख बच्चे सरकारी स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों को जानता हूं जो अपने बच्चों का नाम प्राइवेट स्कूलों से कटा कटा के सरकारी स्कूलों में भर्ती करा रहे हैं। चमत्कार है, ये अद्भुत चमत्कार है। पहले दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के नतीजे जो आते थे 80-82% बच्चे ही पास होते थे। पिछले साल 99.7% बच्चे पास हुए हैं। 99.7% बच्चे। प्राइवेट स्कूलों से 6% ज्यादा बेहतर नतीजे आए हैं दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों में। हमारी दिल्ली देश का हेल्थ कैपिटल बन चुकी है। सबसे ज्यादा डॉक्टर आज दिल्ली के अंदर हैं। केवल अपने देश के अंदर नहीं, दुनिया में भी सबसे ज्यादा डॉक्टर आज दिल्ली के अंदर हैं। दिल्ली में 1000 लोगों पे 3 डॉक्टर हैं। ये अमेरिका से ज्यादा है, इंग्लैंड से भी ज्यादा है, कनाडा से भी ज्यादा है, जापान से भी ज्यादा है। वहां पे 2.5 के नीचे नीचे हमारे 3 से ज्यादा डॉक्टर है प्रति 1000। हमने बड़े बड़े देशों को, दिल्ली के लोगों ने बड़े बड़े देशों को भी पीछे छोड़ दिया। आज पूरी दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा सीसीटीवी कैमरे दिल्ली के अंदर लगे हैं, सबसे ज्यादा। पिछले कुछ सालों में आपकी सरकार ने 2.5 लाख सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगवाए थे। आज दिल्ली में पर स्क्वायर माइल, प्रति स्क्वायर माइल 1826 सीसीटीवी कैमरे हैं। ये लंदन से ज्यादा है, सिंगापुर से ज्यादा है, पेरिस से ज्यादा है, न्यूयॉर्क से ज्यादा है, वॉशिंगटन से ज्यादा है। बड़े बड़े देशों को पीछे छोड़ दिया आपकी दिल्ली में। जब मैं छोटा बच्चा था, एक पिक्चर आई थी उन दिनों में, उसमें एक गाना था, इसको हराया तो क्या किया, उसको हराया तो क्या किया, दारा सिंह को हराओ तो जाने। मतलब कि ऐरे गैरों को हराने से क्या फायदा, बड़े बड़ों को हराओ तो जाने। आज आपकी दिल्ली अमेरिका को पीछे छोड़ रही है, लंदन को पीछे छोड़ रही है, सिंगापुर को पीछे छोड़ रही है, न्यूयॉर्क को पीछे छोड़ रही है, वॉशिंगटन, बड़े बड़े देशों को पीछे छोड़ती जा रही है आपकी दिल्ली। भगवान करे हमारी दिल्ली ऐसे ही तरक्की करती रहे, हमारा देश तरक्की करे और हम सब 130 करोड़ भारतवासी मिलके एक साथ अपने देश को आगे ले जाएं। एक बार फिर से आप सब लोगों को गणतंत्र दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई। भारत माता की।
आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब, मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर
सबका इलाज होगा, कोई ना रहे बेइलाज।
2 कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े, 2 कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े। बढ़ा हुआ है हौसला और पूरे होंगे ख्वाब, आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब।
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फायदा ले चुके हैं और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Marti Krishna. Let's make a start with the top headlines. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, is in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi has extended a warm welcome and has termed the visit historical. Stones were pelted during a showdown between JNUSU and ABVP over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. Ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath Highway in Chamoli district of Joshimath. Rescue operations are underway after residential building collapses in Wazir Hassanganj area and Lucknow. 14 individuals have been rescued so far. Former United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has claimed that India and Pakistan came close to a nuclear war after the Pulwama terror attack. The United States has confronted China's government with evidence that suggests some Chinese state-owned companies may be providing assistance for Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. Those were the top headlines. We have some breaking news coming in. Jacqueline Fernandez seeks permission to travel to Dubai from the 27th to 31st of January to attend the PepsiCo India conference in Dubai. Jacqueline Fernandez has withdrawn her earlier application seeking to travel abroad for work commitment, and she has moved a fresh application seeking to travel to Dubai from the 27th of 30th this month. Jacqueline wants to travel to Dubai to attend the PepsiCo India conference at Dubai, where she has been invited for this event. The ED has sought time to file a reply for this particular application. The hearing will be slated for 27th of January. Now, Jacqueline wants to travel to Dubai for the PepsiCo event. She's filed an application requesting to travel abroad to Dubai, in fact, for 27th to 31st of this month. Earlier, she had also applied for a permission to travel abroad for work commitments, but she's withdrawn that application, and now she's applied freshly for travel permission from the 27th to the 31st, and the hearing will be on 27th. I have my colleague Ashish joining us on the broadcast. Ashish, now take us through Jacqueline's fresh application in the court seeking to travel abroad, in fact to Dubai, for the PepsiCo event.
Yeah, of course, Jacqueline Fernandez has filed a fresh application before the Delhi Patiala House Court and seeking to travel to Dubai from 27th of Jan to 30th of Jan. And Jacqueline wants to travel to Dubai to attend a Indian conference at Dubai. Remember that earlier when the Jacqueline had moved an application before the Delhi Patiala House Court seeking to travel to Bahrain. In that time, the Patiala House Court refused to give her any relief. But now this time the ED has shorter time to file reply. The hearing will take place on 27th of January.
Right, Ashish. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. We have some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi lays wreath at Rajghat. These are the visuals coming in of this particular event. There you see President of Egypt laying wreath, paying tribute at Rajghat. This is, of course, the live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi and LCC meeting. This is, of course, the bilateral that they're going to be holding. Earlier, he did lay wreath and pay tribute at Rajghat. Now we're seeing the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and LCC. The bilateral is going to be held between both leaders. They're going to discuss several important issues, trade, counter-terrorism being one of the key issues that are going to be discussed according to the information we have. I have my colleague Mahima joining us on the broadcast. Mahima, now take us through what we can expect from this bilateral meeting being held between Prime Minister Modi and LCC.
Well, firstly, like you correctly pointed out, President of Egypt, Sisi, laid wreath at Rajghat. But what is also to be noted that President Sisi arrived New Delhi yesterday on a 3-day visit to India, and President.
Right, we'll try and get my colleague back in the broadcast. There seems to be a connection issue there. But of course, what we're talking about is Prime Minister Modi and LCC's meeting, a bilateral being held by both leaders. They're going to be talking about counter-terrorism and trade as one of the major issues that are going to be discussed. So this is the first time that Egyptian president is visiting India on an official capacity. I think my colleague Mahima is back with us. Mahima, now take us through the agenda of this particular bilateral that's going to be held, one with Prime Minister Modi and with External Affairs Minister, according to the information we have. Right, we'll try and get my colleague back on the broadcast, but of course this is the latest information that we have on the broadcast at this point. Live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi and LCC meeting. Of course, earlier he did pay tribute at Rajghat, and he did speak as well just a while ago, talking and thanking Indian delegates for being in India, and saying that he looks forward to cooperating with India. We of course learnt that according to the information we have, that several MOUs are going to be signed as well. Mahima, if you're back with us, do take us through these MOUs that are expected to be signed after the bilaterals with Prime Minister Modi and LCC.
Well, Aarti, like you correctly pointed out, a bilateral meeting and delegation level talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on bilateral, regional and global issues that is to be noted of the mutual interest. Also, the both sides will sign several MOUs and discuss taking ties forward on strategic issues, defense, trade, agriculture and renewable energy. The visiting dignitaries will also interact with the Indian business community at the event during their visit, and also India and Egypt are celebrating the 75 years of establishment of the diplomatic relations this year. Mr. Sisi, who visited India twice before, has also been invited as a guest countries during India's presidency of G20 in 2022-23. The invitation to Mr. Sisi is also being seen as a part of government's push to engage Global South and as a rekindling of principles and non-alignment that have come back to fore after the Russian war in the Ukraine. So a lot of MOUs that is going to be discussed and signed, and a lot of ties majorly onto the strategic issues, the defense issues, the trade issues, the agriculture issues, and as well as onto the renewable energy. Aarti, what is majorly important is that the invitation of Mr. Sisi has also been seen as a part of government's push to engage the Global South, rekindling of the principle of non-alignment that has come back to fore after Russia war in Ukraine. So that is what the meeting is going to be held all about. It is about the MOUs and a lot of discussion, bilateral discussion that is going to take place with Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Aarti.
Right, Mahima, in terms of the itinerary today, take us through that. Do we have clarity on when these bilaterals are going to be held with the External Affairs Minister? We're, of course, learning that Modi and LCC are meeting at this point. We've gotten visuals of that. That's, of course, a brief meeting. Is the bilateral now taking place? And when will the bilateral with the External Affairs Minister take place?
Talking about the itinerary, RT, President Sisi was accorded a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan today, and the Egyptian president, like you also correctly pointed out, laid a rest at Rajghat, and President Draupadi Murmu will host a state banquet in the honor of visiting the dignitaries in the evening, and 12:40 somewhere tentatively will be the time where all the MOUs will be discussed. So 12:40 is the given time at the Hyderabad house where President Draupadi Murmu will also be present there, and there will be a lot of discussion onto the MOUs on the strategic issues, defense, trade, agriculture, renewable energy. So not to also forget, Aarti, that he is the chief guest on the India's 74th Republic Day. But also alongside, there will be MOUs that will be discussed. There will be a lot of bilateral discussion with the Prime Minister of our country, and the MOUs and the ties will be then signed. Yes.
Right, Mahima, thank you for joining us and bringing us those latest on this particular development. I'm also being joined by Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar on the broadcast. Thank you for joining us, sir. We're seeing that this is the first time that the Egyptian president is visiting India on an official capacity. Several MOUs are going to be signed. We're learning that the key focus areas are going to be counter-terrorism and trade. How do you see the ties of India and Egypt moving forward, especially in these respects?
Yeah, President Sisi has been in position since 2014. So I think it is both in terms of the duration that both Prime Minister Modi and President Sisi have been in position. And President Sisi has visited India on two earlier occasions, I think. One in 2015 when it was the Africa Forum that had been organized in which all the 54 countries of Africa had been invited. So President Sisi was also a part of that, and I think in 2016 he'd also come to India for a state visit. But this is the first time that Egypt has been invited as the chief guest to our Republic Day celebrations. Although our relations with Egypt have been strong and have been multifaceted, but this is the first time that the Egyptian leader, any leader from Egypt, is coming as the chief guest. So this is a significant development. President Sisi has been in position. It's for the last 8-9 years, so he is well established. And I think it gives a great opportunity to both the countries. As you mentioned, terrorism is one area that is definitely going to be an issue under discussion. Also, economic cooperation. I think it needs to be recognized that Egypt is one of the countries that India has invited for the as one of the G20 plus countries for the G20 summit. So all meetings that are taking place in India, Egypt has also been invited, and also the Egyptian president will be one of the participants when India hosts the G20 summit in September. So this is a very important reach out to a very important country in West Asia. It is a large country. It is well endowed with resources. It's an important part of the Arab community. Its geographical location, it's on the tip of the Mediterranean Sea. It joins Europe. So geographically, strategically, economically, politically, it's a very significant partner. And I think it is befitting that he is the chief guest, the first leader from Egypt to be invited as the chief guest at our Republic Day celebrations.
All right, thank you, Ambassador Sajanhar, for joining us and sharing those details on this particular story. We're getting some breaking news coming in from Karnataka. We're learning BHP supporters protest against the release of Shah Rukh Khan's movie Pathaan in Bangalore, and the posters have been burnt. I have my colleague Madhu joining us on the broadcast. Madhu, take us through what's happening in Karnataka at this point. Where's this protest, and what exactly is BHP demanding? Madhu, if you can hear me. All right, we'll try and get my colleague back on the broadcast, but of course the latest details that we have at this point from Karnataka is that VHP is protesting in Bangalore. They're burning protest posters of Pathaan. This of course comes after the VHP and Bajrang Dal both had made statements earlier saying that they were going to step back. They were not going to oppose the release of Pathaan. I have my colleague Abhijit Bhatt in fact joining us on the broadcast. Abhijit, you earlier in fact took us through the VHP's statement saying that they were not going to protest on Pathaan, but now they're staging a protest in Bangalore. Take us through the latest. Right, the latest of course coming in from Bangalore. We'll try and get my colleague back on the broadcast. I think Madhu's back with us. Madhu, take us through what's happening in Bangalore, VHP's protest against Pathaan. All right, we'll try and sort that connection issue there with my colleague. I think if my colleague Abhijit can hear me. Abhijit, are you able to hear me?
Ji.
Yes. So take us through the VHP statement. Earlier, of course, VHP had said that they would be stepping back. They're not going to be protesting. Along with Bajrang Dal, they'd made the statement, but now they're protesting in Bangalore. Take us through the latest of this.
बिल्कुल मैं बता दूं तो जिस तरह से पूरे देश में जब पठान फिल्म का गाना जो रिलीज हुआ था उस टाइम पे जो हंगामा हुआ था और अपोज किया गया था और फिल्म को रिलीज से रोकने जा रहे की भी बात बताई गई थी और चेतावनी भी दी गई थी और धमकी भी दी गई थी। हालांकि जिस तरह से सेंसर बोर्ड ने पठान फिल्म के प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर को इन्फॉर्म किया और उनको सजेशन दिया कि ये फिल्म में इतने सारे सीन्स और गाने में जो जिसको लेके जिस कलर को लेके विवाद हुआ है उसको हटाया जाए और उसकी जगह पे दूसरी चीज लगाई जाए, तो उसको लेके फिल्म प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर ने पूरा फिल्म में जो जहां पर विवाद हुआ था उसको हटा के नए तरीके से पूरा तैयार करके लगाया। तो उसके बाद रिलीज करने की बात आई और रिलीज हुई आज मूवी। तो जिस तरह से गुजरात की बात करूं तो गुजरात में देर रात को VHP ने एक स्टैंड क्लियर कर दिया था और वर्बली इंफॉर्मेशन दिया था मीडिया को कि जिस तरह से पठान फिल्म में गाने के बोल और उसके दीपिका पादुकोण के ड्रेस को लेके जो विवाद था उसके विवाद के बाद अब जब सेंसर बोर्ड ने सजेशन किया था और उसके आधार पर फिल्म प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर ने चेंज कर दिया है, तो जब सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका है और सब कुछ ये जो क्लियर कर दिया है उन लोगों ने और चेंज कर दिया है, तो उसको लेके हम लोग कोई विरोध नहीं करेंगे, प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करेंगे, कोई हंगामा भी नहीं करेंगे, ऐसा वर्बली मीडिया को इन्फॉर्म किया था। हालांकि गुजरात में फिल्म सभी बड़े शहरों में मल्टीप्लेक्सेस में रिलीज हुई है और कोई ऐसा हादसा ना हो, कोई विरोध ना हो, कोई प्रोटेस्ट ना हो, कोई तोड़फोड़ ना हो, इसके लिए सभी मल्टीप्लेक्सेस पे पुलिस बंदोबस्त भी लगाया गया है। खास करके सूरत की बात करें तो सूरत से भी ऐसी खबर आई है कि वहां पर फिल्म की स्क्रीनिंग शांतिपूर्ण एटमॉस्फेयर में चल रही है और कोई भी हादसा नहीं हुआ है, कोई भी प्रोटेस्ट नहीं हुआ है। हालांकि पुलिस जब भी कोई ये फिल्म देखने आता है तो सबकी पूरी जांच पड़ताल करके इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी चेक करके फिर अंदर जाने देते ताकि फिल्म के दौरान कोई किसी प्रकार का हंगामा ना हो, किसी प्रकार का तोड़फोड़ न करे, इसका खास ख्याल रखा गया है। जी,
right. Thank you, Abhijit, for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. We'll continue tracking it as and when it develops. For now, shifting our focus to the BBC documentary that's been screened in campuses, first Hyderabad, then Delhi, and then we're also seeing that it's happened in Kerala by SFI. But of course, now my colleague Madhu has spoken to a person, one of the student federation representatives there from Hyderabad. Let's in fact listen into this conversation.
On Saturday, the HCU students have in fact, screened a documentary which was banned by the Indian government. India, the Modi questions is what the documentary was named, and first part of the documentary was screened on Saturday by the Students' Union. I am now here joined with the Students' Union President Abhishek. Let's try and ask him, sir, how was the documentary? अगर आपने देखी है documentary तो कैसी थी वो?
डॉक्यूमेंट्री में कुछ सवाल थे उसको देखा और पहले से भी हम लोग पढ़ रहे हैं और जानते हैं कि क्या हुआ था गुजरात में 2002 में, तो दिखा।
सर, ये कंट्रोवर्सी हो रही है, बैन लगाया है डॉक्यूमेंट्री पे, उसके बावजूद यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन ने स्क्रीनिंग की थी एबीवीपी का।
स्टूडेंट यूनियन ने स्क्रीनिंग नहीं की है, दूसरे लोगों ने यहाँ पे स्क्रीनिंग की है और बैन कहाँ हुआ है? बैन तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कहीं बैन हुआ है ये मूवी। कहीं कोई आपके पास है क्या कोई ऑर्डर कॉपी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का कि बैन है?
दूसरे मूवीज वगैरह भी यहाँ पे स्क्रीन हुए थे क्या? कश्मीर फाइल्स जैसे एक्सीडेंटल प्राइम मिनिस्टर?
हाँ बिल्कुल हुए थे। एबीपी ने दिखाया था कश्मीरी फाइल, तब तो कुछ नहीं हुआ था, तब तो कंप्लेंट नहीं हुआ था। तो दिक्कत क्या है? और बैन कहाँ है? ये तो बैन बिल्कुल नहीं है मूवी।
डॉक्यूमेंट्री में क्या देखा आपने जब देखी डॉक्यूमेंट्री? क्या कौन सा वाकया कैसा था वो?
मैं आपको दे दूंगा, मेरे पास है, आप खुद देख लीजिए। हम तो कहते हैं कि आप लोगों को देखना चाहिए, मेरे पास है लैपटॉप में और आप देख सकते हैं।
बट सर ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री गवर्नमेंट ने जैसे सोशल मीडिया से वगैरह से हटा दिए, उसके बावजूद आपके हाथ आई, उसके ऊपर भी कई सारी कंट्रोवर्सी हो रही है, कैसे हाथ लगी छात्रों के, तो इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे?
इंटरनेट पे है और इंटरनेट से लोगों को मिला मूवी।
सर ये अभी जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री दूसरा पार्ट आ रही है, क्या वो भी आप देखेंगे?
बिल्कुल, अगर कोई भी मूवी, अगर मेरा मन करता है कि हम मूवी देखें तो मूवी देखें, जब तक कि वो कानूनी रूप से अवैध न घोषित कर दिया जाए इंडिया में। और अगर कानूनी रूप से अवैध भी किया जाए तो उसके लिए भी कोर्ट में स्पेस है कि हम कानूनी लड़ाई लड़ के देख सकते हैं। इसमें दिक्कत क्या है?
सर बट यहाँ पे तो एबीपी का कहना है कि ये जो एंटी नेशनल कह रही है इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री को और नहीं देखनी चाहिए, बैन लगाएंगे, धरना देंगे, ऐसे करके बोल रहे हैं।
आपको क्या लगता है? मैं तो भारत का हूँ, आपको क्या लगता है कि मैं किसी दूसरे देश का हूँ? यूरोप से तो मैं नहीं आया हूँ, अमेरिकी महादेश से तो नहीं आया हूँ, अफ्रीका का महादेश का तो बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, और जापान, चाइना, भूटान से तो नहीं आया हूँ। यहीं का हूँ, तेलंगाना में रह रहा हूँ 10 साल से, गाँव बिहार है मेरा, मैं तो इस देश का वासी हूँ। तो क्या मैं एंटी नेशनल आपको लगता हूँ? अगर कोई मूवी देख लेने से कोई क्या देशद्रोही हो जाएगा? जो एबीपी कौन है ये बोलने वाला? यहाँ पे इस कैंपस में लगभग 10 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो कि यहाँ पे काम कर रहा है, पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है, बच्चों के वेलफेयर के लिए काम कर रहा है। उसमें एक अकेले एबीपी की बात क्यों सुनी जा रही है?
सर आपका नेक्स्ट मतलब प्लान ऑफ एक्शन क्या रहेगा?
प्लान ऑप्शन क्या ही रहेगा? जिस तरीके से अगर डॉक्यूमेंट्री है लोग देखें, मिलजुल के देखें। एबीपी को देखना चाहिए, सोचना चाहिए एबीपी के लोगों को कि क्या हुआ था 2002 में और अभी जो देश का हाल है वो कितना रिलेट करता है 2002 से। और जाहिर सी बात है क्रिटिसिज्म जो है होना चाहिए, कोई क्रिटिसिज्म से ऊपर नहीं है। नरेंद्र मोदी भी क्रिटिसिज्म से ऊपर नहीं है। अगर देश में कोई घटना घटती है, हमारा फेलोशिप नहीं आता है, तो हम बोलेंगे ना कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी हैं, जो मुखिया हैं वो जिम्मेदार हैं। अभी एमएनएफ को खत्म कर दिया गया फेलोशिप, तो हम बोलेंगे ना कि सरकार इसके लिए जिम्मेदार है। जो 2002 में हुआ उसके लिए बोला जा रहा है कि नरेंद्र मोदी उसके जिम्मेदार थे। जिम्मेदार से कहने का मतलब यह है कि आप अगर किसी राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और आपके राज्य में 6 दिन 10 दिन दंगा चल रहा है तो आपकी एक नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बनती है।
So this was Abhishek, who says that the documentary will of course be screened in the University of Hyderabad campus because they find the documentary be up to the mark and there is no legal papers legal paper signed regarding the ban on the documentary. As they also say that if the Supreme Court says that the documentary is should be banned, then they will stop banning and they will delete all the files related to that document, is what Abhishek, the Student Union president, has says. With camera person Vasif, this is Madhu Sharma for NewsX.
बीती रात जेएनयू कैंपस के अंदर बीबीसी की विवादास्पद डॉक्यूमेंट्री की स्क्रीनिंग रखी गई थी और स्क्रीनिंग के दौरान ही जो लेफ्ट विंग है और राइट विंग है उनके बीच झड़प देखने को मिली और मामला यहां तक पहुंच गया, पथराव होने की भी खबर है। पूरे मामले को लेकर
जेएनयू स्टूडेंट्स पुलिस अधिकारी से मिलकर आए, क्या बातें हुई, क्या कंप्लेन दर्ज हुआ, पूछते हैं। आप मिलने गए थे अभी?
हाँ, हम लोग यही आज का जो इंसिडेंट रहा है जिसमें बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को मारपीट मिला है, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स के ऊपर पत्थर मारा गया है, उसी इश्यू को लेके गए थे और उसी के लेके हम लोग कंप्लेंट भी फाइल किया है। हमें ये आश्वासन दिया है कि जल्द से जल्द एक्शन लेंगे और कल हम लोग जो है जेएनयू प्रशासन के साथ भी एक कंप्लेंट जो है वो फाइल करेंगे।
हाँ, ये कितने लोगों को आप लोग पहचानते थे, क्या नाम दिया है किसी का?
हाँ, कुछ स्टूडेंट्स का नाम भी दिया है और बाकी भी स्टूडेंट्स जो है उनको आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
धाराएं कौन कौन सी लगाई गई हैं, क्योंकि कई लोगों को चोट भी लगी है?
अभी तक धाराएं नहीं, एफआईआर में कन्वर्ट नहीं हुआ, कंप्लेंट रजिस्टर हुआ है।
ओके, तो कल फिर आएंगे?
हाँ, फिर कल आएंगे।
क्या इस प्रोग्राम को स्क्रीनिंग करने की फिर से कोशिश करेंगे इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री को?
देखो वो सब पे फिर बात को होगा। देखो आज का जो स्क्रीनिंग था जिसमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बहुत बार बंद करने की कोशिश किया। स्टूडेंट्स अपने अपने फ़ोन्स में, अपने लैपटॉप्स में देखा, और जो उससे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट ये था कि आज का जो स्क्रीनिंग था, जो जिसका भी कॉल आया, उसमें कैंपस के बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स एक साथ आए और ये बोला कि जो हमारे फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन पे जो रोक लगा रहा है वो हम नहीं सहेंगे। इस देश में अभी भी डेमोक्रेसी जिंदा है, वो चाहे हमारा कैंपस में हो या चाहे फिर हमारा देश में, और इसी के लिए हम लोग एक साथ मिलके लड़ेंगे।
कल फिर थाने आएंगे आप?
हाँ, कल इंडिविजुअल कंप्लेंट्स लेके हम लोग आएंगे।
आपका नाम बता दीजिए।
अनगा।
थैंक यू। ये जेएनयू स्टूडेंट जो लोग कंप्लेंट लेकर पसंद कुंज थाने गए थे। मोहम्मद अफसर, इंडिया न्यूज़, दिल्ली। जेएनयू स्टूडेंट्स पुलिस अधिकारी से मिलकर आए, क्या बातें हुई, क्या कंप्लेंट दर्ज हुआ, पूछते हैं। आप मिलने गए थे अभी?
हाँ, हम लोग यही आज का जो इंसिडेंट रहा है जिसमें बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को मारपीट मिला है, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स के ऊपर पत्थर मारा गया है, उसी इश्यू को लेके गए थे और उसी के लेके हम लोग कंप्लेंट भी फाइल किया है। हमें ये आश्वासन दिया है कि जल्द से जल्द एक्शन लेंगे और कल हम
बीबीसी द्वारा बनाई गई प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के ऊपर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री को जेएनयू में दिखाए जाने पर बहुत हंगामा हुआ। स्टूडेंट्स हमारे साथ हैं, उन्हीं से जानते हैं कि आखिर क्या हुआ, क्या करना चाह रहे थे और हंगामा क्यों हुआ। सबसे पहले आपसे, आखिर बवाल क्यों शुरू हुआ आज?
देखिए, पीसफुली एक अरेंजमेंट सेट किया गया था जहाँ पे इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री को सबके सामने दिखाया जाना था। जेएनयूएसयू का कॉल था और शाम से ही अंधेरा होने के बाद से लाइट कट कर दी गई और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से नोटिस भी आया है कि इसको नहीं दिखाया जाए। ठीक।
मैं यहाँ पर मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी।
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी, 2-3 बार।
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat. Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British.
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Aarti Krishnan. Let's make a start with top headlines of the hour. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, is in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi has extended a warm welcome and has termed the visit historical. Stones were pelted during a showdown between JNU, SU and ABVP over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. Ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath highway in Chamoli district. Rescue operations are underway after residential building collapses in Wazir Hassanganj area in Lucknow. 15 individuals have been rescued so far. Former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has claimed that India and Pakistan came close to a nuclear war after the Pulwama terror attack. The United States has confronted China's government with evidence that suggests some Chinese state-owned companies may be providing assistance for Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. Those were the headlines. Our top focus is Mike Pompeo, who was in fact the former Secretary of State in the US, has claimed that he was awakened to speak to his then Indian counterpart, Sushma Swaraj, who told him that Pakistan was preparing for a nuclear war in the wake of Balakot surgical strike in 2019 in February. And he also said that India was preparing its own escalatory response. In his latest book, Never Give an Inch, Fighting for the America I Love, Mike Pompeo details that the incident took place when he was in Hanoi, Vietnam for the US-North Korea summit. Now, Mike Pompeo states, and I quote, after an Islamist terrorist attack in Kashmir, probably enabled in part by Pakistan's lax counter-terror policies, killed 40 Indians, India responded with an airstrike against terrorists inside Pakistan. This development comes days after Digvijaya Singh's controversial remarks on the surgical strikes. We, of course, at this point are learning that the Balakot strike has been discussed with Mike Pompeo, and he has stated this in his book. Let me start with Major Shah, who's joining us on the broadcast. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, sir. We're talking about, in fact, how earlier Digvijaya Singh had demanded proof of the surgical strikes, and now we're seeing that Mike Pompeo has in fact stated very clearly in his book how he and Sushma Swaraj had a conversation, which then shows not only lackadaisical attitude on the side of Pakistan in terms of its counter-terror policies, but also that it was in fact thinking about a nuclear attack on India after Balakot strikes.
Right. The former US Secretary, in fact, he has said that he was working with the ambassador, then the National Security Advisor, John Bolton, and then he was in fact in Vietnam trying to resolve the North Korea and the US crisis. North Korea was misbehaving with their nuclear weapons, and as it is, that wasn't enough. He said now suddenly, and then he said Sushma Swaraj had mentioned to him that on 27th February and 28th February, when we did the Balakot airstrikes, Pakistan would be preparing for their nuclear strikes on India. Well, if that is the case, I think Pakistan, what are they high on? I don't understand. They should be too busy resolving their internal crisis. What are they? Though, of course, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto had once said that, if Pakistan needs to be, the Pakistan need to have grass, they'll eat grass, but they'll have an atomic bomb. They will have that, no doubt. But then Pakistan should be focused on resolving their crisis. That means they don't care about humanity. They don't care about their janta, their awam. All they care about is peeping from a neighbor's window, what they are up to. Mike Pompeo is his concerns should not be taken lightly. He mentioned that in his book. It is alarming, no doubt. At the same time, I do not think Pakistan would be having the guts to actually look at India
to try any strike with India for that matter. They would not. And if at all they do, they are totally self-destructive as it is. They manufacture suicide bombers. They so if going by that logic, because if they go nuclear with India, they'll be the first ones to suffer actually. So, but going by that logic, the very fact that they specialize in suicide bombers, I have dealt with suicide bombers in my service. So I can tell you, they're self-destructive. So unless they are planning a suicide attack on themselves, then they can go ahead and attack India, which they are slightly off their heads actually. I don't know what they are high on. I don't know what they're consuming.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know what substance they are high on actually.
Right, exactly. Talking about whether or not Pakistan's ability to conduct a nuclear strike, or if it was really going to, in fact, seriously considering a nuclear attack on India, that on one side. The fact that Mike Pompeo has mentioned the Balakot strikes, Sanjeev Srivastava, now puts an end to the questions and the controversial remarks about where's the proof for the Balakot strikes. It's not an internal matter. It was not fabricated. It was not made up by a political party clearly at this point, because there are Mike Pompeo is under no political pressure to say things about the Balakot strike, now that he's not even serving in the administration as Secretary of State. Sanjeev Srivastava, your thoughts on this?
Well, Aarti, first of all, the remarks made by a Congress leader about the Balakot airstrikes has been ridiculed by the Congress party leader, Mr. Gandhi. And he has, he is clearly isolated person. That was his personal view, which Congress party is also ridiculing. So his remarks does not have any significance, and I think such remarks will never have any significance. Those who question about the ability and the operations of Indian Army, Indian forces, I think such people must be ridiculed. I absolutely agree on that point with the Congress leader. So in that regard, having said that, let me say about Mike Pompeo's remarks about the Balakot airstrikes, and afterwards the situation which was emerging. Obviously, that was a very critical point where there was a huge, security dilemmas were persisting on the both sides because of the state-sponsored terrorist act by Pakistan in Pulwama. India carried out a strike against terrorism inside Pakistan. In Balakot, we targeted Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters. Right. And I think India will always have that right and that option. If further also in future also, if Pakistan sponsored terrorist act is carried out on India, India has all the options on the table to carry out another strike, maybe a bigger strike on Pakistan. That point must be very clear, because India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is having a policy on terrorism with a zero tolerance approach. We pursue a zero tolerance policy against terrorism. That is precisely what America does. America also has a zero tolerance policy against terrorism. Israel is having zero tolerance policy against terrorism. European countries do have. So to combat terrorism, India will continue to have a zero tolerance policy against terrorism, and I'm sure the United States of America will support. But that was the point when India carried out this anti-terror strike in Pakistan. That was a very critical point. And at that time, India was very much prepared to face any kind of a response from Pakistan, as our Air Force, our Navy, Army, all the forces were on high alert, and we were preparing for any response. So that point was being referred by Mike Pompeo, that then Foreign Minister, Indian External Affairs Minister, Srimati Sushma Swaraj, had words with Mike Pompeo. He was in touch with him, and obviously America was in touch with both the sides. And let me praise here that America certainly played a very significant role at that point of time when they were in touch on the both sides, so that there is no nuclear conflagration on this issue. And that's what precisely the point Mike Pompeo was mentioning.
On that point, Sanjeev Srivastava, let me open Major Shah quickly, sir. Talking about the Congress making statements on the army, this is not the first time. They have been doing politics at the cost of insulting the Jawans. That has happened quite sometimes earlier as well. This time, although Congress has distanced itself from this statement, do you see now Mike Pompeo's statement in his book on the Balakot strikes as a proper answer on the people who've been asking for proof on the Balakot strikes?
Well, I don't think we have to give any answer or any proof to anyone. We don't have to. We are not answerable to anyone for that matter. Our forces did their job and they did it really well. They know the job very well and they did it. They struck Pakistan like really hard. And now whoever wants to say, whoever wants to ask questions, they are real idiots. They are being silly. They are being real idiotic. And now this time, the trouble I will tell you with Congress is, they do self-goals.
Right.
And I'm talking about this with full sympathy for Congress. I'm not trying to be critical of them.
Right.
I'm trying to help them actually. If they do a self-introspection, they realize what I'm trying to say. They do self-goals and then they have people from their party who make a bigger fool of themselves by defending their city stand. So that is the problem. If they understand that they are only becoming a laughing stock and they do not indulge in such kind of self-destructive tendencies, then I think we'll be having a better standing then. But yes, this I would say it was a wise call that Rahul Gandhi distanced himself from the statement of Digvijaya Singh. In fact, so Congress party distanced itself from the statement, and no one should dare to even raise a finger on the integrity of our defense forces, because ultimately it is the defense forces who are going to be defending them, Aarti.
Absolutely. Major Shah and Sanjeev Srivastava, stay with us. Let's now shift our focus to some more news coming in from United Kingdom at this point. We're shifting our focus to some news coming in from Leicester in United Kingdom. The BBC documentary on Gujarat riots has stirred tensions once again in the UK. Extremists responsible for the Birmingham temple attack in September of 2022 are now threatening Hindu diaspora in the United Kingdom. BJP supporters have been threatened through a video which was released on online platforms, is what we're learning at this point. Major Shah, now we've seen the Leicester violence that took place earlier as well. Temples were attacked and Hindu flags were defaced as well. There was a lot of mob violence that took place. Now the same sort of group that was behind that sort of violence earlier is now again threatening Hindu groups there, and this has been irked after, unsurprisingly, a polarizing documentary that has been brought forward by the BBC.
It's very unfortunate that these kind of attacks are taking place, especially on Hindus over there, on their temples over there. It's very, very unfortunate, and I think we should learn to respect all cultures, all religions, all nationalities, internationally, globally. The first thing that should come to anyone's mind, especially outsiders, humanity. In fact, humanity should be the religion that we should follow. We should think that we're all human beings at the end of the day, and we all love listening in peace, live in peace. Now, the very fact that such kind of attacks are taking place, I totally condemn them, and I hope wisdom prevails. I hope good sense prevails, where people do not indulge in violence. Wrongs don't make a right; they make a further wrong. And khoon ke badle mein khoon, it is really wrong. And I mean, when people indulge in violence, any form, it can be a slap, it can be a minor slap, it can be a bomb, it can be anything. I mean, I think it's total futile waste of time. I think anger is something which we, as one of the philosophers rightly has said, anger is something which we actually, which is used, where we punish our own selves for the fault of others.
Right, absolutely. I'm also being joined by Ambassador Sajjanhar at this point. Sir, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're talking about an incident that's happened in the UK. Earlier, we saw violence that erupted between two groups in Leicester, and that was, of course, there were extremists who were behind that violence that erupted. It was violence against Hindu groups. Now we're seeing the same group now threaten Hindus and BJP leaders in the UK, of course. And this has come after the BBC's documentary on the Gujarat riots, which is, of course, picking issues. The second episode of the documentary also has released, which of course picks issues that are again religiously polarizing.
No, you're right. I think this is exactly what was expected, that it is going to incite violence. This documentary, the so-called documentary, is going to incite violence. It is again raking up issues that have been settled over the last 20 years. They have been undergone rigorous discussion, examination, investigation, and hearings in different courts and different fora. And what the BBC, this production has brought out, there's nothing new. it has just, got a report from the British Foreign Office. How did it manage to get this secret confidential document from the British Foreign Office? I think that is something also that needs to be investigated. Why is it being done at this time when, we have 9 elections, state elections going to take place in India, general elections going to take place next year. So I think it raises many questions. And that was the reason exactly why India decided to block this content on YouTube, because it has the potential of creating law and order issues for the government. So I think government is fully within its right, because its first responsibility is to ensure that there is peace and there is security amongst the citizens and amongst the people. And this is what we see which is happening in the United Kingdom, because it is similar elements which had taken action against the Hindu community. So even within the diaspora in Britain, maybe in other countries, but definitely in India also, potential. We have seen how these perpetrated, these mischievous misreporting comments on some other issues in very recent past had also led to this. So I think everyone, including the government security agencies, need to be on their guard.
Absolutely. Ambassador Sajjanha, stay with us. Let's in fact talk about another aspect of the BBC documentary. The Indian diaspora in the United Kingdom will hold a protest against the documentary on the 29th of January. The BBC documentary, which was the Modi question, has evoked strong reactions across India as well as world over, claiming that they've been insulted by the British Broadcasting Corporation on Prime Minister Modi. The diaspora in UK will be holding a second protest against the BJP in 3 months, against the BBC, I beg your pardon, in 3 months. The earlier one was related to the BBC's coverage of the lies to violence. This is the second protest they're going to be holding. Firstly, of course, they protested against the lies to violence, and now again they're saying that they're going to be protesting as they oppose what's been showed in the documentary. Sanjeev Srivastav, now earlier as well we discussed the fact that yes, there is a bias against India, yes, there is a bias against Prime Minister Modi coming from BBC, but the bigger question here is the fact that it's spreading hate, it's spreading religious it's polarizing groups based on religion, and the fact that it is the effect of this is playing out so quickly in Leicester. We're seeing again threats to Hindu community, and now Indian diaspora themselves feeling threatened, not feeling safe. This is what the BBC's documentary has caused, sir.
Absolutely, and as Ambassador Sajjanha sir has very rightly pointed out, and very precise remarks he made, that why such documentaries are dangerous. Because these documentaries could be exploited by anti-India elements, those who are conspiring against India from wherever. I think they can exploit it, and they can use it for their own vested interest, for own propaganda, lies, etc. And that is why, and it could create communal tension between Hindu and Muslims, and that is precisely what they are trying to do, these conspirators. So there is a big danger lies here, that this kind of propaganda, this kind of lies could be exploited by anti-India elements, and that is why Indian community in Britain, they are appalled. They are very concerned about the safety and security of their own also, and also they are very much sad to see that anti-India activities and the image of India is being targeted. The world leader who has done enormously for the international community, who is doing enormously for this building of this nation, their motherland, India, is being targeted. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is the particular target of this entire drama which is being done by BBC. And the kind of statements came out that they want to probe and see and examine Prime Minister Modi's politics, etc. These are condemnable words.
Right.
Such
On that
words
point,
show their real
on that
intention.
point, Sanjeev Srivastava, interesting point that you brought out. The fact that we were discussing this earlier as well. The fact that they're questioning Prime Minister Modi's administration is fine. The fact that they're bringing out constructive criticism is okay. But why are they picking these topics is what we were asking in the first place. The fact that they've picked topics that are religiously polarizing and they've showcased it in a way that is not objective, that is putting out bias, is the main issue. I have Ambassador Sajjan Bahar still with us. Ambassador Sajjan Bahar, what are the questions we should be asking the BBC to answer and the UK as well? You did mention one fact about the documents. How did they obtain it? How are they allowed to conduct their investigation in India in the first place? And the second episode that they claim is again factual. What are the questions we should be asking about this? All the topics they've picked are religiously polarizing, and we're seeing how that's playing out internationally as well.
Yeah, I think the first question, meaning you have listed a couple of questions, and the first question really that needs to be answered is why this timing? The content appears to be very, very sinister, and in terms of the judgment that they are giving, they are leaving nothing to doubt. All the anti-Modi baiters, those that have been claiming that Prime Minister Modi, when he was the chief minister, was in some way responsible. All these allegations have been trashed, have been dumped, have been proven to be not hold any substance. The Supreme Court has gone even to the extent of saying that many of them are fabricated evidence, and there are individuals who were trying to put Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister Modi at that time, make him the villain, and that is why they were trying to forge evidence to the effect. Now, the BBC has taken no cognizance of any of this. It has regurgitated all the allegations that have been made by the others, and it has come out as a holier-than-thou pronouncement saying that Mr. Modi was personally responsible for all these acts of omission and commission. So who has given it the right? I think it is also the sanity and the wisdom of the Indian people that they should not fall prey to such machinations. I think the British government also really needs to come out much more strongly against the BBC, because it is not only the potential of violence in India, but what we can see even as far as the United Kingdom is concerned. And it is the responsibility of the British government to see that law and order is maintained and there is no violence in their own country. And this is what the BBC documentaries are being used to foment in the United Kingdom itself.
Right. Thank you, Ambassador Sajjan Bahar, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on that. Of course, we did see Rishi Sunak had shot down a Pakistan origin MP earlier who had raised the question of the documentary. But of course, the fact remains that this is also an attempt to malign the India-UK ties. We'll continue discussing the story as it develops. For now, we shift our focus to Pakistan. As Pakistan's economic crisis deepens, a viral video has now surfaced in which Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif can be heard narrating poetry to motivate people amid a rise in prices. The rhyme narrated by Sharif is reportedly taught in every school of Pakistan to nursery students. Now, of course, this is the video that's playing with a text overlay where you can see exactly what he's saying. It's poetry that he's reciting. Let me rope in Sanjeev Srivastava on this particular story. Before that, let's quickly listen in to what exactly Shehbaz is saying.
Low and debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When the spirits are low and the debts are high, when the spirits are low and the debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When care is pulling you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't do quick, but don't do quick, but don't do quick. The debts are low and debts are high.
Right, that is Shehbaz Sharif. Major Shah, yes, you have a point. Firstly, this is Just to put it into context for our viewers, Major Shah, I'll drop you in a second. This is during an economic crisis, no power, no fuel, no food in Pakistan, and Shehbaz Sharif believes that this rhyme is going to solve their problems. Major Shah.
Aarti, I think Shehbaz Sharif really needs to take some speaking lessons from a speaker like you, who is very impressive, firstly. Secondly, he is mispronouncing everything. If he is indulging into anything, he should be good in that. I would like to if you permit me just for a minute, I would like to do the same thing for him. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high and you want to smile but have to sigh, when care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Life is queer with its twists and turns, and all of us sometimes learn. And many a person turns about when he might have won, had he stuck it out. So don't quit. Though the pace seems slow, you may win with another blow. Often a struggler has given up when he might have captured the victor's cup. And he learned too late when the night came down, how close he was with the golden crown. And you never can tell how close you are. It might be near when it seems afar.
Right.
So the fight with your heart.
Exactly, this exactly proves that he thinks the rhyme is going to solve the problem, but he can't even say the rhyme right, Sanjeev Srivastava. This is what we're seeing the Pakistan politicians do. Even if they engage in meaningless politics, it would be less embarrassing than what Shehbaz is doing.
Well, this is just yet another attempt to cover up the misery and the pains which the people of Pakistan is facing. When the people are starving, people are dying, people have no power, people have no jobs, they don't have any basic immunity properly. At this point of time, when the people are crying, weeping, this person is telling poems or poems to the world, and it is just another attempt to cover up the misery the people of Pakistan is facing. I think these, rulers of Pakistan, they cannot excuse themselves by expressing such sweet words.
Absolutely.
I think what is important here is that they have to just take, proper lessons from the kind of failures which Pakistan is having.
Right. It turns, absolutely, sir, absolutely. It turns the misery, like you said, of the Pakistani people into a joke. And that's what's happening in Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we shift our focus by getting some breaking news coming in. We're learning that Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi holds a bilateral with Prime Minister Modi. Of course, we saw them earlier meet. He was received by the President and Prime Minister earlier. Bilateral talks are being held with Prime Minister Modi. We're learning counter-terrorism is going to be discussed, trade is going to be discussed. Those are the major key focuses of this particular meeting. We're also learning that key MOUs are also going to be signed between Egypt and India. And it's yet to be seen what exactly the focus of those MOUs are. One of them is going to be counter-terrorism. Egypt has worked quite a bit for counter-terrorism. I'm being joined, in fact, I have Sanjeev Srivastava with me on the broadcast. Sanjeev Srivastava, we're seeing how Egypt and Indian ties are being boosted. First of all, counter-terrorism and trade are going to be discussed in this bilateral. We're seeing that bilateral is happening with Prime Minister Modi. What do you expect to come out of this?
I think it's a very significant relationship, India-Egypt partnership, strategic partnership. And there's some key areas where there could be more developments is defense, agriculture, and issues, as you just mentioned, about our collaboration on terrorism, and also economic related issues will be discussed. I am sure that this, with the leadership, with this visit, India-Egypt partnership is going to grow. I think India is eyeing the defense market, the defense exports to Egypt, and Egypt is looking for various collaboration in the field of agriculture. I think our two countries have been collaborating very well during the corona pandemic time. Before that also, Prime Minister Modi visited Egypt in 2015. That time relationship got strengthened. So I'm sure that this relationship will be further enhanced after this visit.
Absolutely. I've also been joined by my colleague Mahima to give us some minute details on what exactly was discussed. Mahima, do we have information on the agenda of this bilateral? We already know counter-terrorism and trade was discussed, but what else was discussed in this particular meeting?
Well, the bilateral meeting and the delegation level talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on bilateral, regional and global issues on the mutual interest. And also, Aarti, what is to be noted that the sides are going to sign the MOUs and discuss taking ties forwards on the strategic issue, defense, trade, agriculture and renewable energy. The visiting of the dignitaries will also interact with the Indian business community, which is marked to be the most important here. And India and Egypt are celebrating the 75 years of establishment of the diplomatic relation this year. So these are all the pointers that is to be noted, that the MOUs are going to be onto the strategic, defense, trade, agriculture and renewable energy. And also the invitation to Mr. Sisi is also being seen as a part of government's push to engage the global south as rekindling of the principle of non-alignment that has, I would say, that have come back to fore after the Russia-Ukraine war. So these are all the pointers, Aarti.
Okay, Mahima, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Thank you, Sanjeev Srivastav and Major Shah, for joining us on these international developments. For now, we take a short break.
मैं यहाँ पर मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी।
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी,
2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका हूँ।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the 6th edition of the Pariksha Pe Charcha on 27th January 2023. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan today announced the details of the program. 38 lakh registrations have been received for the event and 102 students have been invited from across India to participate in the program. Prime Minister Modi has been an inspiration for the children and youth of India and has undertaken multiple initiatives for them. The Prime Minister has also authored a book called Exam Warrior to help children cope with the stress of examinations. What is it that we can do more in our country? We take this conversation forward with several educators who will be joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Jyoti Gupta, Director of DPS, Professor Ashok Pandey, he's from Alcon International School, Prashant Goyal from DPS Noida Parents Association, and also with us is Ayush Nambiar. He's a student of Modern School in the National Capital. Before we begin this conversation with our special panelists, let's quickly listen in to Dharmendra Pradhan.
जब प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं आते हैं, फोकस करने की पहले खुद को डी फोकस करो, ऐसे छोटे नुक्स पीएम से जब वो सुनते हैं और स्पॉन्टेनियस उनके मन में जो बात आता है पीएम उसका उत्तर देते हैं, यह अपने आप में एक इंस्टीट्यूशन बन चुका है। इसकी पूर्व तैयारी में पिछले नवंबर 25 से शुरू होके 30 दिसंबर तक माईगॉव पोर्टल में क्रिएटिव राइटिंग की कंपटीशन आयोजन किया गया। 9 से 12 स्टैंडर्ड की स्टूडेंट उसमें से भाग लिए
All right, so that was the Education Minister, and of course there are several activities here. If you go to mygov.in and you search for Pariksha Pe Charcha 2023, you'll be able to find a page that tells you about all the activities that there are, not just for students but also for teachers, educators, principals, etc. Let me begin this conversation with Dr. Jyoti Gupta, if I can. Dr. Gupta, how crucial are these sort of exercises, and especially what is the impact that it has had, this Pariksha Pe Charcha platform over the past few years? Dr. Gupta, can you hear me? All right, I believe, let me take that question with Professor Ashok Pandey from Alcorn International School, if I can. Professor Pandey, if you can hear me, sir, same question to you. I'm sure over the past few years, all of you in schools have tried to gauge the impact of Pariksha Pe Charcha as an activity, as an exercise, annual exercise, where the Prime Minister directly interacts with several students. What has been the impact so far? Okay, we will try to fix quickly that connection there with our guests on this particular broadcast. But viewers, as I was explaining, that the new edition, rather the 6th edition of the Pariksha Pe Charcha will be held on the 27th of January 2023 this year. All information regarding the same is available on the mygov.in website, where if you just search for Pariksha Pe Charcha 2023, you will be taken to a page that explains everything that students, teachers, principals and other educators can participate in. And of course, the highlight is the fact that the Prime Minister at the end will be speaking to several students, taking questions from them directly. Professor Ashok Pandey, can you hear me, sir? Yes, sir. My question to you, this is the 6th edition, sir, of Pariksha Pe Charcha. Yes. Over the past 5 years, what, as per you, has been the impact of this sort of an activity on this scale, where the Prime Minister himself takes out the time, for a day to actually sit and engage with these young minds of India?
Absolutely. So what I have seen since I have been following it, I've been participating in discussions, and my students have also participated. And what Doordarshan is bringing out for the past 2-3 days, it all suggests only to one point, that is, students have developed a very strong acceptability to examination as one of the events, as against the event which used to, invoke fear and scare. So I think this is one very great achievement of the Honorable Prime Minister, that he has been able to single-handedly remove the fear of examination from the minds of the young students. So this is number one. Number two, students alongside this, having an opportunity to talk to the country's Prime Minister, it gives them tremendous confidence and optimism. This is the second thing. And third thing, in my opinion, is the Prime Minister also uses this opportunity to convey a lot of other things to the students. So what is the purpose of education, what they ought to do for future preparedness, to bring in the country's pride to them. Particularly this year, you will find a lot of new things will come as we have entered Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So Prime Minister will talk about country's achievements. Prime Minister will talk about your duties and responsibilities. So I think it is a fully packaged student development plan by the Prime Minister as a master class, in my opinion.
Right. Let me bring in Ayush Nambiar as well. He's a student. Ayush, what exactly are you looking forward to as far as this year's Pariksha Pe Charcha is concerned?
So I think Pariksha Pe Charcha has been an annual event that has, as Sir said, as Mr. Ashok Pandey Sir said, that it brings immense confidence amongst the students, and I feel that is very true. I have never had the opportunity to be there myself. If I was, I would have been pumped. I would have been super confident, and even when I see the videos, it brings immense confidence. But there's one thing. I think Prime Minister had launched a book very recently, and the book itself is talking about how to be how to be stress-free. And, when you see a leader like the Prime Minister, a global leader, now not just a leader for Indians and India, but a global leader talking about his experience as a kid, talking about the struggles that children have these days. I think it is very proud. It is a matter of pride. It is a matter of, lots of, you see a new self. You realize things, you relate to him, and I think that is, very, very good for us. And I'm personally, in my opinion, India has been going back to being the Vishwa Guru. India is going back, improving its education policy. Is being followed as a colonial education system that is being, translated back to our origins, our culture. That is what brings pride to me. And I think the Prime Minister and the current government, even Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, even before that, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal, all these people have been immensely successful in bringing at least new ideas, new policies, and opportunity for the students to learn better and become the youth of the world.
Okay, Ayush, I'm just going to clarify there that Ayush is a student activist and not a current modern school student. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm a national lawyer.
So we'll make that correction there, Ayush. Let me bring in Dr. Jyoti Gupta as well. She's a director of DPS Hyderabad. Dr. Gupta, what is your take on Pariksha Pe Charcha as an annual activity, and what is the impact that you have seen it made on students in your own school?
In the program for the past so many years. I have been with the students myself to attend the program, not once but twice. And then, we've all seen the impact of this program on the children, because when the Prime Minister says that the entire event of examinations has to be taken as a festival, it has to be taken as an utsav. That is the entire year when you learn, when the teachers teach and the students learn. This is the occasion to showcase as to what have we done the entire year. And the Prime Minister has called the children as exam warriors. That is, exam is nothing in front of these students if they've prepared well. And that is what they should take it as. So it has to be in a stress-free environment. Also, we see that, during the COVID, how the examinations were taken care of, how the children, got their results, and how the children moved on. I mean, there was not a single year that was declared as a 0 year. And the Prime Minister himself was involved in much of the decisions that were taken at the national level. So it shows that this is not a standalone event, but he is interested in the development of the children. He's interested in what's happening in the lives of the children, and that the children are stress-free, and whatever they are taking up, as professions, he also, articulates about that do not think about only engineering or medicine as the options, but there are so many more careers out there that you can take up. So it's not just about the examinations, it's about the total value that he gives to the children who are outgoing and who are going to be out of the protected environment of the school and are going to look at different colleges, are going to look at different professions, different careers later on, whether they stay in India or they go abroad. So it's a total package. He's not just talking about examinations. He's talking about the student life. He's talking about what happens after the examinations.
Absolutely.
So it has a huge impact on the children. He talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat, he talks about Make in India, he talks about entrepreneurship. So there are so many things that he's talking about in this one program and connecting with the children. So there's a huge impact, because it's not just that the children are listening to what he's saying now, they've been also listening to his past speeches. The children who are in 10th, in 12th now, they've also heard him when they were in 9th.
Yes.
So it is the non-threatening environment of the examinations that is being created for the children. And when the Prime Minister himself is talking about it, then obviously the teachers, the the managements, the people who are around the children are also talking
are
about
also
this.
listening and
So
perhaps
yes,
picking up what
so they are
on the vision of the
participating
Prime
as well.
Minister. Absolutely.
Yes. So it's an enabling environment, I would say.
Absolutely. Let me take this to Prashant Goyal, who's a parent from the Parents Association. Prashant Goyal, what change have you seen in your own kids vis-a-vis, exam time? Or just has there been a change in terms of the conversations they have? As Dr. Jyoti Gupta was also pointing out that, the conversation is not just about exams, but it's about what after exams, what avenues are available, what different streams are available to the children. Have you seen a change in the sort of conversations you are having with your kids or your kids are having with you back home when they come back from school and, they're exposed to perhaps what the Prime Minister has to say or several other aspects of Pariksha Pe Charcha?
Absolutely. So, both of my kids are in DPS Noida, and I've seen with time, where the exam stress with time has reduced in last few years. It is getting better each year. I'm sure it would be better going forward as well. And regarding the avenues, these students, when they talk amongst themselves, or even if he has a get together at home and his friends come, they don't talk about always engineer or doctor like we used to talk in our times. They now talk more on the lines, okay, I want to be a cricketer, okay, I want to be a chess player, or music. So different avenues, and I think schools are also encouraging these days. And also, I think I've seen with my school and maybe other schools also, they have these life skill sessions going on, from time to time, which inculcates good habits. Though, I would like that, in this, if we can communicate with the Prime Minister and maybe add on, say, a behavioral class or something, so that students at every year, so starting from pre-primary up till, say, senior secondary, if there is a behavior, say, subject as a subject, which is not assessed, but every student is, at different levels, right? Because teens and pre-teens have different issues. Pre-primary students need to be more independent. And so, if we can introduce those things as a subject, then, that would even be better.
Okay, Prashant Goyal, since we are having this conversation, I'm going to ask you to elaborate on that a little. When you say behavioral classes, what exactly do you mean?
So, essentially, for, say, I've heard some school, so one aspect to this is being self-independent, meaning, and there are all sorts of students in the class, right? There could be some good performers, there would be very few in numbers, and rest of them may be average or academically, though they can be little behind those other students or a very few set of students. So behavior would also include I've seen cases in school, I will not name this school, but there was this girl at, she was saying class 3rd or 4th, and she's taking counseling sessions every week because somebody bullied her really bad in school. So things like these happen from time to time. And also teenage, these days, Netflix, everybody is watching. Not everybody takes care if it's parental guidance or, they simply watch. And kids tend to catch everything, what is being watched at home. So not everybody is keeping that vigilance, and what is not age appropriate can also seep into the kids.
Right.
So a proper behavioral at each level can actually prepare the students to deal with the life in general. They can also have, scenario-based training, what to do in what scenario, how to behave in a certain way, or, if they're going through something, ease out those things, and into something around those lines is what I was looking
Okay, all right. Let me take that to Professor Pandey, who's been listening patiently. Professor Pandey, what do you make of this suggestion by Prashant Goyal? The good thing about having debates around Pariksha Pe Charcha or when such events happen is that it gives all of us an opportunity to hear one another out, and it's not necessary whether it actually reaches the Prime Minister or not, or if the Prime Minister addresses the concern, but the fact that we have a few educators with us on the platform and they've heard a parent out and they are in a position to implement such suggestions, and that's precisely perhaps what the ultimate vision is, that all of us have conversations and we take these suggestions forward. So, Professor Pandey, what do you make of this suggestion given by Prashant Goyal?
Yes, I think he's bang on. And coming from a parent, I can fully empathize with everything that he has said. And I would add here is, therefore, child development is the responsibility of everybody, right? Parents, schools, elders. I mean, the entire community is responsible for that. And therefore, school-parent engagement, parent-student engagement, and student-teacher engagement has to happen at all the levels. And therefore, you'll be very happy to know that the national education policy is talking exactly about this, that socio-emotional development, character building, moral and ethical moorings of the students, I think they have to go parallelly with the cognitive development in terms of mathematics, science, or whatever other subjects may be. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, when we are talking of lifelong learning, I think lifelong learning is about these qualities as to how we are able to cope up with the adversities, how to work in a team, how to take a decision, how to think critically, how to collaborate. I think these are the qualities which are very, very important. And I'm sure Prime Minister makes some reference to this when he is going to talk to these students.
Okay, Dr. Jyoti Gupta, once again, building up on what Prashant Goyal has had to say as a parent, he says that, of course, there's been a change in the mindset of the students. You were talking about how the conversation has to be what after the exams, and it can't be just about getting good marks in the exams. So, of course, the conversation about what students want to do after school has changed. But perhaps another significant aspect, once again, building on Prashant Goyal's point, is maybe introducing some of these real life concepts into school education as well, wherein maybe someone is taught, how the banking system works. So how do you open a bank account? How do you operate bank accounts? How do you file your taxes? Basics of that perhaps need to be added to school education, because I remember when I was in school, we were not taught any of this. It was expected that our parents would teach it to us. But for a lot of students, that continues to be, a struggle to have this sort of education at home.
So again, building on what Prashant ji has said and what even Dr. Pandey has said, the curricula today includes, and the new national education policy has also mandated a couple of these things in the curricula. Financial literacy has come in a big way in our curriculum as a skill subject, and all good schools do include it into the curriculum. So right from financial literacy to entrepreneurship to citizenship to home economics, everything is a part of the curriculum of the school. And of course, everything that is happening, in the classroom through the transaction of books is related to the real life education. That's what competency-based education is. And the new national education policy is talking about competency-based education, where the skills and the competencies of the children are extremely important. So skills and competencies like communication, collaboration, creative thinking, critical thinking, citizenship, character, all these are very important skills that are being transacted through the curriculum that is being taught in the transacted in the classrooms. So relation to the real life problem, the children getting the solutions to the real life problems is the new way of looking at the education, new way of looking at the curricula. That is why the syllabus or the content is being, it has been, and even it is in the process of being shortened, so that we have more time in the classroom to build these skills, and then we assess those skills and we are able to report it to the parents also. Because cognitive domain, yes, it is very, very important, but along with the cognitive domain, the physical as well as the affective domains are very important. So when you talk about behavior, when you talk about values, emotional skills, your social skills, then that all comes from the affective domain. And, whether it is the communication of the children or the collaboration that the children do with each other, all of them can be built through the various concepts that we are doing in the classroom itself. So now when we transact in the classroom, the teacher consciously has to keep all the skills and competencies in mind.
Right.
And then they have to assess them and then report them as well. So what Prashanti is saying is not very ambitious, but it is already mentioned and mandated in the new National Education Policy 2020, and all the school through various innovative pedagogies and through various forms of assessments are working on these to, get this as an integral part of the curriculum.
Right, and Ayush Nambiar, as a student activist, if I can just ask you, what would perhaps then your suggestion be to the thousands of educators who are watching this program?
So I would like to just add on to all the guests here that we first I would like to mention the changes that we've already seen in the past just 2 years, from not having any technology in the classroom, to being completely online, and I think we did a very swift, the government was supportive. Today I think one of the biggest suggestions that a student like me I would make is I think 12th class board exam results, the value of these results has gone down over in the past years. Everybody's going by entrance exams. The curriculum, whether it's engineering, whether it's medical, whether it's law. I'm a law student and I went fireclad my board exam, and I think the pressure of board exams has been putting the students back forth, not forward. They've been putting them back forth to basically get into any college, and I think that one change is already in the motion. That one change is already accepted. It is not something that I am saying, or a teacher is saying, or say an educationist is saying, or the government is saying. It is there. It is already happening, and for a lot of people, that is the 12th board exam results are still, and even for the Delhi University, for the colleges that are in the government colleges, the private, everybody is having their own entrances, and I think that is a very good system. I think that is more centric to a person's talent, a person's vision, a individual, a student's life, his choices, everything comes from that. And I think more or less, I think what the Prime Minister and his book and whatever he's doing for the students, I think we are beyond Chacha Nehru now. We are more towards Guru Modi. So I personally am a believer of that. And with that, I would like to
I thank all of our panelists for joining us this evening. We've run out of time, but we will continue to track developments as far as the Pariksha Pe Charcha for 2023 is concerned. On that note, a very quick break.
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब तंदुरुस्त हो सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार सबका इलाज होगा कोई ना रहे बेइलाज दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े बढ़ा हुआ है हौसला और पूरे होंगे ख्वाब आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब।
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फायदा ले चुके हैं और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast, 7 p.m. only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. We start with the top stories of the day. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, is in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi extended a warm welcome and has termed the visit historical. Stones were pelted during a showdown between JNU Student Union and the ABP over screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. Ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath Highway in Chamoli district. Rescue operations are underway after a residential building collapsed in Wazir Hassanganj area in Lucknow. 14 individuals have been rescued until now. And former United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has claimed that India and Pakistan came close to a nuclear war after the Pulwama terror attack. The United States has confronted China's government with evidence that suggests some Chinese state-owned companies may be providing assistance for Russia's war efforts. All right, starting with our top story, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, has arrived in New Delhi. President Sisi has been accompanied by a high-level delegation, including 5 ministers and senior officials, for his official visit from the 24th of January to the 27th. As the Egyptian president arrived in New Delhi, a traditional folk dance was performed to welcome him. It is pertinent to mention that this is the first time the president of Egypt has been invited as the chief guest on Republic Day. Prime Minister Modi has extended a warm welcome on Twitter and termed President Sisi's visit as historical. The Egyptian President and Prime Minister Modi are to conduct a bilateral discussion on regional and global issues of mutual interest during his stay.
Shokri, Minister of Foreign Affairs. From the Indian side, Shri G. Krishna Reddy, Minister of Culture, Tourism and Development of Northeastern Region. Mr. Ministers, please. Thank you, Ministers. We next have the Memorandum on Cooperation in Youth Matters. From the Egyptian side, Mr. Sameh Hassan Shokri, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and from the Indian side, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur, Minister of Information, Broadcasting, and Youth Affairs and Sports. Next, we have the Memorandum of Understanding for Cooperation on Broadcasting between Prasar Bharati and National Media Authority of Egypt. From the Egyptian side, Mr. Sameh Hassan Shokri, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and from the Indian side, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur, Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Youth Affairs and Sports will do the exchange, please. Thank you, Ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exchange ceremony. I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Abdul Fattah El-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I now request Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to make his remarks to the media. Sir, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, राष्ट्रपति सीसी, दोनों देशों के मंत्रीगण एवं डेलीगेट, मीडिया के साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं राष्ट्रपति सीसी और उनके डेलीगेशन का भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत करना चाहूंगा। राष्ट्रपति सीसी कल हमारे गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शामिल हो रहे हैं। ये पूरे भारत के लिए सम्मान और हर्ष का विषय है। मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि इजिप्ट की एक सैन्य टुकड़ी भी हमारे गणतंत्र दिवस में भाग लेकर के परेड की शोभा बढ़ा रही है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और मिस्र विश्व की सबसे पुरानी सभ्यताओं में से है। हमारे बीच कई हजारों वर्ष का अनवरत नाता रहा है। 4000 वर्षों से भी पहले गुजरात के लोथल पोर्ट के माध्यम से मिस्र के साथ व्यापार होता था और विश्व में विभिन्न परिवर्तनों के बावजूद हमारे संबंधों में एक स्थिरता रही है और हमारा सहयोग निरंतर सुदृढ़ रहा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हमारी आपसी सहयोग में और गहराई आई है और मैं इसका बहुत बड़ा श्रेय मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति सीसी के कुशल नेतृत्व को देना चाहूंगा। इस वर्ष भारत ने अपनी G20 अध्यक्षता के दौरान इजिप्ट को अतिथि देश के रूप में आमंत्रित किया है, जो हमारी विशेष मित्रता को दर्शाता है। फ्रेंड्स, अरब सागर के एक छोर पर भारत है तो दूसरी ओर इजिप्ट है। दोनों देशों के बीच सामरिक समन्वय पूरे क्षेत्र में शांति और समृद्धि के लिए मददगार होगा। इसलिए आज की बैठक में राष्ट्रपति सीसी और मैंने हमारी द्विपक्षीय भागीदारी को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के स्तर पर ले जाने का निर्णय लिया है। हमने तय किया है कि भारत इजिप्ट स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के तहत हम राजनीतिक, सुरक्षा, आर्थिक एवं वैज्ञानिक क्षेत्रों में और अधिक व्यापक सहयोग का लॉन्ग टर्म ढांचा विकसित करेंगे। भारत और इजिप्ट दुनिया भर में हो रहे आतंकवाद के प्रसार से चिंतित है। हम एकमत है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के लिए सबसे गंभीर सुरक्षा खतरा है। दोनों देश इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और इसके लिए हम साथ मिलकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समुदाय को सचेत करने का प्रयत्न करते रहेंगे। हमारे बीच सुरक्षा एवं रक्षा सहयोग बढ़ाने की भी अपार संभावनाएं हैं। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हमारी सेनाओं के बीच जॉइंट एक्सरसाइज ट्रेनिंग एवं कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के कार्यों में उल्लेखनीय बढ़ोतरी हुई है। हमने आज की बैठक में अपने रक्षा उद्योगों के बीच सहयोग को और मजबूत करने और काउंटर टेररिज्म संबंधी सूचना एवं इंटेलिजेंस का आदान प्रदान बढ़ाने का भी निर्णय लिया है। एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधाराओं तथा रेडिकलाइजेशन को फैलाने के लिए साइबर स्पेस का दुरुपयोग एक बढ़ता हुआ संकट है। इसके खिलाफ भी हम सहयोग बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड महामारी के दौरान हमने हेल्थ केयर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तथा ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स पर जो दुष्प्रभाव पड़े उसको करीब से देखा है। राष्ट्रपति सीसी और मैं इस चुनौतीपूर्ण काल में निकट संपर्क में रहे और दोनों देशों के आवश्यकता के समय एक दूसरे को तत्काल सहायता भेजी। आज हमने कोविड और उसके बाद यूक्रेन संघर्ष के कारण प्रभावित हुए फूड और फार्मा सप्लाई चेन्स को उस पर भी मजबूत करने की दिशा में व्यापक चर्चा की है। हम इन क्षेत्रों में आपसी निवेश और व्यापार बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता पर भी सहमत हुए हैं। हमने मिलकर यह तय किया कि अगले 5 वर्षों में हम अपने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को $12 बिलियन तक ले जाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, COP27 को सफलतापूर्वक होस्ट करने और क्लाइमेट के क्षेत्र में विकासशील देशों के हितों को सुनिश्चित करने के प्रयासों के लिए हम इजिप्ट की सराहना करते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र तथा अन्य अंतर्राष्ट्रीय फोरम में भारत और इजिप्ट का लंबा और बेहतरीन सहयोग रहा है। हम दोनों ही अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विवादों के समाधान के लिए डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग की आवश्यकता पर भी सहमत है। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं एक बार फिर आपका और आपके डेलीगेशन का भारत में हृदयपूर्वक स्वागत करता हूं। मैं आपको और इजिप्ट के लोगों को नए साल की शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, to make his remarks. Sir, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عزيزي السيد ناريندرا مودي رئيس وزراء جمهورية الهند، السادة الوزراء وكبار المسؤولين من الجانبين المصري والهندي، إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن تأتي زيارتي لجمهورية الهند تلبية للدعوة الكريمة التي تلقيتها من دولة رئيس الوزراء السيد مودي لأكون بينكم غدا مشاركا في الاحتفال بذكرى يوم الجمهورية، ذلك اليوم الذي بدأ فيه العمل بدستور جمهورية الهند عام 1950 ليدشن بلدكم الكبير حلقة جديدة من تاريخه العظيم. وأتوجه بالشكر للسيد رئيس الوزراء على تلك المبادرة المقدرة وعلى كرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال، والذي يعبر بصدق عن العلاقات الأخوية الممتدة والحافلة بين بلدينا وشعبينا، حيث نحتفل هذا العام بمرور 75 عاما على تدشينها. السيدات والسادة، لقد استعرضنا خلال المباحثات ما وصلت إليه العلاقات بين البلدين في المجالين التجاري والاستثماري والدفاعي، حيث أكدنا مواصلة العمل لزيادة حجم التبادل التجاري وتعظيم الاستفادة المشتركة من القدرات والمزايا الإنتاجية والتصديرية للبلدين، كي نستجيب للأولويات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية للشعبين المصري والهندي. كما أوضحت لدولة رئيس الوزراء الفرص والحوافز والمزايا الاستثمارية المتاحة في مصر والإجراءات التي تتخذها الحكومة لتحفيز الاستثمار الخارجي. وعرضت له عن تطلعنا.
मैंने प्रधानमंत्री को मिस्र में उपलब्ध निवेश के अवसरों, प्रोत्साहनों और लाभों और सरकार द्वारा विदेश निवेश को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए किए गए उपायों के बारे में भी बताया। मैंने इन विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में भारतीय निवेश बढ़ाने की अपनी आकांक्षा जाहिर की है, उनके सामने जाहिर की है। खासतौर से सुएज नहर इकोनॉमिक जोन में विशेष रूप से हमने भारतीय कंपनियों के अंदर जो कि मिस्र में पहले से काम कर रहे हैं, हमने उनके प्रेजेंस को मजबूत करने के बारे में उनका जज्बा देखा है। बहुत सारी भारतीय कंपनियां इसमें आशाजनक क्षेत्रों में, प्रॉमिसिंग क्षेत्रों में निवेश करने के बारे में बहुत गहरी दिलचस्पी रखती हैं। दूसरी ओर हमारे दृष्टिकोण विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में मौजूदा सहयोग को बढ़ावा देने और नए क्षेत्रों में साझेदारी की और को बढ़ाने पर हम सहमत हुए हैं, जिसमें रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, विशेष रूप से ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के उत्पादन के क्षेत्र में सहयोग शामिल है। हम कई अपने क्षेत्रों मुख्य रूप से निवेश, उच्च शिक्षा, रसायन और दवा उद्योग, सूचना और संचार टेक्नोलॉजी और साइबर सुरक्षा में हमारे बीच सार्थक सहयोग को मजबूत कराने पर हम दोनों सहमत हुए। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को नियमित चैनल बनाने की जरूरत पर मुकम्मल दिया, जो दोनों देशों में सफल अनुभवों और इनिशिएटिव से संबंधित अनुभवों को के ज्ञान को आदान प्रदान को प्रोत्साहन देगा। विशेष रूप से स्थानीय उद्योग, छोटे और मध्यम उद्योग के विकास के संदर्भ में नागरिकों के लिए एक डिजिटल लाइफ मुहैया करने और उनके जीवन स्तर को बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान अदा करेगा। ये भी कोई रहस्य की बात नहीं है कि मिस्र और भारत दोनों प्राचीन सभ्यताएं हैं जिनकी जड़ें इतिहास में पैवस्त हैं, और इसीलिए हम दोनों देशों में सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों में पारस्परिक भागीदारी के माध्यम से सांस्कृतिक स्तर पर संबंधों और रिश्तों को मजबूत करने की और दोनों लोगों के बीच संचार के साधनों को सुविधाजनक बनाने के महत्व पर हम लोगों ने जोर दिया। विशेष रूप से काहिरा और नई दिल्ली के बीच कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ाने के लिए फ्लाइट की तादाद बढ़ाने के बारे में भी हमने बातचीत की। हमने महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी को कहा है कि हम मिस्र में ज्यादा से ज्यादा भारतीय टूरिस्ट को देखना चाहते हैं, उनको स्वागत करना चाहते हैं। रक्षा सहयोग आज की वार्ता के एजेंडे में शामिल था। इस क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाना दोनों देशों के बीच रणनीतिक संबंध शुरू करने की आम इच्छा का सबसे अच्छा प्रमाण है। जैसा कि हमने इस क्षेत्र में सहयोग को गहरा करने के लिए सामान्य संयुक्त अभ्यास, अनुभवों के आदान प्रदान और अतिरिक्त क्षितिज का पता लगाने के लिए काम जारी रखने की पुष्टि की है। मेरे और प्रधानमंत्री जी के बीच क्षेत्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आम हित के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर गहरी और उपयोगी चर्चा हुई। उनमें से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण वैश्विक आर्थिक संकट और विशेष रूप से विकासशील देशों पर उनके प्रभाव हैं। हमारे अनुमान इस तथ्य से मेल खाते हैं कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रभाव वाले बार बार आने वाले संकटों ने एक बार फिर मित्र देशों के बीच अपनी क्षमताओं को बढ़ाने के लिए संयुक्त कार्रवाई के महान मूल्य को प्रदर्शित किया है, ताकि इन संकटों के उत्पन्न चुनौतियों का सामना बेहतर तरीके से कर सकें। हमने आतंकवाद का मुकाबला करने और चरमपंथी विचारधारा का सामना करने के आदर्श तरीकों पर भी चर्चा की। इस संबंध में हमारा एक सामान्य दृष्टिकोण है, जो यह है कि एक साथ सहयोग से हिंसा को खत्म करने की मदद मिलेगी, क्योंकि हिंसा, आतंकवाद और चरमपंथी विचारधारा का प्रसार एक वास्तविक खतरे का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री के साथ शर्म और शेख में COP27 सम्मेलन के महत्वपूर्ण परिणाम की भी समीक्षा की। विशेष रूप से जलवायु परिवर्तन से होने वाले नुकसान और नुकसान के वित्त पोषण के लिए एक कोष की स्थापना के संबंध में, विशेष रूप से विकासशील देशों में जहां बुनियादी ढांचे की कमी है, जो कि जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रभाव का सामना करने में असमर्थ हैं। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को वर्ष 2023 के लिए भारत के G20 समिट की मेजबानी में होने वाले सभा में भाग लेने के लिए आमंत्रण देने के लिए अपना आभार प्रकट किया और धन्यवाद दिया है, और उन्हें आश्वासन दिया है कि मिस्र एक रचनात्मक दिशा में वार्ता को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रयास में कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ेगा। दक्षिण के देशों की आकांक्षाएं और ऊर्जा संकट, जलवायु परिवर्तन, भोजन की कमी, विकास के लिए वित्त पोषण की कमी और विकासशील देशों द्वारा बकाया ऋण के संचय का सामना करने के लिए प्रभावी तरीकों की अनुमति देना, ये ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जिनमें हमें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आर्थिक वातावरण में स्थिरता और संतुलन बहाल करने के प्रयास में अपने मुझे अब भी 2015 में न्यूयॉर्क में संयुक्त राष्ट्र महासभा के मौके पर प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ मेरी पहली मुलाकात अच्छी तरह से याद है। मैं उस बैठक से इस दृढ़ विश्वास के साथ निकला था कि भारत गणराज्य आपके नेतृत्व में आधुनिकीकरण और विकास में तेजी के अनुभव कर रहा है करेगा। इस पहली बैठक के बाद से हमारे दोनों देशों के बीच संबंधों के भविष्य के बारे में मेरे मन में बहुत आशा है और उम्मीद करता हूं कि भारत आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। और आखिर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मैं काहिरा में आने उन तशरीफ लाने की मैं दावत देता हूं, ताकि हम रचनात्मक वार्ताओं को पूरा कर सकें और जो हमारे रिश्ते हैं उनको हम स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में यकीनी तौर पर बदल सकें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम दुआ करते हैं कि भगवान का गॉड्स पीस एंड ब्लेसिंग्स बी ऑन यू ऑल। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
That concludes the press statements. Please remain sitting while the dignitaries.
وهذا ينتهي بنا إلى
بين بلدينا وشعبينا، حيث نحتفل هذا العام بمرور 75 عاما على تدشينها. السيدات والسادة، لقد استعرضنا خلال المباحثات ما وصلت إليه العلاقات بين البلدين في المجالين التجاري والاستثماري والدفاعي، حيث أكدنا مواصلة العمل لزيادة حجم التبادل التجاري وتعظيم الاستفادة المشتركة من القدرات والمزايا الإنتاجية.
All right, some breaking news trickling in now. BJP spokesperson Jaiveer Shergill has commented on Anil Antony's resignation. Mr. Shergill said, and I quote, "Self-respecting individuals who think for the nation, for nation's sovereignty and integrity can no longer remain in the Congress party." Additionally, he stated, "It's not Mohabbat ki dukaan, but Chamcho ka darbar, which dominates the Congress party." Madhu Sharma, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more insights into this development coming in. Madhu, if you can hear me?
Yes.
Well, once again, the divide within the Congress is out in the open on social media, and ex-members of the Congress party who are in the BJP now supporting Anil Antony.
You see, the Congress leader Anil Antony, son of a former Union Minister A.K. Antony, resigned from the Congress party a day after he, slammed the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, the Modi Questions. The Congress leader said that he was facing intolerant calls to retract his tweet, to which he did not give in. Instead, he gave his resignation letter on Wednesday. In his tweet, he also mentioned that his Facebook wall was flooded with hate and abuse by one support of Trek to promote love, implying Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. And also, considering the event from yesterday, it is believed that it would be appropriate for him, he said, in fact, appropriate for me to leave all all my roles in a Congress. And Anil wrote on his resignation letter relinquishing his duty both as a convener of the KPCC digital media and also the national coordinator of the social media and digital communication cell. Also, we've seen that a day after Anil sending his resignation, several controversy have also erupted. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor also remarked on this Anil K. Antony's resignation, and he said that Shashi Tharoor in fact did not speak with him, and he did not discuss what all happened with this. But he is capable for himself, is what Shashi Tharoor has quoted, and also A.K. Antony's updates.
All right, more breaking news coming in. Congress Member of Parliament Shashi Tharoor has remarked on Anil K. Antony's resignation from the Congress party. He states, and I quote, "I have not spoken to Anil. He has not discussed it with me, but he is capable of speaking for himself."
As I said, I have not spoken to Anil. He is somebody I have good regard for. He's a bright young man. I hope some very, very constructive ideas. Doesn't mean we have to agree on everything all the time. On this particular issue, I would not agree that our sovereignty is so easily affected. But as far as his resignation is concerned, he has not discussed it with me, so I don't think it's right for me to comment. I think that he's perfectly capable of speaking for himself.
Madhu, my colleague, still with us on the broadcast. Madhu, this is spiraling, in fact, into something which the Congress did not expect. Shashi Tharoor has also weighed in on this development now.
Yes, in fact, see, this controversy erupted when a group of people have, in fact, screened the documentary against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, the Modi questions, and several leaders have, in fact, given the statements regarding the Anil Antony's resignation. But Shashi Tharoor, in particular, said that he had not discussed anything with the Congress leader, and also he did not speak with him, or there was no conversation which was no conversation between these two people. And he also said that he is very capable of doing anything, and he doesn't need anyone's support, is what the Kerala MP has clearly stated. And developments are coming in, and also.
All right. On that note, we're going to dip into a short break, but more news and updates will continue on the other side. Be right back.
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ इसकी और अपनी ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी 2-3 बार पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका हूँ।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra. The vintage artillery with 25-pounder guns that traditionally fire the thundering ceremonial 21-gun salute during the Republic Day celebrations will be replaced by the 105mm Indian field guns this year as the government makes a further push for its Make in India initiative. All equipment from the army that will be showcased during the 74th Republic Day celebrations are made in India. The Akash weapon system and the helicopters Rudra and the ALH Dhruv will also be a part of the display. The guns replacing the British artillery guns were indigenously made in 1971. These field guns are compact, light, and they can also be airdropped. These guns, the 25-pounders, are now obsolete and have been phased out of the army. It is time to purge India of the British Raj and the obsolete elements it left behind. The 74th Republic Day celebrations will take place on the revamped Central Vista Avenue, as well as be the first time on the renamed Kartavya Path. So this is truly an era of Make in India. What is the significance? We take this discussion forward with Major General A.K. Sivich. I also have with me on the broadcast Lieutenant General R. Kadian. I also have with me Group Captain U.K. Devnath, and with me is Professor Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian. Let me begin this conversation. I will come to our former military men in just a moment, but Professor Nalapat, as an Indian who's, I'm sure, seen now a lot of Republic Days, what is the significance to you as far as this particular Republic Day celebration is concerned? Okay, before we go to our guests, we will quickly listen in to also Major General Bhavesh Kumar, who has explained the plans of the government as far as this Make in India push and display at the Republic Day celebrations is concerned. As I informed viewers, the vintage artillery with 25-pounder guns that traditionally fired the thundering ceremonial 21-gun salute during the Republic Day celebrations will now be replaced by the 105mm Indian field guns this year. Let's quickly listen in.
इस बार के गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में आपको काफ़ी इंडिजिनाइज्ड इक्विपमेंट देखने को मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत हमारा ये जितना भी भारतीय थल सेना का इक्विपमेंट है वो पूरा इंडिजिनाइज्ड रहेगा। शुरुआत में 105 mm इंडियन फील्ड गन से 21 तोपों की सलामी दी जाएगी। उसके बाद जब हमारे मैकेनाइज्ड कॉलम्स का जो दस्ता निकलेगा उसमें आर्मर्ड कोर के MBT अर्जुन और मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री के BMP-2 तथा नाग मिसाइल सिस्टम देखने को मिलेंगे। रेजिमेंट ऑफ आर्टिलरी के आपको K9 वज्रा और ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल सिस्टम के ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्चर आपको देखने को मिलेगा। आर्मी एयर डिफेंस का भी आपको आकाश वेपन सिस्टम देखने को मिलेगा। कोर ऑफ इंजीनियर्स का 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज एंड कोर ऑफ सिग्नल्स का मोबाइल माइक्रोवेव नोड तथा मोबाइल नेटवर्क सेंटर भी देखने को मिलेगा। और आर्मी एविएशन कोर का आपको एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर ध्रुव तथा एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर वेपन सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटेड रुद्रा भी देखने को मिलेगा। एंड इंडियन एयरफोर्स LCH प्रचंड का भी प्रदर्शन इस रिपब्लिक डे परेड में करेंगे।
There you heard it. Of course, it's been explained rather well. What really is it that India will be doing? I believe we do have our guests back with us on the broadcast. Let me begin this conversation with Professor Madhav Nalapat. Professor Nalapat, before I bring in our military experts, I just want to understand from you, sir. You must have seen now a lot of Republic Days. What is the significance of this Make in India, this truly made in India and Make in India Republic Day to you?
Well, Devika, for one thing, it exemplifies the fact that we can make in India anything of excellence to the world. We have shown the world the excellent caliber of our human resources. Indians who have gone abroad, who have settled there, and who have been welcomed in countries all over the world, except by an extremist fringe. And they have been welcomed because of their excellence, because of the way they have shown their mettle. Secondly, take for example, my three colleagues on this panel are from the Indian military. If you look at the subcontinent, if you look at Asia, if you look at Latin America, you look at countries in so many parts of the world, you will see that the military has unfortunately dabbled in politics. Our next door neighbors are examples of this. Pakistan and Bangladesh. In India, we are proud to say that we have a fully professional military, and the military has concentrated on, if I may say so, military issues, on national defense, and has always been perfectly willing, ready to serve under civilian control, right from the beginning of independence. So that's the first point. I'd like to say that now that kind of strong human caliber that we have got in our military is also being replicated in the various products of India. You remember the 1950s, there was an attempt to ensure India became a major global defense production hub. Then, unfortunately, in subsequent decades, there was what V.S. Naipaul calls a craze for foreign. Naturally, if you buy foreign equipment, you get foreign bank accounts, foreign exchange, parked abroad in Swiss havens. So, unfortunately, that overtook our Make in India. Today, under Prime Minister Modi, Make in India has come back. And I'm very certain our very gallant members of the armed forces will be welcoming that. I just want to end by saying, Devika, that, let's not adopt practices and customs that the British are using to validate themselves or make themselves, patriotic. Because let's be honest, we were not a colonizing country like the British were. We were a colonized power. It's not something, frankly, to be very proud of. What we can be proud of is that we shook this colonial yoke, but the most powerful colonial yoke at the time, and we were probably the first country to really shake it off in the 20th century. So I'd like to say that this particular change of having Indian-made cannons is basically emblematic of Prime Minister Modi's faith in India, regard and respect for India, and that is being displayed 24/7 all across the country.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General R. Kalyan, let me bring you into the conversation here, sir. If you can just explain to our viewers the significance of the fact that India is finally not just making in India for itself, but also exporting defense equipment. This has been a very long dream of the nation, but as Professor Nalapal also pointed out, that there were several factors in the past that stalled this dream from becoming a reality. But it's just in the past few decades where we've actually managed to not just, like I said, make in India for ourselves, but also make in India for the rest of the world. And this truly becomes a game changer. The moment you're able to manufacture your own defense equipment, it truly does become a game changer.
Devika, considering our strategic situation and the length of our land borders and the sea coast, India needs large and strong army, navy and air force. We had been the largest importer of defense weapons from the Western world, including Russia. In 2014, it was Prime Minister Modi's dream that we should be able to self-sustain ourselves in defense equipment, because when you import, not only there is a loss of foreign exchange and chances of corruption, as Professor Nalapal brought out, but also you can be blackmailed when time of need. You need the weapon, they won't give you unless they testing. So this Make in India project, which has gathered steam over the last 8-9 years, this is 26 January is the day when India highlights its achievements. Also, mostly in military field, but also in the cultural and all, which is shown by the state tableau. So every piece of equipment in this 26 January 74 will be made in India, whether it is Arjun tanks or the Vajra gun or the light combat helicopters or the BrahMos missile. Everything will be made in India. There will be no important equipment. And that is why even the gun salute, which traditionally was given by the 25-pounders, which was Second World War vintage gun, it was a very good gun, no doubt, but it had served its purpose. It has been now replaced by 105mm Indian field gun, which you mentioned in the beginning. It started in 71, was introduced in 1984. So, of course, gun salute has a different significance, which I can explain, but I don't think today's debate is focused on that. So this 26th January, we will be showing, there will be showpiece that India is a self-contained militarily to look after and secure our national interests, which is a matter of great pride.
Yes, and before I bring in the other guest, Lieutenant General Kadian, I do want to give you this opportunity to explain the significance of the gun salute and the fact that it will be by, made in India guns for the first time. We're literally booting out the British era guns, and, please do explain.
Devika, most of our traditions have been derived from the Navy. In olden time, the ship used to fire its guns by using sodium nitrate powder, which was difficult to keep dry because of the sea condition. So you could maximum fire 7 guns. Whenever you came on port of a friendly country, you wanted to indicate your honest intention. You fired all the 7 guns, thereby telling him that I have no more capacity to fire. Therefore, my intentions are honest. As a mark of reciprocal action, the port guns used to fire 3 for 1. That is 21 guns. Because there it was easier to keep the powder dry, sodium nitrate, which was not possible at sea. So the tradition came from there. Gradually, it is now a mark of respect. Like even when a martyr dies, there is a 3 volleys of shots. That is mark of honor to him. 21 is the largest ceremonial gun salute given to the head of a state. Of course, Britain has different. Sometime on the Queen's anniversary or the wedding anniversary, number of guns can vary up to 60, 62. But worldwide, the highest number of gun salutes, which is a tradition, is 21 gun salute. And the Navy started the tradition, which has now become a ceremonial. In war conditions, it's no longer applicable because you don't need to keep the powder dry. On course, they have better technology now.
Right.
But that is the origin of the 21 gun salute. It is a mark of your goodwill to the other side. Look, I have no further intention.
All right, thank you, sir, for explaining that. Let me bring in Group Captain UK Devnath into the conversation as well. Group Captain Devnath, what is the significance of this Made in India Republic Day to you? Because as laymen or as people who don't belong to the army, we perhaps don't understand the importance of this Make in India shift as far as the defense sector is concerned. A major part of our spending is on defense, and rightly so, given our neighbors. But the fact, like I said earlier as well, the fact that a lot of the equipment can now be made in our country, manufactured in India, not only brings down costs, but at the same time, it's a big boost for the country going ahead.
Devika, it goes without saying that any country cannot become a superpower or a great power in case it has to fight a war with imported weapon systems. We have fought many wars. We fought 1965 war, we fought 1971 war and Kargil war. One thing was common in all these wars. The moment the war started, the foreign country which had given us the major weapon system, they stopped giving us the spare parts and the ammunition for that weapon system. We will not repeat this mistake anymore. Under Make in India, now we are concentrating on making all the major weapon platforms in India. We have progressed a lot. BrahMos missile is a classic example where in a joint venture with Russia, we made BrahMos surface-to-surface missile, Agni missile, Prithvi missile, Akash anti-aircraft missile, Vajra self-propelled howitzer gun. There are so many examples. Not to forget Tejas, light combat aircraft. During this RD parade, we will be displaying all these weapon systems to our Janta. Janta must know where is the taxpayers' money going. Taxpayers' money, is it being utilized judiciously? It is a great opportunity for our nation to show to our population that each bit of money, hard-earned money, which the nation pays as a taxpayer's contribution towards nation building, is being utilized properly. Another thing, during such parades, we do display our military might. Many foreign air attaches, defense attaches, army attaches will be there. They watch these parades very carefully. This is an opportunity for India to showcase our defense preparedness. When they know that we are preparing manufacturing all these major weapon systems in India, the respect and the awe for India increases. Very soon we'll be exporting most of these weapon systems. We have been approached by many countries in Africa, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia for import of these weapon systems. BrahMos, we are on the verge of exporting to Philippines. Akash missile system, Vietnam has shown a lot of interest in Akash missiles, air defense missile system. So it gives an opportunity. It is a win-win situation for all.
Absolutely.
Our exports.
And particularly, of
Yes,
course,
Devika?
particularly, of course, the global south as well. Major General A.K. Siva, just continuing on what Group Captain Devnath was saying there, that several countries, especially in the global south, have now shown a very keen interest in this made in India defense equipment, because for those countries, it was a very far-fetched dream to have reliable defense equipment that they could actually bring into their own nations. They were probably not in positions to have those sort of contracts with countries of the West that have always had this advantage as far as defense production and manufacturing is concerned. But India, when it makes in India, it's not only a boost for our own nation, but also for several global south countries that India does want to be the voice for, that India does want to lead.
Absolutely. Devika, the concept of Make in India, made for world. The point is, as far as India is concerned, no doubt, earlier we used to import almost 70 to 80% of our defense equipment. Not only that, the foreign exchange used to go, there used to be a problem that maintenance used to be very costly. Not that the countries during the war will not give us the spare part, there is a contract to that. But the cost was very heavy. But now, once this government has come, Make in India concept has become a mantra. Two defense corridors have been made, one in south in Bangalore, one in Uttar Pradesh. Majority of industries have been opened up. One is that by having this defense corridor, your middle class economy, MSME, they will start growing up. And the second thing is the employment which will generate. Third thing is you are manufacturing weapon not only for your requirement, also exporting them. So the foreign exchange also comes in. Fourth thing is that this is also palatable to all these countries because they are not only competitive, the rates are very, very, one can say, genuine and competitive. So the issue which is coming is it's a win-win situation for all. Now, as far as India is concerned, we have come a long way. Now, the items which we are manufacturing are basically earlier which used to be a satellites. Now we have gone to missile and also to the submarines, also to the ship. Who could have dreamed that we can also make an aircraft carrier? INS Vikrant is a dream to come true. Today we have built an aircraft carrier of our own. We are building up our submarine. We are building up majority of the weapon system. BrahMos, as my co-panelist already told, is a joint venture, but the best best missile which is available of about 500 to 600 kilometers, and there is so much demand generated not only in the Southeast Asia but also by the Latin American country. And same way the Tejas Mark 1 has come a long way now. It has been equalized with F-16. So this is the, you can say, the capability and capacity of India. It is a win-win situation and we are going on a right track. Now my 2-3 issues in this. What we are doing is, we are now not only manufacturing items ourselves, the technology which is not to that extent with us, we are trying to tell them the transfer of technology. 2 weapon system, I will give you an example. That one is M777 ultralight howitzer. We took it from USA and the transfer of technology, Mahindra Defense is manufacturing in India. Earlier, they never used to give us the technology, but today we are a mighty power, we are economic power, we are a military power. Every country like to do a trade and business. Same way the K9 Vajra. The one which will be displayed during this Republic Day parade is originally from South Korea, but transfer of technology K9 Vajra is being built in India by L&T. So this is what has changed. Number of weapon systems which are coming and we are manufacturing them. We can count them now. Tejas Mark 1 is there. Then also the Agni, Prithvi, Nag missile, Akash missile which is there. Then BrahMos basically there. Now another issue which I want to highlight here, Devika, is that what we are doing is that the country where we want to sell these weapons, we are now having a long association with them. We are trying to project to them that this is the best weapon system which is available, and we are showcasing that. We are doing number of exercises with them. Earlier we were hesitant. We always thought that the item which are manufactured from outside is a state of art. Today they feel what India manufacture is state of art. See the change of sight. Today you are feeling much more stronger. You are feeling much more, you can say, protective, and you are also feeling assured of yourself that you have a industrial complex which is competent enough to fight with any adversity.
Absolutely, and that's a great point there raised by you, sir. Let me bring in Professor Nalapat on that point. Professor Nalapat, you know, removing the British era guns and replacing them with made in India guns. Now, this may seem like a very small step, but it will go in the long run, it will prove to be a very major step, because 10 years down the line, then you will have a generation of Indians who have only seen made in India equipment at their Republic Day parades or elsewhere, and they will take a different kind of pride in the sort of the work that India can achieve and India can do, and that becomes an extremely important part when one is trying to shed a colonial mindset, or when one is trying to really move away from this concept of if it's manufactured in the West, then it has to be the best.
Devika, actually, you have put your finger exactly on what I believe to be the guiding philosophy behind the system of governance introduced by Prime Minister Modi. And that is, if you adapt Barack Obama's phrase, yes, we can. Yes, we 1.4 billion Indians can. We can do anything. And there is the example of Prime Minister himself, who came from a humble background, fought against terrible odds. Even today, frankly, there is so much of an attack on him, which fortunately is not having an impact. But yet, he has emerged as the Pradhan Sevak of the country by 2014. So, yes, I did it. All my 1.4 billion brothers and sisters in India can do it. So that energization, that feeling of empowerment of Indians is, in my view, here showcased also on the Republic Day parade. As has correctly been said, when you watch a parade where there is only Indian equipment, there's a sense of pride. And the younger generation in particular will feel that sense of pride. And may I say that I think the general had mentioned about Last Run to Grow, Mahindra and Mahindra. This is the philosophy of the Prime Minister, that we are all Indians, whether private sector or public sector, we are all having the same passport, we are all patriotic Indians. And this private-public partnership has now been completely mainstream in the defense establishment, where formerly the private sector was, frankly, the Indian private sector, I would like to say, was kept at a very unsafe distance, and only foreign companies were encouraged. Today, the Prime Minister is encouraging the Indian private sector. He is encouraging Indian technology in the form of startups, etc., even in space. And the Republic Day parade that we are seeing today, Kartavya Path, that itself, frankly, what we are, the renaming of that, all this is emblematic of the new confidence that India, specifically young India, has got, a confidence that is essential to a very bright 21st century future for the country.
Absolutely. And Lieutenant General Kadian, let me bring you back into the conversation here. On the same points, the fact that when such equipment, when made in India equipment is in fact displayed, not just at Republic Day, but at several other exercises, joint military exercises that India holds with several nations, it does, in a way, boost the morale also of the private sector and private sector players to come in, because we have seen that in the past few years itself, a lot of private sector players have come in and they're making significant contributions to the defense sector, something that was perhaps not very welcome, just a decade ago as well. But now we see that shift and we see that change, and that truly is an important component of ushering in this new era for India's defense sector, to have the private sector play its part.
Devika, the Britishers had a rule of Security passed in 1922. It is known as Official Secret Act. Under that, anything connected with the defense was restricted. Even items like helmet and bulletproof jackets, they were restricted items. They were not allowed to be manufactured by the private sector. Now we have seen the practical side of it. India has no dearth of talent. Most of our boys have gone abroad and are heading the multinationals. It was only lack of opportunity. And now, in the present regime, that opportunity is being provided. Private sector is more efficient. There is more competition. Public sector, because there was a monopoly, so there was no incentive to improve your efficiency. It's a well-known fact all over the world. So today, private sector is involved, except in very high-tech equipment, which has to be kept secure. They are being involved. They are making guns. They are making tanks. They'll be involved in ammunition and everything else that we are manufacturing. So India is marching ahead. We are still almost halfway through to the indigenization. As we started in 2014, we had said it'll take up to 20 years to get a indigenization of a high degree. So we are well on our way. As far as the motivation of the country is concerned, I think Professor very rightly brought out Prime Minister's life. History itself is a motivation. Nobody has to say anything. You only see him functioning, how India today has got a very large presence on the world map. Earlier, if you go back 10 years when we went abroad, you had to kind of look down telling others that we're Indian. Today we say so with our chest out. We are proud Indians. We are capable of doing anything that the world is doing. So the Make in India, which is the theme that we started with, is well on its way. And India will not only be self-sufficient, will be an arms exporter in due course of time, where we can also influence our diplomacy and we can save our foreign exchange, we can create jobs, and it's a great factor. I don't know why it didn't work out earlier. They must have been compulsion. I think it's a stroke of luck that we had two rival superpowers. Whenever we had a war, which we had plenty of them,
yes,
one was supporting the other, we had the other one supporting us. Otherwise, if it was only the Western world, they supported Pakistan in 65, they did so in 71. Thanks to our friends in Russia who came to our rescue, whether it was in the United Nations or in the supply of military equipment.
Yes.
But today we are well on our way to be standing on our own feet.
Right, absolutely. I thank all of our panelists for joining us. We've completely run out of time, but we promise you that we will continue to take this conversation forward on the 26th of January as well. Stay tuned to NewsX.
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. We start with the headlines. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who is the chief guest at the 74th Republic Day Parade, is in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi has extended a warm welcome and has termed the visit historical. Stones pelted during a showdown between the JNU Students' Union and the ABVP over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. Ahead of the Char Dham Yatra, fresh cracks have surfaced along the Badrinath Highway in Chamoli district. Rescue operations underway after a residential building collapsed in Wazir Hasanganj area, Lucknow. 14 individuals have been rescued so far. Former United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has claimed that India and Pakistan came close to a nuclear war after the Pulwama terror attack. The United States has confronted China's government with evidence that suggests that some Chinese state-owned companies may be providing assistance for Russia's war effort. All right, some breaking news coming in now. Kamal Hassan, founder and chief of Makkalnidhi Mayam, has stated that the party shall support the DMK Congress alliance and candidate EVKS Elengovan in Erode East by polls. He has, however, stated that the decision on the alliance for 2024 will be done later. Yash Raju, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast. Yash, if you can hear me.
Well, definitely, when we are seeing how that Kamal Hassan, the MNM chief, has also clearly mentioned that he will be supporting the DMK Allied Congress candidate in the Erode bypoll election. So this election is being called after the Congress MLA Ivera passed away few days back. Now, we have been clearly seeing how that Kamal Hassan has mentioned that he will be supporting the DMK Congress alliance in this particular bypoll election, but he has also clearly confirmed that nothing can be predicted for the 2024 election.
Well, you know, when Kamal Hassan started out the party, Yash, he had in fact made it very, very clear that he will not be going for any kind of an alliance anytime soon. What has changed?
Well, definitely, the same question was raised to Kamal Hassan, where he answers that due to the time change, we have been clearly seeing how the evolution changed, because he has also clearly mentioned that Rahul Gandhi has invited for him Bharat Jodo Yatra. That is why he has joined. So now he has not clearly confirmed that he will be supporting the Congress alliance for the 24 elections, but we have been clearly seeing how that ahead of 24 elections, the Erode bypoll election, he has been supporting the DMK Allied Congress candidate for the upcoming Erode poll election.
Yash, thank you for joining us. More breaking news trickling in. Well, after JNU, now we are getting to know that Jamia is planning a propaganda screening to screen the documentary of the BBC at 6 p.m. Manohar Keshri, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line to give us more details about this. Manohar, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
आवाज़ आ रही है।
मनोहर, जब इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री से इतनी आपत्ति है तो फिर इसको दिखाने की जिद क्यों कर रही है जामिया?
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से जामिया स्टूडेंट्स का जो लेफ्ट विंग है, जो SFI है, और उनकी ओर से इस तरह के खबर आई है और उन्होंने कहा है कि अगर प्रशासन हमें स्क्रीनिंग नहीं करने दिया जाएगा तो उनकी प्लानिंग है कि शाम 4 बजे जामिया में वो प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे और एक बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले हैं वहाँ के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के खिलाफ। कल रात में हमने देखा कि जिस प्रकार से बवाल हुआ, जेएनयू में पहले मना कर दिया गया था और उसके बाद फिर वहाँ पावर कट हुआ, किस प्रकार से स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुई है, तमाम घटनाएं घटी। इसके बाद आज जामिया में भी SFI की ओर से पूरी तैयारी की गई है कि वहाँ पर जा करके जो है सो वो प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे। शाम में 6 बजे वो स्क्रीनिंग करेंगे। लेकिन जो SFI की ओर से कहना है कि उनके जो एक स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो उनके कुलीग हैं और यूनिट सेक्रेटरी है जिनका नाम है अजीज, उनको पुलिस ने जो है सो एक हिरासत में लिया है और जिसकी वजह से जो है सो, और इसके साथ साथ कई लोगों को पुलिस ने डिटेन किया है, जिनका नाम अगर मैं बताऊं तो निवेद्या है, अभिराम है, तेजस है, ये सारे जामिया के स्टूडेंट्स हैं। इन लोगों को डिटेन किया हुआ है क्योंकि स्क्रीनिंग की टाइमिंग इन्होंने बता दी थी कि 6 बजे हम स्क्रीनिंग करने जा रहे हैं। तो इसके विरोध में, इसके अपोज में शाम 4 बजे इन लोग जामिया के जो गेट नंबर 7 है वहां पर विरोध प्रदर्शन करेंगे कि उन्हें छोड़ दिया जाए। उसके बाद इनकी प्लानिंग है, कल जिस तरह से गुपचुप किया गया था और मोबाइल पे और लैपटॉप पे हर जगह QR कोड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करके वहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स की और जो जेएनयू में किया गया था, इसी तरह अंदर खाने इनकी भी कुछ प्लानिंग चल रही है।
जी, some more breaking news trickling in now. While Minister of State for the MEA, Mr. V. Muralidharan, has a comment on the BBC documentary, and I quote, "Nobody should be allowed to trample upon the sovereignty of India." He also hit out at the Congress, stating that, and I quote, "It is unfortunate that a party which claims to have been part of the freedom struggle does not care about the sovereignty and the security of the country."
See, JNU had some elements, even earlier also, who were trying to break the country. Tukada gang. So those people, some of them might have gone out of the university, but still it seems that some of them are still there. So those people are trying to create trouble. But I am sure that the authorities will take the required action.
Naveen Nishant, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Naveen, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, आपकी आवाज़ आ रही है।
देखिए, अब इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री को लेकर एक जो राजनीतिक ये जो तू में शुरू हो गई है, ये तो एक तरफ है, पर साथ ही साथ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में नवीन जो ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री दिखाने का फैसला किया जा रहा है और उसके ऊपर बवाल हो रहा है, ये एक नई सरदर्दी बन गई है केंद्र सरकार के लिए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए बता दें कि न सिर्फ JNU बल्कि जामिया से भी खबर आ रही है कि आज शाम 4 बजे के करीब जो विवादित डॉक्यूमेंट्री है BBC की, वो स्क्रीनिंग की जाएगी। इसे लेकर कुछ छात्र जमा हुए थे जो स्टूडेंट फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया से थे, उन्हें दिल्ली पुलिस ने डिटेन भी किया है। लेकिन सोचने वाली बात है कि जामिया, JNU ये वैसे शिक्षण संस्थान है जो HRD की रैंकिंग में टॉप लिस्ट में आते हैं। यहाँ से पढ़कर अच्छे लोग, खासकर पॉलिटिशियन, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट यहाँ से पढ़ के निकले हैं। लेकिन आजकल इन शिक्षण संस्थानों की चर्चा पढ़ाई की वजह से नहीं बल्कि अन्य जो गतिविधियां होती हैं उनकी वजह से चर्चा में आ रहा है। JNU पिछले कुछ सालों की बात करें तो लगातार सुर्खियों में रहा है अपने विवादित कार्यक्रमों के कारण। वहीं जामिया की बात करें तो जामिया में भी हमने देखा था कि CNRC के समय प्रोटेस्ट हुए थे, वहां पर भी लगातार लोग प्रदर्शन में बैठे हुए थे। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो विवादास्पद जो BBC की डॉक्यूमेंट्री है उसे आज प्रदर्शित करने की योजना है जामिया में। इससे पहले कल देर रात JNU में उसकी स्क्रीनिंग हुई थी। हालांकि स्क्रीनिंग बड़े पैमाने पर नहीं हो पाई, लेकिन जो बच्चे हैं जो JNU में पढ़ते हैं उन्होंने अपने मोबाइल पर और लैपटॉप पर इसकी स्क्रीनिंग की थी QR कोड स्कैन के जरिए। लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में कहीं ना कहीं जो ABVP है वो अब आरोप लगा रही है कि जो बच्चे कल JNU आए थे उनमें से JNU में पढ़ने वाले बच्चों की संख्या बहुत कम है। हमने जो ABVP JNU के जो प्रेसिडेंट है रोहित, उनसे भी बात की थी। उन्होंने सबूत भी दिए हैं, उन्होंने फोटोग्राफ दिखाए हैं, उन्होंने वीडियो शेयर किए हैं और बताया है कि 12 बच्चे उसमें आइडेंटिफाइड हुए हैं, जिनमें से मात्र 2 ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो JNU से पढ़ते हैं। बाकी के बच्चे DU और जामिया से बुलाए गए थे। बड़ा सवाल ये उठता है कि आज सुबह से जब हम JNU के बाहर थे वहां पर सिक्योरिटी चेकिंग जो गार्ड्स हैं वो हर बच्चे की आने जाने की कार्ड की चेकिंग करते हैं कि वो बच्चा JNU में पढ़ता है या नहीं। लेकिन रोहित ने जैसा आरोप लगाया, जो प्रेसिडेंट है ABVP के, उनका साफ कहना था कि एक सुनियोजित प्लानिंग थी। उनका ये भी आरोप है कि जो लेफ्ट विंग है उनकी ये प्लानिंग थी कि अगर स्क्रीनिंग सफल नहीं होती है, स्क्रीनिंग की परमिशन नहीं मिलती तो बच्चों द्वारा हिंसा फैलाई जाएगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं आरोप प्रत्यारोप की राजनीति शुरू हो चुकी है। लेकिन ये एक जरूर चिंता का विषय है कि सरकार ने जिस डॉक्यूमेंट्री को बैन किया है, और वजह ये बताई है कि इससे भारत की जो एकता है उस पर खतरा हो सकता है। वैसे विवादास्पद जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री है उसकी स्क्रीनिंग कल देर रात JNU में की गई और आज जामिया में उसकी स्क्रीनिंग करने की प्लानिंग हो रही है।
All right. Some more breaking news coming in. Well, the Kerala governor has spoken on the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. He says, and I quote, "This is the time India has assumed the G20 presidency. Where this particular time has been chosen to bring out this documentary, particularly coming from a source who had predicted at the time of our freedom that India is not capable of preserving its freedom." Listen in.
I have not seen that statement. The only thing I can say is that there are people who are really, because all their estimates about India, all their guesswork has gone wrong. They thought that India will break into pieces. They thought that with so much diversity in India, India cannot maintain its unity. Now they see India emerging on the world scene. Not only India emerging on the world scene. How do you feel? Are not there people in Britain who feel deeply hurt that a person of Indian origin is their Prime Minister? Therefore, they want to use every opportunity, rather they want to create opportunities. They want to invent opportunities so that they can lower the esteem of India.
Madhu Sharma, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line. Madhu, Arif Muhammad Khan is also slamming this BBC documentary, saying that the timing of it and the way it has been portrayed when India is the president of the G20 is suspect.
Yes, well, the Kerala governor, Arif Muhammad Khan, today questioned the timing of the release of the controversial BBC documentary, India the Modi Question, saying it came at the time when India assumed the presidency of G20. And, Arif Muhammad Khan also said that, he is surprised that the people are attaching more importance to the opinion of a foreign documentary maker, that to colonial masters, than the verdict of the highest court of the court of the land. And so many judicial verdicts, including that of the highest court of the land, the timing, all of these things have to be taken in consideration. And this is a part of this is the time when India has assumed the G20 presidency. And he also questioned that why has this particular time been chosen to bring out this studious material. You cannot ignore these things, and particularly when it is coming from a source who ruled us over 200 years, is what the governor has mentioned. Also, the MOS also said that nobody should be allowed to trample upon the sovereignty of India. Also, he said that MOS also hit out at the core of the Congress, stating that it is unfortunate that the party, which claims to have been part of the freedom struggle, does not respect the sovereignty and the security of the court, is what.
Right, Madhu, appreciate those insights. Moving on, Prime Minister Modi and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi have held a bilateral meeting where a host of issues and concerns have been discussed. In a joint press briefing, Prime Minister Modi and President Sisi have stated that numerous discussions have been exchanged in the fields of cybersecurity, culture and information technology. The leaders have expressed a common concern on cross-border terrorism and emphasized on a joint exercise training and capacity building to counter this menace. India and Egypt are looking at increasing bilateral trade to up to $12 billion in the next 5 years. The countries that look at focusing on cooperation in green hydrogen and renewable energy and other sectors as well. Mahima Kataria, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Mahima, if you can hear me.
Yes, Vineet, I can hear you.
Well, definitely a good, initiative, not only in terms of our bonhomie with Egypt, but the fact that Egypt needs India as much as they have needed China for the past couple of decades.
Well, absolutely, Vineet, like you correctly pointed out, that President Sisi held bilateral meeting and delegation level talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on bilateral region and global issues of the mutual interest. And also, President Sisi met Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Hyderabad House in the national capital. Both the leaders held bilateral talks, adding the momentum to multifaceted Indian-Egypt relation marked by the civilization, culture, and economic linkages for that matter. Beneath, and Sisi also met External Affairs Minister S. Shankar. But what is to be noted here is that Prime Minister Modi and Egyptian President Sisi witnessed the exchange of postal stamps between the two countries, commemorating the 75 years of the diplomatic relations, as India and Egypt are celebrating the 75 years of establishment of the diplomatic relations this year. So like you correctly pointed out, it is a very important time between the two countries, and India and Egypt exchanged the MOUs as well in the fields of cyber security, culture, information technology, cooperation on youth matters and broadcasting. Nonetheless, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on the visit of Egyptian President, I beg your pardon, stated, and I quote, "I welcome Egyptian President Sisi and his delegation to India tomorrow. He will be the chief guest on Republic Day, and I'm happy that the Egyptian military contingent will also participate in the parade. It's very important that this time will have Egyptian military contingent who will be participating in the parade. And as we all know, we need that President of Sisi arrived today on a visit to India, and President Sisi will be the chief guest on India's 74th Republic Day. And Prime Minister also stated that India and Egypt are the two of the oldest civilized, like you correctly pointed out. There's a history of great relations between the two countries in the last years. Our bilateral ties have been deep, and this year Egypt has invited as a special guest at the upcoming 20 meeting. So that is also one of the most important points that was noted by the Prime Minister. Also, that India and Egypt are concerned about terrorism, both the countries. That strong actions must be taken to control cross-border terrorism during the COVID outbreak. We work together to meet the requirements of both the countries. There has been an increase in exercise, training and capacity building between the two countries, and will also cooperate on issues of cyber that help spreading extremism, radicalization. We also held discussions supply that would stop to COVID and Ukraine. We have decided, like you correctly pointed out, the bilateral between our countries to 12 billion in the next 5 years. And also what noted Vineet here that Egyptian Prime Minister has also stated, or I would say the words that he congratulated India and said, it is a great privilege.
All right. Mahima, appreciate you giving us those insights. International Affairs expert Mr. Sajeev Srivastava also joins us on the program. Mr. Srivastava, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we need it very much.
Well, so Egypt has had a long history of good ties with India, but at the same time we did see a low about a decade ago, where Egypt, because of its own political and economic instability, was not able to focus on its bilateral agreements or bilateral focus towards India. But now this comes as a welcome surprise, not only for Egypt but for India as well, considering that Egypt is a hot market.
Yes, absolutely. Egypt and India, they have, both the countries have a civilizational ties, as Mahima very rightly pointed out. And this is a historic, partnership relationship we have already with Egypt. As I said, civilizational linkages are there. And also, as you said, that because of some internal turmoil, Arab Spring, etc., Egypt was not able to focus on forging, better ties with India. But now, if you look at the India-Egypt relationship, it is continuously growing. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi visited Egypt in 2015, followed by Al-Sisi. He had also visited, and again he has come, and now he will be the first Egyptian president who is the chief guest at the Republic Day parade. So I think this visit will certainly boost, enhance our bilateral relationship. And there are several areas where both the countries can closely collaborate, and one of the areas is obviously defense. I think Egypt is, as you said, a hot market. Obviously, India would like to export our defense equipments to Egypt, and that's a very big market. India is certainly eyeing. And other than defense related collaborations, I think we can really, both the countries can focus on collaborating with each other on tourism, cyber security.
All right, Mr. Srivastava, appreciate your insights and your expertise on this matter. That definitely is a good way forward for both India and Egypt. Moving on, after the Central Board of Film Certification's revisions for Pathaan, the Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad have said that they will no longer oppose the Shah Rukh Khan starrer movie. The VHP, as they stand satisfied in its latest statement, has said that, and I quote, keeping our earlier objections in mind, changes have been made in the film and they are correct. After watching the film, if we find anything objectionable, then we'll reconsider opposing the film. Earlier this month, the Central Board of Film Certification, the CBFC, had suggested more than 10 cuts, including trimming some of the sensuous moves in the song Besharam Rang. However, the CBFC said that Deepika's much controversial orange outfit will continue to be a part of the action film. Right, Madhu Sharma joins us from Kerala. Ehtiyab Sheikh is with us in Indore, and Sujata Dwivedi is joining us from Mumbai as well. Sujata, if you can hear me, I'd like to come to you first.
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, you know, amidst all the hoopla and the objections, it seems that Pathaan has finally found its way into theatres and hopefully into the cinema goer's heart.
Well, definitely. We see that whereas the film which is released today has seen good appreciation from the fans, where we see that people and well as Shah Rukh Khan fans have been praising the movie, and on the itinerary we see that on one end where there were protests that were carried out, and also there were statements given by the Bajrang Dal and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad that the film will be banned and opposed till its release, and it will not be allowed to release, and it will be banned further. However, we see that now the Vishwa Hindu Parishad as well as its the Bajrang Dal has given out statements stating that no, the film will be opposed no more, and if anymore, and of course they will first watch the film, and after that they will decide if any action has to be taken. But for now there are no protests in Mumbai, and we see that advance booking for the film has been done by the viewers and the audience across Mumbai, wherein the tickets have been sold out well in advance, and good response from the audience for Shah Rukh Khan's comeback in Pathaan. And we see that the security arrangements have also been made to keep in mind that the law and order in the city is not harmed, where we see that because of the earlier threats that were given, which is now, we see that the Mumbai police has made the required deployment, and also at the same time, but there seems to be no protest around because people are going and watching the movie, and of course as of now there is no such scenario where we see people protesting. Be it there were so many levels that were given on Pathaan, stating that there was plagiarism, and then the content was copied, blaming the VFX, and also with the controversial song that was a part of the movie. But now we see that everything seems to be aside, and now people are enjoying the movie, whereas the Hindu groups have also decided to first watch the movie.
Okay, let me also rope in Madhu into this conversation. Madhu, if you can hear me, tell us what has been the reception and basically the atmosphere around, when it comes to the release of the movie Pathaan.
Yes, well, see, the activists of Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad have protested against Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika Padukone's film here in Hyderabad and several other places of South India, and the activists were protesting against the insulting of saffron color and raised slogans of Jai Shri Ram, and they have also demanded to ban the film, and notably in the film Pathaan, Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika Padukone have danced wearing saffron clothes, which Hindu organizations are protesting, and Bajrang Dal also alleges that the Hindu society is being defamed deliberately by, making such movies and making actresses wear, such dresses. At the same time, Bajrang Dal and VHP workers together created ruckus in Radhika Theatre of Hyderabad, which is, under the Kushaiguda police station limits, where several Bajrang Dal, Karyakartas have gathered, and they have, raised slogans, Jai Shri Ram, and several other slogans were raised, and police have come to the spot, and they have detained all the protesters who were protesting against Pathaan movie in that, particular area, and they have also said that, all the Vishwa Hindu Bajrang Dal workers first recited Hanuman Chalisa and submitted a memorandum to the police and lodged the complaint, is what we are learning at the moment. But they allege that Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika have insulted the Hindu religion by wearing saffron clothes in the film Pathaan, which will not be tolerated, is what the Bajrang Dal has said in a statement.
Okay, Ehtiyab is also joining me on the broadcast. Ehtiyab, अगर आप मेरी बात सुन पा रहे हैं, इंदौर में क्या माहौल है पठान की रिलीज को लेकर?
Well, absolutely, Vineet. I'll just take you through the visuals. Right now, I'm at a single screen theatre, Asta Theatre. The main gate is locked. We've got police out here. The other visual shows that the police is in the premises. That exactly is the protest which was done by the Bajrang Dal and the Hinduwadi Sangathan in the morning. Not even a single show of this movie has been showed at any of the theatres across Indore. There were around 10 theatres where the shows were to be shown. The bookings were done, prior bookings were done. There were people who came down to watch the movie. They had been returned back. These are the stories in Indore at present. This is the booking counter. You can see it's closed. This exactly is the entrance. It is empty. That side, people are waiting. They're not allowed. So the protest was massive. Bajrang Dal had categorically said that not even a single show of Pathaan movie will be released in Indore. And the present situation is that every screen, there are 10 screens where it was supposed to be released. Everywhere you see the same scenario. People are coming to the doors, they are returning back. The protest is still going on. And as far as the police is concerned,
all right, Satya, I appreciate you joining us. Yes, we have some breaking news to talk about now. Well, a case of attempted rape in a bus with a female teacher going from Hajipur in Bihar to Siliguri in West Bengal has come to light. It is being told that the woman jumped from the window of the bus to save herself. The police have currently admitted the woman to Purnia Sadar Hospital, where her condition is said to be critical. Shakti Kumar, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Shakti, अगर आप मेरी बात सुन पा रहे हैं? शक्ति, इस पर क्या जानकारी मिल सकती है इस महिला के बारे में?
देखिए, एक महिला जो दार्जिलिंग की रहने वाली है, ये कुछ काम से बिहार के वैशाली जिले में आई थी, हाजीपुर में, जिसने के बाद जो है वो अपने काम खत्म करके वापस जो है दार्जिलिंग जा रही थी। इस दौरान जो है वो बस से ट्रेवल कर रही थी और पूर्णिया के पास जो है इस महिला के साथ जो है छेड़खानी की गई और इसके साथ जो है कई लोग, आपको बता दें कि देर रात हो गई और इस दौरान जो है बस जो है कई यात्री जो थे बस के बैठे हुए पैसेंजर वो उतर गए और काफी कम संख्या में बस पैसेंजर बचे थे और उसके बाद जो है तकरीबन आधा दर्जन जो युवक थे उन्होंने अकेला पाके इस महिला के साथ छेड़छाड़ करने की कोशिश की और रेप की अटेम्प्ट की कोशिश की और उसके बाद आपको बता दें कि जो महिला है वो अपनी जान बचाने के लिए बस के खिड़की से कूद के भागी और इस दौरान आपको बताया कि उसने ड्राइवर और कंडक्टर से मदद भी मांगी, लेकिन जो आपको बता रही कि जो युवक थे उसकी संख्या ज्यादा थी और इस दौरान जो है बस के ड्राइवर ने भी उनकी महिला की मदद नहीं की और उसके बाद महिला जब खिड़की से कूद के भागी और उसके बाद जो है जो पुलिस थी, 22 थाना है क्षेत्र है वहाँ पे है, उसकी पेट्रोलिंग करते हुए पुलिस की टीम थी और उसने सूचना मिली और उसके बाद जो है पुलिस की टीम पहुंची और उसी को ले जाके जो है पूर्णिया में जो है वहाँ अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया। फिलहाल उसकी हालत जो है वो सही बताई जा रही है और अब बताया कि जो महिला है वो काफी डरी हुई है जी, लेकिन अभी भी अस्पताल में वहाँ पे भर्ती है।
शक्ति, इस जानकारी के लिए आपका धन्यवाद। Some more breaking news coming in now. Well, the Unnao rape case update is what we are talking about. The rape victim has reached the Delhi High Court seeking a cancellation of an interim bail which was granted to Kuldeep Sengar by the Delhi High Court. And the demand is to cancel the bail of Kuldeep Sengar by filing an application in the Delhi court. Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the CBI on the rape victim's plea. And the Delhi High Court has recently granted interim bail to Kuldeep Sengar for 15 days to attend his daughter's wedding. Satyam Vajpayee, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Satyam, अगर आप मेरी बात सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी जी।
देखिए, इस 15 दिन की जो मोहलत दी गई है कुलदीप सेंगर को, उसको लेकर आपत्ति जताई गई है और कोर्ट ने भी इसको नोट किया है।
जी बिल्कुल, आपको बता दें ये माकी रेप कांड है, बहुचर्चित जो रेप कांड है। इसमें 15 दिन की जो पेरोल कुलदीप सेंगर को मिली है, 27 जनवरी से लेकर के 10 फरवरी तक की पेरोल मिलनी थी। लेकिन इसमें जो लगातार बेटी की शादी के लिए मिलनी थी पेरोल, लगातार इसमें लेकिन पीड़िता जो है वो लगातार अपने बयानों को सोशल मीडिया पे वायरल कर रही है। लगातार जो उच्च अधिकारियों को, साथ ही आपके जो हाई कमान बैठे हुए हैं उनको लगातार वो प्रार्थना पत्र दे रही है कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर ये बाहर आते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं उनके परिवार को, उनको जान का खतरा है। तो इसी तरीके से इनको बेल मिलनी नहीं चाहिए। साथ ही इसके पहले जो इनके चाचा, जो आरोपी, जो पीड़िता है, उसके चाचा महेश सिंह की भी बेल मंजूर हुई थी अपनी भतीजे की शादी के लिए। तो उस दौरान एक वीडियो आया था सामने जिसमें कुलदीप सेंगर के पक्ष ने कहा था कि इनके बाहर आने से कहीं ना कहीं ये चीजें इफेक्टेड होंगी, जो जांच चल रही है। इस वजह से उनकी वो बेल कैंसिल हुई थी। इस वजह लिहाजा इनकी कुलदीप सेंगर की भी बेल कैंसिल की जाए।
जी, इस जानकारी के लिए आपका धन्यवाद। वी डिप इनटू अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक, बी राइट बैक।
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ इसकी और अपनी
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी। 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इथों ले चुका हूँ।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra. Now, Rahul Gandhi, while breaking his silence on Digvijaya Singh, has distanced himself from the comments on the surgical strike and has claimed that the Congress party completely trusts the armed forces. He has made it clear now that the army does not need to provide any proof for any military action that they take. This is, of course, a huge U-turn since only 11 months ago, both him and KCR wanted the army to provide proof on the surgical strikes. Also, why is it that when it comes to China, Rahul Gandhi does not toe this line with statements like India is not ready for China and that China is beating up our Javans? Is this statement from Rahul Gandhi welcome, or does it expose that the Congress party is in fact confused? Let's quickly listen in to how the Congress has messed it up this time around.
सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करते हैं कि हमने इतने लोग मार गिराए, लेकिन प्रमाण कुछ नहीं, केवल झूठ का पुलिंदा से ये राज कर रहे हैं। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, ये देश सबका है।
मैं तो श्री राहुल गांधी जी से ये जवाब मांगता हूं कि ये कैसी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा है। टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग आपके साथ चल रही है, सेना का मनोबल गिराया जा रहा है और राहुल गांधी भी सवाल उठा रहे हैं कि सेना कमजोर होगी। ये देशभक्ति नहीं है। कभी दिग्विजय सिंह के राज में सिमी का गढ़ था, ये मध्य प्रदेश। सेना का मनोबल गिराने का पाप और अपराध तो कम से कम कांग्रेस ना करे।
जो दिग्विजय सिंह जी ने कहा उससे मैं बिल्कुल अग्री नहीं करता हूं। हमारी आर्मी पर हमारा पूरा ट्रस्ट है। अगर आर्मी कुछ करे, सबूत देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। तो मैं पर्सनली उनके स्टेटमेंट से कंप्लीटली डिसएग्री करता हूं और कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऑफिशियल पोजीशन भी यही है कि वो दिग्विजय जी का पर्सनल ओपिनियन है, वो हमारा ओपिनियन नहीं है।
Okay, so there you heard it. With me on the broadcast is Ikram Sandhu of the Congress, also Major General Gigi Dwivedi with us as well is Sumit Peer, Syed Abbas and Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian. Let me begin this conversation with Ikram Sandhu. Ikram Sandhu, I do feel a little bad for you right now because you're going to have to explain a lot of what has happened. Now, Digvijaya Singh's statement demanding proof of the surgical strikes came out yesterday morning. In the evening, we held a debate on the same, and your party sent a spokesperson who was actually defending Digvijaya Singh. Then, in the middle of that debate comes Jairam Ramesh's tweet many hours later saying that this is a personal statement of Digvijaya Singh and the party does not back it. Today, Rahul Gandhi has come out and made what a lot of the opposition, the BJP, is calling a significant U-turn, because Rahul Gandhi was also one of the leaders who did question the surgical strike and kept demanding for proof. My simple question to you, Ikram Sandhu, is that if you want to, of course, now support the army, and that's great to know, why did it take the Congress party so long to put out a statement against Digvijaya Singh's comments? Why didn't the party immediately hold a press conference or put out a tweet from their handle? Or why couldn't Rahul Gandhi come immediately and say that no, this is not the position of the party? Because Digvijaya Singh was a part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's not like he was at some separate event or someone just randomly was interviewing him and he ended up making that statement. He was part of the Yatra.
Good evening, Devika, and just give me the courtesy of a few minutes to answer your question. Now, when we talk about questioning, we are not questioning the army. Nobody in Congress questions the army. Of course, we question this present government. And we have been doing it since 2014 and especially 2019 as far as the Pulwama attack is concerned. Now, there are three important things which we should not lose sight of. One, how did RDX reach Pulwama? And just because an election happened after that and BJP won that election, it cannot be swept under the carpet. There was an intelligence failure and the government of the day is answerable for that. Number two, couple of years after Pulwama, if you remember, a DSP in J&K police, Mr. Devinder Singh, DSP Devinder Singh, was caught red-handed with terrorists whom he was ferrying from Jammu to Srinagar. Now, this government has dropped all proceedings against that DSP and no action has been taken against it. The government which tom-toms its nationalistic credentials and people are in jail for 2 to 3 years just because a CD or a book is caught at their house, how come this DSP was left off the hook?
So Ikram Sandhu, I want to just ask you, I know you asked for a couple of minutes, is your problem with the DSP or is your problem with Pulwama or is your problem with the surgical strikes?
Our problem is not with any surgical strike. As you know, and even Lieutenant General Huda talked about it earlier, the surgical strike even happened before 2014. So it is not that something which just suddenly came up because of the supreme leader taking over.
So now that Digvijaya Singh has made a statement, why are you coming and bringing up the DSP's matter? If that was your issue, then you should have held a press conference on it. Why don't you demand answers from the center? Digvijaya Singh has made a very clear statement on surgical strike. He said, give me proof. 6 years later, the Congress party and its leaders are still asking for proof of the surgical strike.
Nobody from the Congress. Now, if Mr. Digvijaya Singh said something, it could have been lost in translation, it could have been his own thing. Congress is very clear on it.
He said the center is lying about the surgical strike. What is there to, what translation are we losing here?
You are not getting our point. The surgical strike is a different thing. There is a context in which the surgical strike happened. That context cannot be lost.
Like what context? What context?
The context of what happened in Pulwama. Why was it that RDX reached the most secure highway that you have in India? There was an intelligence report that the CRPF Jawans should not be sent by road. They should be airlifted. Why was that ignored? Because of this 40 people, 40
so ask those questions, Ikram Sandhu. That's what I'm telling you. No, you're not. You are making it about the surgical strike.
Today, as
you are saying, give us proof of the surgical strike. Why are you asking for proof?
Of the surgical strike. One, the citations are
your own leader was asking. Rahul Gandhi was asking just a couple of years, until a few years back he was. Yes, today he's perhaps had a change of heart. Ikram Sandhu, I just want to understand, does the Congress party realize that it really does come across as very confused?
No, it does not. Now you tell me something. Who is Sadhvi Pragya?
My, my question to you was very simple.
Listen to me. Now,
if you wanted to, Ikram Sandhu, sorry, my question to you was very simple. If you wanted,
I am just giving you a context. If you have somebody who goes off the party line, the whole party cannot be held responsible.
No, absolutely not. That's what we're saying. But when you don't come out with a statement immediately, you allow it to become the party line.
Ms. Digvijaya said something yesterday morning. It was played ad nauseum throughout the day. Everybody on television who matters in the Congress has said that it is his view, not the Congress's view. And today morning, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been more than categorical in refuting whatever Mr. Digvijaya Singh has said. Has the Prime Minister in the last 3 years even once refuted a loose cannon like Giriraj Singh or Sadhvi Pragya? So hold us to the same standard that you hold the BJP. You cannot have oranges for one party and apple for another party. We in 24 hours clarified that is too long. This government for years has not clarified, and it is par for the course. I'm sorry, that's not the way politics should be run anywhere, especially not on news channels.
Dwivedi, do you think it's fair of the Congress to make these sort of confused statements about the surgical strike 6 years after it has happened?
Well, Devika, first and foremost, I think we should all accept that security is a national issue. And it is the onus of every citizen to be involved in national security. Unfortunately, our leaders tend to politicize it and make it onus of one party or the other. They should take collective responsibility about the national security. And this is our lack of culture, strategic culture. And that's why such questions are raised. Second point is that when a leader, senior leader, makes such statement, I think the rebuttal must come then and there. It should be rather pulled down. And these statements come more to make brownie points by these senior leaders. I think they should go and visit. If some leader has a doubt, should go to forward area and visit and clarify for himself or herself. I was in Siachen as the battalion commander. I know a defense minister came with a couple of MPs. And within 5 minutes, they wanted to get back. I can tell you these leaders have never visited the forward areas. They may be doing a lot of work in the hinterland. But when they question the security, they must go forward. They must, they are the MPs, they are the position holders. I'm sure they'll get the permission to go forward. And ironically, they tend to bat for those armies which have no credibility. Take, for example, Pakistan Army. I fought 71 war. And Pakistan Army till today has not accepted they lost the war. And yet, Yahya Khan, Niazi, and Tika Khan were the leaders. They blame the political dispensation. And mind you, same thing with China. They had Galwan, they had almost 40-50 casualties, they accepted 4 casualties. So our leaders tend to believe our adversaries, our enemies, who have no credibility whatsoever. And third point I like to make it, that we don't take cognizance of such statement. In the army, we don't take cognizance of irresponsible statement. Doesn't affect our morale whatsoever. We have a duty to do. We defend our country at all costs, at the cost of our lives, and we don't care what statement the politician made. We just brush them aside. Devika.
Right, absolutely. Let me bring in Joyita Basu into the conversation. Joyita, do you think it was enough that the Congress hours later held a press conference and said that Digvijay Singh's statements are personal and that we back the army wholeheartedly? Or was this an opportunity for them to actually do a lot more if they really want to now, after years since the surgical strikes or the Pulwama attack, if they truly want to now show that yes, we do wholeheartedly support the army, then they should have immediately held a press conference or issued a statement or at least spoken at length about the issue.
Yes, Devika, you're absolutely right when you say that the Congress has done too little, too late. Now, when you're looking at the Congress, you see the problem that the Congress needs to realize that there's something called perception. And in perception, considering, by distancing themselves from Digvijay Singh is not going to help. Especially, I would say, in 2024, the elections are going to come up by next year. So you see, when it comes to perception, there is already a perception that is there in terms of that there are elements in the Congress party that do not always talk in terms of India's interest. You see, this is something that is not doing the Congress any, it's not helping the Congress. You see, if you go and talk to people in general, except for people who are totally against the BJP and Prime Minister Modi and all, there is a question mark that has come on Congress because of their several leaders, strange statements they have been giving. Because of certain sections they were seen to be protecting at the time of, in the 10 years that they were in power, that it is being seen that, Mr. Manmohan Singh was not being allowed to function. Say, for example, things like, it is well known that Manmohan Singh's government was not given the permission to build infrastructure along the LAC. Apparently because certain environmentalists thought it is going to be bad for the environment and all. So all these interventions have happened during Manmohan Singh's government's time, and the Congress also, with the kind of people, with some of their leaders, with the kind of people they have been hobnobbing with and all. So unnecessarily they have put them on the crosshairs of the BJP. It was not needed. Now this was an example, this was an opportune time. They should have asked Mr. Digvijaya Singh to stay shut completely. And let's not forget, after 2016, even Rahul Gandhi was asking for proof at one point of time. So he may have done a U-turn knowing, he may have had a change of heart or something like that. But the fact of the matter is that the Congress is basically, axing itself on its own foot right now, if you ask me.
Okay, Syed Asad Abbas, do you also believe that the Congress is, as Ikram Sandhu wants to, highlight, that the Congress has in fact done enough, given this sort of a statement that has been made by Digvijaya Singh? Do you support that?
Well, I truly believe that Digvijaya Singh has spoken for himself. As a matter of fact, he looks like he's more playing on the side of the BJP. What is Digvijay even speaking? The fact of the matter, we need to understand that Digvijay Singh time and again makes such statements. Not just that, previously, if we see, he made a very obnoxious statement that women who wear jeans and t-shirts, forward-thinking women apparently vote for Rahul Gandhi. Such a misogynist statement to make. Not just that, even calling out for saffron terrorism, blaming the 2611 attacks towards the RSS, and so on and so forth. This has become quite a regular habit of the Mr. Digvijaya Singh, which actually plays well for BJP because this dents the Congress. Also, as a matter of fact, we need to understand that it's good that Mr. Rahul Gandhi came out in the Bharat Jodo Yatra press conference and categorically stated that this is not his views, these are outlying views, and these are views of Mr. Digvijaya Singh. Also, as a matter of fact, we need to understand that the BJP also cannot be let loose. It was the BJP who rubbished all claims of Lieutenant General D.S. Hooda, who stated that even before 2014, there were many such surgical strikes which took place, post-border operations that took place. So is that okay? Absolutely no. If we blame the Congress for asking for proof, we need to blame the BJP too for not just asking for proof, but rubbishing all claims of General D.S. Hooda, where even during UPA's rule, there were many such surgical strikes. So therefore, we need to understand that the war between the BJP and Congress has been going on for front. I truly believe as an Indian that when it comes to national security, when it comes to the national interest, be it the Congress, BJP or any party, needs to be sacrosanct in their stand, united in the stand, no matter what. We might have our ideological differences, but when it comes to the army, when it comes to the armed forces, the Indian forces, we must and should speak in one voice, because this is our motherland and these are the same war heroes who are protecting us and saving us from the outside militia. So therefore, I think the way ahead for any of these respective parties is to be united when it comes to national security. Okay. Also, as a matter of fact, this just 30 seconds and I conclude. Also, as a matter of fact, we need to understand that there must be reprimanded actions which need to take place against leaders like Digvijaya Singh. I think he should not be allowed to make such statements. Not just Digvijay Singh, but even the leaders on the other side, from the BJP too, be it Sadhvi Pragya or Giriraj Singh and so on and so forth. Only because of these leaders, they bring about a bad name to the party. So more than playing for the party, they turn out to be playing for the opposite party. It's something like we call hit wicket in cricket. So Digvijay Singh is nothing but a hit wicket right now for the Congress party, cutting out the sorry figure, and of course it is very embarrassing. So therefore Rahul Gandhi's wise decision would be Congress Jodo with the right kind of leaders and pick and remove leaders who do not adhere to the party lines and make
exactly.
such
So that's Sumit Peer. Then my question to you is, because the first thing that anyone would think is that why is Digvijay Singh even being allowed to make such statements at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is the Congress's big effort before the 2024 elections. You know, this is the Congress party trying to make a big comeback at such a rally. And when you're talking about Bharat Jodo, you're allowing leaders like Digvijay Singh the time and space and the platform to make statements about a 2016 surgical strike, which in the past also several opposition parties have tried to raise questions against, and it's not worked well. It's not worked in their favor. So what lessons are they really learning, and why are people like Digvijay Singh so significant then to the Congress?
Devika ji, thank you very much for having me on your show. In fact, what Congress is doing is what we call in English running with the hare and hunting with the hounds. Good cop, bad cop. That is exactly what is done. You know, whenever you have an electrical problem in your house, you call an electrician, and an electrician carries a small screwdriver in his pocket, which is called a tester. Now, with the tester, he touches here and there and checks is there a current leakage. Mr. Digvijay Singh is the tester of Congress party. Whenever they have to straw a controversy, whenever they have to challenge the things, they use Mr. Digvijay Singh. Let him make a statement and see how does the statement go. If it resonates well, if you are getting the traction on it, like Chokidar Shore hai, like, you know, all the kind of things which is in, now then they will back him. If it goes back, they will say, okay, sorry, it's wrong. He did it. We don't know. How is a habitual offender like Mr. Digvijay Singh always in Congress? Why is a part of every Congress committee? Why is he such a star leader? Why does he share stage with Rahul Gandhi ji? What has Congress done so far with this habitual offender who has been offending again and again and again? But the problem remains, he's not a habitual offender. He's exactly doing what the High Command expects him to do. He is the scapegoat. When the things go wrong, put it on him, walk it out, say it's his personal comments and walk it out. Question is, has he apologized in public? No. Has Mr. Digvijay Singh apologized? No. Was Digvijay Singh on the podium when Rahul Gandhi apologized? No. Now, if I go slightly back, Mr. Rahul Gandhi said after surgical strikes, Khoon ki dalali. Now, did Khoon ki dalali also came from Digvijay Singh? No. It was Rahul Gandhi. Then Mr. Rahul Gandhi asked for proofs of surgical strike. Yes, he did. So this Khoon ki dalali, Maut ka Saudagar, Shumb Nishum, Basmasur, they again came from Rahul Gandhi ji. The problem with the Congresses and Modi Virod, they forget when are they crossing the line. They cannot oppose the army of the country. They cannot question the surgical strikes. If you are questioning the surgical strikes, you are towing the language of Pakistan and China. Very recently, Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji said 20,000 square kilometers of land is lost to China, and there was one Congress spokesperson, I don't remember the name on your show. I told him, can you give the latitude and longitude? If 20,000 kilometers means 1/3 of Aksai Chin, then there must be a latitude and longitude of that. Give it to that. Have a press conference, do that. You know, these people try these things. And if and when they backfire, then they try to run away saying we have not done anything. Why is Mr. Digvijay Singh so indispensable? Why don't you suspend him? You don't want to terminate him? Suspend him from 6 years. Nupur Sharma said 1 or 2 lines which we don't support and we condemn. Now she was suspended. The action was immediately taken. Now why this suspension is not happening? Why public apology is not happening? Why termination is not happening? So when you are asking for, and it is not the first time, you can say, Galti okay, it was the first time. Time and again, because there's a cohesion. The cohesion is the Gandhi Parivar and the Digvijay Singh. Bhai, tum ye bolo, and we'll see how do the things turn, and based on that, we'll align your things. Now, what is the relevance of Zahir ki Khoon ki dalali? Didn't Mr. Rahul Gandhi say Khoon ki dalali? Will he apologize for Khoon ki dalali? Will he apologize for himself? Forget Digvijay Singh, sir, I did a mistake that time, questioning the surgical strikes, and I take back my word of Khoon ki dalali. He will not take that. He will stand to that. And now he's saying, oh, I had this conditional apology, Pulwama, we did Arctic and all that. These are not the things. You are questioning the valor of Indian army. You are questioning the surgical strikes. Questioning the surgical strikes means you are with Pakistan. Then the Pakistan ISPR and your Digvijay Singh ji ki strategy to same hai. That is the strategy of Rahul Gandhi. And what took you 24, 48 hours? You are on the you could have done it next second. Why it's such a delay?
All right. Okay, so Ikram Sandhu, you've been hearing everyone patiently. Now, of course, these are all, as we like to say, personal views of the panelists as well, as they were the personal views of Digvijaya Singh. But does the Congress party realize that whether it likes it or not, a perception is created and it actually backfires all of your attempts, all the goodwill that you might have been collecting over the past few months through the Bharat Jodo Yatra, it actually backfires. And therefore, people ask the question, why has no action, any sort of action, been taken against a leader like Digvijaya Singh?
Devika, if we have to take action, then the action should be across the board. Mr. Digvijay Singh said something, categorically the party has condemned it. I want BJP today to condemn Mr. Modi, who in 2013, 9 years ago, had said that Bharat ki Sena bahut kamzor hai. Has anybody in BJP castigated him for that? The then prime ministerial candidate for saying that Hindustan ki fauj bahut kamzor hai in 2013 campaign, it is documented. Has any action been taken against all those leaders of BJP who said that Lieutenant General D.S. Huda is speaking through his hat, that till the time in May 2014, Modi did not come to power, no cross-border action was ever taken by the Indian Army? It was something which was not tom-tommed. It was something that was being of a strategic nature. Nothing was spoken about it. But from the Northeast, right up till Pakistan, these actions took up even before 2014. So if apologies are there, everybody should apologize. Let Mr. Modi apologize. Let the cabinet ministers who castigated...
But Ikram Sandhu, you have to understand that...
We will apologize for everything.
Of course, but why don't you then set the example? If you want everybody to apologize, why doesn't the Congress party begin by setting a positive example? If we get into this whataboutery, then there are political parties and politicians across the board, as you mentioned. But until and unless the Congress party does something themselves, how can you expect others to follow suit?
I know, high moral standards are not for the BJP, that is for the Congress, and we are proud of that. And therefore, we stand with them that we have a moral fiber. We stand by our army. The army is not BJP's army, it is Indian army.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So no questions are raised on the operations and on what the operation actually led to. What we always question is the mentality of the current government, which is just using Indian army.
Ikram Sandhu, if you ask for proof, if you ask for proof, then you're questioning the army only, no? You're not questioning the BJP.
Then you're for proof. Come on.
You're saying give proof that the surgical strikes happened.
No.
The Congress party. The Congress party.
Yes. No. If one person in the Congress has said that the whole sallow doesn't make a summer.
So everybody is asking, why hasn't any punitive action been taken against Digvijay Singh? That's a simple question that everyone's asking.
Whatever punitive action is taken against Mr. Narendra Modi for calling Bharat ki Sena kamzor hai for 2013, 100 times more action will be taken against Digvijay Singh. You are the ruling party.
Okay.
Take action against PM Modi. Whatever action you take against him, we will take 100 times more action.
As we wind up this conversation, Joyita Basu, is the Congress party somewhere not realizing, as I mentioned, that these sort of little statements that are made by some politicians or some leaders, they actually do set back the Congress and its efforts over the past many months, and they need to be way more proactive rather than getting into this whataboutery, because people perhaps expect something fresh coming out of the Congress party or something fresh coming out of politics in India, where a political party can actually stand up and say that yes, our leader was wrong and this is the action that we're taking against them. We don't support their statement at all.
Well, the thing is that if the Congress had to take action against all the stuff that Digvijay Singh has been saying over the years, I mean, I think it would have taken action long back. But the whole question is, you see, is again, I'm going to say it's a matter of perception. The problem is, you see, people are not expecting something new to come out of the Congress party. They are expecting that this is what exactly the Congress party is going to say, and that is what Digvijay Singh is saying. So the whole point is that it is time, I mean, people started thinking that perhaps their messaging has gone wrong somewhere. If they, at the same time, people like Digvijay Singh, they kind of help entrench that message. People start thinking, oh, but that's how they are, you know, they cannot be trusted. I mean, it is frankly doing the Congress a lot of harm, if you ask me.
All right, on that note, we wrap up this conversation. I thank all of our panelists for joining us, and stay tuned to NewsX.
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari and Chief Justice Umarat Banyal are among the Shanghai Cooperation Organization leaders and dignitaries invited by India to meetings of the 8-member grouping to be held in the coming months. The invitation to Bhutto Zardari had gone out recently with those for the SCO foreign ministers, including China's Qin Gang. There is still no official confirmation from the Pakistani side on whether Bhutto Zardari and Bandial will attend these important meetings. The invitation to Bhutto Zardari was delivered days after Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif offered to hold talks with India and said he asked the United Arab Emirates leadership to help bring the two countries to the negotiating table. India responded to Pakistan's conditional offer of talks by saying an atmosphere free from terror and violence is a prerequisite for normal neighborly ties. The big question we are asking is, well, is this merely a formality to extend this invitation to Bilawal Bhutto, or is it time now for a systematic review of Pakistan's isolation as well? We'll talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the show is Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee, former diplomat, Major General Shashi Tharoor, former Additional DG, Infantry, Global Strategic and Defence Expert, joins us on the show as well. Mr. Pathikrit Pain, Strategic and International Affairs Expert, also joining us on the broadcast. And last but by no means the least, Joyita Basu, with me in the studio, editor of the Sunday Guardian, also with us. Ambassador Mukherjee, ma'am, if you can hear me, I'd like to begin with you.
Yes, indeed.
Well, ma'am, you know, do you think, is it really time for India to give Pakistan any kind of benefit of the doubt? You know, although this kind of an overture has been, catalyzed by Pakistan, it still continues to harbor terrorists. It still continues to facilitate an atmosphere which is not conducive for any kind of a bilateral conversation.
I think, Vineet, it would be appropriate for us to de-link these two issues. In other words, the so-called overture by the Pakistani Prime Minister which was then modified and clarified by himself and by his office subsequently, should not be in any way linked to a protocol invitation given to the Pakistani Foreign Minister to attend the SCO meeting of which we are the chair, because it is our responsibility as chair when we took over chairmanship to ensure that all the members of SCO are invited and participate at the meeting. So this was very much, in my perspective, within the perspective of diplomatic protocol. The invitation was given. If he would come, then it would be another issue whether he would have a separate bilateral with our External Affairs Minister, and whether we would maybe, I don't know, I don't think it's likely actually, that we would facilitate a meeting either with our PM or with our NSA. As far as reviewing ties are concerned, it is important to also remember, Vineet, that Pakistan is on the verge of economic collapse. Its present government is very weak. It is being further weakened by the efforts of Imran Khan. Elections are due. It is not clear whether the present government would accept IMF conditionalities. If they accept IMF conditionalities, they would lose the election. If they don't accept IMF conditionalities, Pakistan would go down. That's a really hard choice for them. Under those circumstances, it does not make any sense for us, Vineet, sitting here in India, to make any overture at all, nor do I regard this as an overture. It's an invitation handed over by our High Commission in Islamabad, which I would like to remind our audience in India is headed for many years at the level of Chargé d'Affaires, because we have not sent a High Commissioner. So at the level of Chargé d'Affaires, I don't know what level officer handed over the invitation to Bilawal Bhutto's office, but this is absolutely a protocol diplomatic move. It is not to be linked in any way with the overture made by the Pakistani Prime Minister, which was subsequently modified and remodified, and that shows the grip of the Pakistani deep state on Indo-Pakistan ties, and also on the many layers and conditionalities attached to any overture that Pakistan may have or will ever make to India with regard to improvement of ties. Vineet.
Joyita, where do you stand on this? It's important to understand that when we take Pakistan seriously and when we don't.
Well, Vineet, in this case, as long as we are part of the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and since we are the chair of SCO this year, we cannot escape inviting this particular guy, whatever his name is. The thing is, you see, it would be extremely rude on our part not to invite him. So I guess we have invited him, but does not mean that we are making peace with Pakistan. Okay, I mean, this has been, it is, let me put it this way, it is coincidence or whatever, this thing is taking place at a time when India has taken over as the president of the SCO. And if this SCO meeting was being held in any other country, any other member country, India would have gone and participated in that meeting, and Bilawal Bhutto, Bilawal Zardari and others also would have been part of it. So it is but natural that we will ask him to come. The thing is that whether he comes or not, frankly, if he doesn't, I hope he does not turn up. I mean, there will be, if you ask me, the SCO agenda, whatever it is, I mean, that is going to be hijacked with all that media noise about Bilawal Bhutto coming to India. And if he has any shame left in him, he should not come, given the kind of nonsense that he spoke about India and India's Prime Minister at the United Nations. Having said that, what they have listen, let's put it this way, they have two jokers. I mean, if you, right now you can see on your screen, there is one joker, which is Shehbaz Sharif, and the other joker is this particular Bilawal guy. So the thing is that we do business with mature, senior, serious people. We do not, deal with jokers who do not know even how to talk, who basically have run their country aground. Think of Pakistan, what is happening. Look at their foreign exchange reserve. I think after 1 week, they will not have money to buy petroleum. They have already witnessed, I think, something around 22 or 24 hours of power cut throughout the country. They do not have food grains. Their food riots are taking place in that country. And all that this Bilawal and company, apparently at the same time, they imported cars worth, I think, a few $100 million from the US because they're rich and famous. They have to, and the generals, they need those cars. So you see, when you're looking at Pakistan, it's not a country, it's a zoo. Okay, so I don't see any reason why any mature country should be dealing with them, considering also the baggage that they have in terms of terrorism. You see, terror and talks cannot go with one another, with each other. And whatever peace talk offer that this guy had given, this Shehbaz Sharif had talked about, I think one day later, what he was talking about is until and unless India takes back, revokes, I mean that, you know, Article 370 decision, we cannot talk. The minute you are putting a condition like that, so obviously it is but natural you are not serious about talking to us. I am not even going into the terrorism part over here. So obviously, but the fact of the matter is that, but since you are posturing and sending out the message to the world that, see, I am willing to talk, they are not willing to talk to us, well, okay, fine, we will also posture, we will also invite you, but whether you come or not is immaterial.
Right. Jallianwala Thana, if you're there with us.
Yes, very much.
So what do you make of this tiptoeing by Pakistan? Is this something which India needs to be wary of? Because in the past also Pakistan has created an atmosphere where they have sweet talked us on a number of occasions but stabbed us in the back.
See, there is no evidence or incident to suggest that there is any change in our policy that terror and talks don't go together. So I think as far as India is concerned, that policy stands. Yes, we are a responsible host of an important organization called as SCO, and as a responsible host, we have to give invitation, and that is a necessity. It's a diplomatic necessity, as was brought out by both the speakers earlier. The second, my own sense is the dilemma rests with Pakistan, whether to attend or not attend. After whatever they have said in whatever forum they had, if they attend, they have a problem. If they do not attend, then also there is a problem, because SCO is an important organization for them, where China and Russia both are there, and they have a lot to take from both of them. As far as attendance is concerned, whether it happens or not, I don't think it should bother us. But notwithstanding that, going by the trend, the RATS meeting was attended by them. That also happened this year. So this exchange, I don't think is very significant, because that was a compulsion of Shehbaz Sharif to speak in that manner. He was going with a begging bow to UAE, and he wanted money. And obviously, he couldn't have gone and criticized India there. So therefore, perhaps he said what he said, and subsequently the deep state overturned what he said. So that's one part of it. The second issue is that when we are looking at Global South, when we are looking at our larger footprints all over the world, when we are looking at that if UNSC doesn't expand, let's have a leadership of the Global South in some manner, then obviously we also have to engage in many organizations. In some other forum, somebody did ask a question that if this is an organization which was earlier Shanghai 5 and things like that, why are we in that organization? What have we got from SCO? But the fact is, whether we got anything or not is not relevant. What is relevant is that our being in SCO has ensured that there is no resolution which goes through SCO which is not in Indian interest. And therefore, we need to be there and we must be there. And as an important host, now that we are president of that organization in rotation, so I think we will follow all the protocols and responsibilities which are supposed to be done by the president of this important organization. There are also speculations, because there are others also who may come for various during our presidentship, whether the Russian president will come or not. So all these speculations will remain. As far as these is insignificant individuals are concerned, invitation has gone is all right. Whether they come, it's okay. If they don't come, that was also okay. But notwithstanding that, I do visualize that out of all the members, India will still make a mark, and this idea of we will talk of what we want to talk, whether it is in terms of counter-terrorism or a joint action by SCO against terrorism, I think this will still be said whether Pakistan is there in the forum or they are not there in the forum. Vineet.
Absolutely. Pathikrit, your thoughts on this? Should India continue with its pledge to isolate Pakistan, or do you think that a little amount of let up here and there could work in our favor?
Well, Vineet, I think the government ideally would not have any kind of let up policy, and I don't think we should let up Pakistan till the time they successfully implode from inside and get disintegrated into 3-4 parts. Because it's only through disintegration that Pakistan will get real moksha and salvation. Otherwise, they will continue to be under a curse that they are right now with the idea of Pakistan, that they torment not only the rest of the world, but they will torment their own people as well. You see, Pakistan in its core can never change, because if you look at the problems that Pakistan are facing right now, suddenly, we see there are visuals from across Pakistan, the way people are suffering. These sufferings did not happen in one day. These sufferings are basically a systematic neglect of what ideally should have been the objective of any rational government, which is about developing the economy, educating people, creating infrastructure, focusing on becoming a pioneer in some of the fields of the industry. Pakistan's objective was never that. Their objective was only to radicalize through religious activities and use their geostrategic location to actually, take money from everywhere. First, they took money to train terrorists for decades. Now they have mastered it. Now they also take money by saying to the world, we are victim of terrorism. Now they're taking money in the name of floods, but it's only the 15% elite who would take the money and put it somewhere else. Everyone knows that. The reality is that, look at the audacity of this country. Now they're talking about taking oil from Russia, because Russia is giving at a discounted price to the whole world, rather. And at the same time, it was the same Pakistan which a few months back was the base from which British C-17 strategic airlifters were coming down and taking weapon systems and dropping it into Ukraine. So Pakistan was the hub. So this country actually plays in both ways. This is the most untrusted country, to the extent that their own people today don't trust, the idea of Pakistan. The only reason Shahbaz Sharif, and again, there's no guarantee that if this Billo or Bilawal Bhutto comes to India, there's no guarantee that he would not ask for money from here itself. They're very shameless, because everything they take, 85% goes to Swiss Bank or elsewhere. Now, interestingly, the reason Shahbaz Sharif made those statements and overtures is simply this. Even today, majority of the imports of Pakistan goes from India via Dubai into Pakistan, and that's the reason the prices are high. So they are looking for some or the other way to open the trade or have some kind of leeway. But the moment you give them the leeway, since their basic character has not changed and would never change, they will go back to their own terms. They will go back to do what they have always done. Remember, the people who are today pledging about improving relationship, their political leadership, they're talking about that fact that wars have not helped anybody. These are the same political leadership of Pakistan which have openly talked about waging a 1,000-year war against India. And it is not an individual's voice. It is the ideology which is embedded at the core of their doctrine that creates Pakistan. So a country which has been built on hatred, suddenly one day cannot change. Only thing is that, like their big brother China, like a chameleon, they know how to change colors, because they don't have money right now, because all the aid have stopped coming. All the money that used to come for so-called fight against terrorism have dried up. Today they are being, hammered by the same terrorists that they have created and then bombed. That's the reason they're speaking a different language. But mind you, at the same time, let's be very, very clear about one thing. There is no guarantee that Pakistan is not preparing for another terror attack on India. I'll tell you the reason. They might also look for an opportunity where a major terror attack on India, God forbid, would trigger a violent retribution by India, like a Balakot, and that possibly, perhaps as per the deep state of Pakistan, galvanize people through the idea of Pakistan that today is simply not happening because the idea of Pakistan is imploding. There are parallel sovereign governments being formed notionally by Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, in Gilgit, Pakistan, Baltistan. We have heard what they are saying, that Pakistan chodo, Bharat se jodo, something like that. So, till the time it continues like this, there is absolutely no reason to give any leeway, and I am very sure the government of the day in India is strong enough. It does not get fooled by the governments in the past. With all due respect to the governments of the past, when we got carried away all by these statements of Aman Ki Asha, it was a tamasha those days. So today, I think we must remember the consequence that Prithviraj Chauhan faced for giving leeway to one of those violent, brutal invaders. So we should not make that mistake. And I think today, the government, by showing its firmness, is doing the right thing. And the whole country is behind the government of India and showing this firmness. We should not. We have helped people when they needed. 71 countries were given vaccines by India when nobody else was giving. Sri Lanka was given help. Today, if Sri Lanka is still afloat, is because of India. We needn't ask for anything in return. But do not help a venomous snake which will not change his character. Pakistan is worse than that. Remember what Hillary Clinton had talked about, Pakistan and the venomous snakes in the backyard. This is exactly what Pakistan is. So I strongly support the strong tactics of government of India, and under no circumstances any leeway should be given to them. On the contrary, I support the stand of the government of India and the initiatives perhaps they are taking in making sure that money from other places also start getting dried up, and that's exactly what is happening. If that happens, not that Pakistan will change, but Pakistan's implosion will be quickened, and that's the only way they will get salvation. Implosion, better, sooner the better, quicker the better. Nothing else can give salvage, peace to the rest of the world, and especially South Asia.
Great points there. Ambassador Mukherjee, concluding thoughts from you, and Pathikrit is absolutely right. It's a catch-22 situation with Pakistan, which perhaps may never change.
Well, first of all, let me reiterate that this was an ordinary invitation to an SCO meeting, which there is speculation that Bilawal Bhutto will not come and that he will send the Minister of State, the lady, instead. We'll see how that plays out. But there is no doubt that Pakistan is today in such a situation that they really have the highest priority for reviving their economy and for ensuring that death by starvation does not take place on a large scale in Pakistan, which would lead to a civil war and which would hasten the collapse of Pakistan as a state. So under those circumstances, I think it is totally irrelevant whether Bilawal Bhutto attends, his deputy attends, or nobody attends. We've done our duty as chair. We've invited them. We will invite Pakistan and its representative for all SCO meetings in our capacity as chairman of the SCO. And it does not mean that in any way our relationship is changed. Our relationship would change, Vineet, if we decided reciprocally, for instance, to exchange high commissioners, if we decided on talks around talks, etc., etc. That is an indication that attitudes have changed. Nothing has changed. In fact, the relationship with Pakistan is not just frozen, it is deteriorating day by day. As Pakistan goes down, we in India can see clearly that this state, which is a terrorist state, is not doing anything to help its people, and either it will implode on its own or there will be civil war, in which case it will break up into 2 or 3 rump states, and at that point of time we need to decide and work out what we should say or do at that point of time. So I think that we should not give any importance to this diplomatic gesture of inviting Pakistan's representative to the SCO meeting in May, and I would agree with Pathikrit that it is in our interest to see how soon it implodes, because the sooner it implodes, the better for the world and certainly the better for India. Vineet.
Joyita, concluding thoughts, please.
Well, the fact of the matter is that until and unless Pakistan changes course, until and unless Pakistan shows actual intent, serious intent about making a peace with India, and which includes dismantling the terror camps, there is no point even to thinking about peace with India. But at the same time, since we are part of the SCO, as long as we are part of the SCO, although many of us have kind of reservations about why India is at all part of a group like that, where they have to basically sup with the devil, with Pakistan one hand and China, but that's a different issue. As long as we are part of it, and as president of the SCO, we have to call them. If they do not come, that is their choice. If they want to participate in a kind of, virtual thing, that is also okay with us. But at the same time, Pakistan, it is in Pakistan's interest to have good relations with India. And this is something that they do not understand. It is not...
And never will.
Yeah, the thing is, you see, we don't need Pakistan, they need us. We have moved far ahead. I mean, forget about hyphenating Pakistan and India ever together. It's never going to happen. Number one, we have moved way too ahead. They will never catch up in their lifetime or in their 10 generations lifetime with India, provided they survive. The thing is that, you see, now they have to make friends with India, and when be friends with India, for that they have to be serious about it. Otherwise, frankly, we are not interested.
Okay. Journalist Thana?
Sharif and all those peace gestures which were talked about, India never asked for talks, because initially he mentioned that we want to talk, and then subsequently he said, no, this is the condition. We, at the first place, we never asked for a talk. So there is no way that whatever they said that subsequently that we remove Article 370 and then we will talk. So that's one part of it. The second issue is that SCO also has 4 observers, 9 dialogue partners and other guest attendees. So we have to ensure that we behave like a matured president, and therefore all the actions which are required to be taken, I think must be taken, and the meet would be organized, and I am very sure that it will be organized very well to be able to make a mark now that we are the president of the organization. So I think it also shows the growing footprints of India, and we must make the best of it. Like we find a lot of things happening as far as G20 is concerned. Now, although it is a rotational presidency, but then the question is, everybody got his chance for rotational presidency, but the question is what best we make out of that chance given to us, and I think a lot of effort is being put. Similarly, in case of SCO, everybody gets it in rotation, but then what best we make out of it, that is where a rising India would emerge. And I think towards that action, I have no doubts that everyone involved with it will make the best of it. Vineet.
Pathakrit?
Vineet, meetings of multilateral forums are like cricket World Cups. You have to invite everybody, including Pakistan. But again, I think, as all the previous panelists have mentioned, that there is no let-up by India when it comes to making sure that Pakistan is shown where it actually stands and its implosion happens. But again, I reiterate one point, that we should be very careful and not let our guard down by presuming that a weak Pakistan will not do anything. They might, God knows, because the whole terror infrastructure is still intact in Pakistan. And therefore, the possibility of Pakistan attempting to do something, or there are already terror alerts on the Ram Mandir which is being constructed in Ayodhya, we must be very, very careful because they might try to do something, because in 2023 we have the G20 presidency. They might try to trigger anarchy kind of a situation, as they have tried, some of the elements in Pakistan have tried to do during the anti-CAA protest or the farmer protest. They might try to trigger the Khalistani movement. A lot of things Pakistan will still try to do, just to make sure that there is a violent retribution by India, which in some way by default will galvanize Pakistan. That is their objective. We must be very, very careful, and we should not believe and presume that a weak Pakistan has gone down the drain and the threat is over. The threat is not over till the time Pakistan as a country exists. We have to be very, very careful. Everything else which the government of India is doing are absolutely on the right track. The governments of the people of the country supports them. And yes, I agree. Everyone has said the right thing, that multilateral forums you have to invite, but we should royally ignore them when they come, and we should keep the cutlery at a distance. There's no guarantee that some of this will not be stolen by some of these Pakistanis when they come.
All right. We've run out of time, but great inputs here and great clarity of thought from all our panelists on what we should do about Pakistan. The answer is nothing. Let Pakistan be the way it is, because as things stand, they will never change. We take a short break here. Be right back.
मैं यहाँ पर मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी।
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी, 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका हूं। फादर साहब
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter at @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister at NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. The Indian diaspora in the UK will stage a protest outside the BBC headquarters in London to raise awareness about the nefarious anti-India reportage in its documentary on Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. BBC's two-part documentary on the Indian Prime Minister titled India, the Modi Question has been banned in India. Last week, the Indian Ministry of Information and Broadcasting directed YouTube and Twitter to take down the links sharing the docu-series. This comes as Islamist extremists in Leicester have issued threats to Indians residing in the areas. Remember, viewers, Leicester has a history of violence against Hindus. The Hindu Forum of Britain, which is the HFB, has also stated that it is disappointed with the BBC's anti-Hindu bias, adding that the country's national broadcaster lacked judgment in airing the program. The BBC has now put the lives of Indians at risk with its propaganda documentary, which focuses only on religiously polarizing issues concerning Prime Minister Modi's governance and has completely obliterated what really matters and where India is today. Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee, former diplomat, with me on the program. Pandit Satish K. Sharma, Director of the Global Hindu Federation, joined us all the way from London. Professor Kishan Devani, UK politician, is also with us on this special program. Mr. Kuldeep Singh Shekhawat, President Overseas Front of the BJP, he's also joining us from the United Kingdom. And Akshat Jagmohan, current affairs commentator, is joining us live from Leicester as well. Ambassador Mukherjee, I'd like to begin with you. The BBC has nothing better to do. They have targeted India at a time when we are at a zenith, an apex of accomplishment as well as world recognition. This is definitely motivated. This is definitely nefarious, like I mentioned in my opening monologue. But the people who can really help out in teaching the BBC a lesson are doing exactly that in the UK, the Indian diaspora.
But absolutely, Vineet, I would modify your statement to say that they have nothing better to do except to ensure that Hindu phobia is the key word in the politics of the United Kingdom, that they're doing everything to malign India, to malign our Prime Minister, and to make the governance of UK by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak more difficult, to ensure that there will be no FTA between India and the United Kingdom. And by showing such rank disrespect for India, a former colony that they impoverished, that they brought repeated famines on, that they divided us, they partitioned us, they left us bleeding with 21% literacy rate. And today we are, as you rightly say, we are presiding over the G20. This shows what? That the BBC does not understand that the sun has definitely set on the British Empire, that the BBC does not understand that the United Kingdom itself may break up after Brexit, that there have been independence referendums in Scotland, that Northern Ireland has said that unless the Good Friday Agreement is respected, that they will have to think twice about their ties with the UK, etc. It's time to set their own house in order. And on our side, Vineet, we have actually not banned this documentary. In my perspective, we should now fully ban this documentary, because this documentary, like Mein Kampf, is actually spreading hatred towards Indians and Hindus and the legally, democratically elected Prime Minister of India. We cannot afford to let such a documentary be seen and heard. So if the BBC doesn't understand what damage they are doing to a relationship which otherwise had gone far beyond the colonial divide, I feel sorry for them. It's time for leadership change in BBC. It's a wake-up call to the British government. And unless they work fast, I could tell them on behalf of viewers here in India that India is outraged by the behavior of the BBC. And I'm so proud of our diaspora that they are taking it upon themselves, because this diaspora contributes to the prosperity of the United Kingdom. This is a diaspora which has shown its mettle. And today this diaspora will demonstrate in United Kingdom that they cannot denigrate India and Hindus in this manner and get away with it. We have moved far beyond 1947. Vineet.
Absolutely. Well stated, ma'am. Pandit Satish Sharma, if you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can.
Can it be said that the BBC is trying to justify its own redundancy in times where India is perhaps leading a number of forums and platforms across the world? You know, in their quest for ratings, they have stooped so low as to, find problems with a country which has gone against all our odds to get to where it is today. And that place is above where the UK stands today economically.
Gee, I think we make a mistake in thinking of the BBC as merely a broadcaster anymore. If you have
it's a political party.
History, completely. It is a political party. It is an agent of a particular type of ideology. Since 1970, I think it was, when the BBC was first banned by Indira Gandhi, And then I think in 75, 41 Congress MPs also wrote objecting to the BBC's broadcasting, saying that the BBC never misses an opportunity to malign India. There is a track record that we have to take into account. And it's a tragedy because here in the United Kingdom, the British Hindu community, remember, we have 0% in prisons. We are a wonderful community who contribute in every way, shape or form. We are beyond reproach. And yet the BBC still seeks to create division, still seeks to incite hatred. And if you look at the colonialist attitude of Jack Straw, you know, this is an old, tired strategy of making brown people fight amongst themselves. That is so evident in his demeanor. It's so evident in the actions that are now being disclosed. So I think the government of India has actually been overly gentle. We shouldn't be thinking of banning the broadcast or whatever. We should actually be completely withdrawing the BBC's right to broadcast and participate in the Bharatiya nation itself. It has nothing good to offer India anymore. And if anything, it needs to be in India far more than India needs the BBC. So I would encourage the government to step forward and actually ban the BBC for a period of time. This is not an agency which wants tranquility, success, prosperity in Bharat. This is an agency which is inciting intercommunal violence, and it's doing it knowingly and deliberately.
Right, absolutely. And Akshat, if you're there with us?
Yes, hi.
Akshat, and let us also not forget that BBC is that same channel or that same broadcasting organization which stooped down to levels towards its own royal family to get out facts and malign facts which actually did not exist about the people, about their own people. Forget about how they talk about India, but a company which has not been kind, has not been ethical when it comes to its own reportage at home cannot be trusted to make sense or talk about the truth when it comes to any other country, let it be in India.
Yeah, see, many of us who've grown on a staple diet of the BBC, The Economist, The Guardian, including me, I feel like a bit of a fool now because, it's something which I've read for almost, 20, 25 years. And, what came on the BBC was considered to be the gospel truth. Now, obviously, recent events, I mean, this isn't something which has just happened recently, even over the last 10 years, when you've been monitoring the kind of reportage that goes on the BBC, especially with regards to India, you can see that there is a complete disconnect between what is happening on the ground and what the BBC actually reports. The sad truth is the BBC still operates almost like a colonial entity. I think our previous speaker, Pandit Sharma, was saying that, it has this policy of divide and rule even today, which is kind of strange because the BBC is seen as the voice piece of the global left. But that colonial attitude of divide and rule still exists. And I, for one, feel like a member of the colonial public. When every time I pay my TV license fee, I feel like I'm paying for my own oppression. So I think the BBC is not going to change. So I think what we need to be looking at from an Indian perspective is what can we do to try and tackle the falsehoods that are being spread by the BBC. Now, whether a ban is required or not, I don't know, because now people have jumped onto that bandwagon saying that, oh, look, this is exactly what we're saying, that media freedom is dead in India. But, some sort of action does need to be taken. I personally think that a point-by-point rebuttal would have been good. I think it would have also been probably fair for us to show that BBC should have shown a multitude of views that exist in India, which didn't happen. If you look at a lot of the journalists who were interviewed, yes, they did interview Shwapan Dasgupta as well, but Shwapan Dasgupta was interviewed for about an hour, and I think it was like barely, a couple of minutes of what he said that was put on the documentary. So I don't think a multitude of views were taken into account, and I think that is something which we do need to raise strongly amongst the Indian diaspora.
Okay, Professor Kishan Devani also joins me at this point in time. Professor Kishan, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What are your thoughts on this doctored documentary that the BBC has put out? What gives them the right to come up with such reportage 20 years first up after this incident, and secondly at a time when India is perhaps trumping the United Kingdom in every department possible? Why haven't they made something similar about what's going on in China? Why haven't they made something similar about what's going on in Pakistan? Why haven't they made something similar on what's going on in South America?
It's absolutely fascinating, given the situation, the political situation we find ourselves in our country as well. And it shows you really the hypocrisy. And I mentioned this last time when I was on your show about how hypocrisy plays a big part in this. And actually, this entire documentary, if you examine it, the people that were called on to give evidence or to give their opinions, etc., had a completely biased view, a one-sided view that was very evident. And I just caught the back end of what Akshat was saying a moment ago. But what's fascinating is this entire narrative that has been created, and it feels like as if, and I wouldn't want to talk on the BBC's behalf, but it really feels like as if they're following an agenda that may not be seen, in terms of on face value. You may not know who's behind this agenda, but really there's a huge sense of hypocrisy. And if you look at, for example, I believe that the gentleman that I was here talking about last time round was also mentioned in that video. But actually, and I'll go back to what I said on the last time I was on your show. Prime Minister Modi was up for election. His party was up for election about a month or two ago in Gujarat, in the state of which this documentary was mentioned. That has a very large Muslim population living in it. They were up at the ballot box and they won their best result in history. In history, I want to mark this, right? The reality is this: I go to Gujarat. It's my ancestral home. It's where my great-grandparents and grandparents were born. It's where my wife's family are from. And I have spoken to Muslims living in Gujarat, and the reality is something totally different to what this documentary is talking about right now. It is bonkers, quite frankly. I use this term because it's absurd. They are peddling a narrative, which is, without me saying too much, it may be an agenda by various other people, but actually it's hypocrisy, because Britain right now is on its knees trying to beg for a trade deal, which was going to happen anyway. We knew this. Politically, Britain is on its knees trying to beg for a trade deal from India because they're so weak after leaving the European Union, and the Conservative Party has decimated this country. But the reality is this: is that are we trying to be serious when we come to relationships with India? Are we trying to be serious when we're dealing with ambassadors and high commissioners in this country? We're not, and I think that this is a whole hypocrisy from not just from the BBC. I think it's through the system, and that people like myself speak out about it and actually want to talk the truth. And we do have people like yourselves and NewsX that want to relay this information. But look, I think we have to deal with this. We have to not just protest, because anyone can protest, but actually rebut these points. Systematically go through these intellectually. Go through these with facts and figures and evidence. And I think the reality is we have had evidence that the BJP were tested at the ballot box recently in the same state. And if there was really an issue, if there was really this resentment, this factual evidence that they keep talking about, then why did they get delivered the largest majority in history a moment ago, just 6 weeks ago? So I think we've got real issues here that we need to grapple with, but it has to be challenged by evidence and by facts.
Let me also rope in Mr. Kuldeep Singh Shekhawat onto this conversation. Mr. Shekhawat, if you can hear me, sir. Mr. Shekhawat?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Right. Well, Kishan does have a point that, there is no point getting emotional about this. This has to be rebutted. This has to be dismissed. This has to be ostracized and done away with on the basis of intellectual evidence, which there is none with the BBC, because whatever they are talking about is, of course, fabricated. It's doctored. It's been constructed. It's come up actually, in an editing studio.
Yeah. We need the very, very basic of this documentary is fake. See, Professor Devani has very clearly said that if there was an electoral issue, there were sentiments against BJP, against Prime Minister Modi, then it would have come out in the recent elections. And before that, we are talking about 2002. 2002 to 2023, there had been numerous elections of assembly elections, and all of them BJP has won in states. That clearly shows that BJP had no issue, Prime Minister Modi had no issue against him in Gujarat. Who is BBC? They are just trying to be a monitor in the class and trying to run the class the way they want to run it. It's really sad on their
Self-appointed
part.
monitor. Self-appointed monitor.
Yes, they are. They seem to be doing that. On second thought, there is an issue which is a leftist issue, but I think they cannot digest this fact that FTA is being done between India and United Kingdom. So something should be done. So there is an agenda at the back to destroy India-UK relations at this hour with Conservative Party. Whereas we know that we have an Indian origin Prime Minister in UK, and that Prime Minister is trying to mend his ways. He is trying to deal with India. He is trying to make sure that things go in the right direction. But yes, BBC being BBC, they are trying to be rough, tough, and what you call them as leftists, who really want to behave in a very rowdy way. BBC's entire sentiment that has come out in United Kingdom against BBC, entire Indian population, the Indian origin population here is against BBC now, and we will show them a method, way and direction that okay, if you want to mess around with Indian community, we will reply. We are not waiting for Indian government to act, we will act ourselves. And we are ready for that action, and you will see how it goes in coming days. Things are really moving, with every Indian speaking to us saying this is not right. The way they have projected Prime Minister Modi is absolutely absurd, and it's completely biased. How can you have a view of only one-sided public? You cannot run a documentary like that. There are complaints, over 1,000 complaints have already gone to Ofcom. More people are writing to Ofcom, and let's see what happens in coming days. But yes, honestly speaking, BBC has trouble at their end.
Okay, Ambassador Mukherjee, we've already responded to this. The ministry has also, in fact, furiously condemned what this particular organization has done. But I'm very sure they're not going to stop at this. What do we do, if something like this continues?
First of all, Vineet, I wanted to tell some of my co-panelists who've joined us from UK that, in fact, public figures, including myself, have brought out a rebuttal point by point, because I quite agree with those who said it needs a point by point rebuttal, and I also agree that there is no place for emotion in this matter, because this is an attempt to denigrate the Republic of India, its democratic institutions, its Prime Minister, and to show a heavy colonial hand on India so many years after independence. So there's no place for emotion, and I certainly am not emotional when I deal with BBC or with such racist Brits. I would like to congratulate the Indian diaspora there and to assure them that as they take on the BBC in UK, we will on our side here in India take on their racist propaganda, and we will find ways and means to ensure that they cannot destroy an entire bilateral relationship. The FTA is very close to being finalized, Vineet, and to me, as a professional diplomat, it's very clear that there are vested interests in domestic politics in the United Kingdom who do not want the glory of an India-EU FTA to be taken by an Indian origin Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. It's as clear as that. It's a very dirty game that is being played, which is why I agree with our Indian Minister of Commerce when he said that an FTA is negotiated with regard to trade and commerce, and it should not be confused with other extraneous issues. He was trolled on Twitter for that by Indians who were furious because he was trying to de-link it from the BBC documentary. And because he was trolled, it shows how much the BBC has succeeded in vitiating the atmosphere here in India and in making it difficult for Rishi Sunak actually as Prime Minister to go further than what he did in the House of Commons when he told that gentleman who asked that question, when he gave a very diplomatic answer. There were those who said maybe he should have gone further. But I felt, Vineet, that he couldn't have gone any further because he is in a difficult situation being the Prime Minister of UK. He's not Prime Minister of India. So we will take this forward. There is no place for emotion. There is only place for rebuttal, cold, factual rebuttal. But yes, we must ban this documentary. And I am not in favor of banning the BBC for the plain and simple reason that it would then give India's detractors the opportunity to say, then what's the difference between democratic India and China? What's the difference between Modi and Xi Jinping? What's the difference? How can India say that there are media freedoms in India? So why should we do that? We should keep the BBC here and keep them under control. Can we say that a nation of 1.2 billion people cannot keep this petty little British Broadcasting Corporation, which is the epitome of British racism of the Labour Party? We cannot keep them under control. Of course, we can keep it under control.
Absolutely.
We will keep them here and we will keep them under control.
All right. Absolutely, ma'am. We've run out of time. Kishan, I saw your hand go up. It's important to understand that if the UK Prime Minister has also come up specifically and talked about why this is not the accurate description and depiction of what happened, there is something for the BBC to go back and work out on the drawing board.
Yeah, well, I think what Ambassador Mukherjee said a moment ago was fascinating, because I'm glad to hear that she's doing a point-by-point rebuttal, but also actually it raises the larger point that Prime Minister Sunak has been in many ways been planted in a situation where he cannot come out victorious, both domestically and internationally. And that is a very strategic thing being done by the current government, and it will unfortunately tarnish the fact that he comes from our background, from an Indian background, and it's quite strategic what they're doing and what they've done, and it will continue to happen. Unfortunately, it'll probably, unfortunate or fortunate, that's a completely different debate, and depending on which political spectrum you're on. But the reality is that it'll probably lead to the demise of the Conservative Party and them losing a general election as well. So this will be what will be happening next time, and it's a larger picture. I think the ambassador has been very subtly pointing at this. I don't really want to say much more, but it's been a pleasure to join your panel today.
Okay, Pandit Sharma, any concluding thoughts that you'd like to share with us before we end this program?
Gee, we leap to produce rebuttals, and that's a good thing. We're getting very good at it. But the rebuttal already exists. It's in the Supreme Court. It's a Supreme Court judgment.
Well said.
It defines exactly what happened. The BBC should be required to respond to the facts as contained in the Supreme Court. And if they cannot disprove the evidence that was presented in the Supreme Court, they should withdraw this documentary and apologize. It's clearly fake.
All right. Wonderful. Akshat, any thoughts before we end?
Yeah, just 4 very small points. One of the things which I just wanted to draw the attention of your viewers to is that this documentary came just, I think, a few days after Modi actually reached out to the Muslims of India, telling his party that, you need to represent all Muslims, irrespective of whether they vote for you or not, especially the Pathans. So it's just a bit interesting to note that this has happened straight after that. Secondly, despite how much effort the BBC puts into actually trying to interfere in the internal affairs of India, I don't think it's going to have a major impact, because how many people actually read or follow the BBC in India? I think the vernacular press in India, the Hindi language press, whether it's your Dainik, Bhaskars, etc., they are a lot more powerful, and I don't think it's going to have any impact on the elections per se. The third thing is, as a representative, as the voice piece of the left in the UK, the BBC quite often actually promotes the views of the Labour Party. And if you look at most of the cases of anti-Semitism or Hinduphobia which is coming out in UK politics, it's largely Labour representatives in the north who are pandering to the prejudices of their constituents. So that's one of the reasons probably why this documentary is not balanced as well. And finally, I'd just like to leave you with a question, which is that Hindus in India are in a majority. So even if there is a skewed narrative, there is a sort of counter narrative that comes up. But globally, they are a minority. So how are they going to fight back against the bias that exists. I think that'll be something for both Hindus in India and globally to ponder over.
All right, Mr. Shekhawat, quick closing thoughts, sir, and then we wrap up.
Precisely what is happening is a division is being created between the Hindus and Muslims of UK, first stop. And this division is being created maybe on the behest of Labour Party or the Pakistani supporters of Labour Party, because they don't want the Hindu community to unite, and they want to divide the Muslim community also, Hindu community also, and put together. What is being done in UK is, as Indians are more prone towards conservative right now, they think let Indians be taught a lesson, and there should be something which we should do to create a wedge. So that has been done. What BBC was able to do was this only, but anyway, it's not going to harm the community in any way. Community is strong, community will remain strong, and there will be absolutely excellent relations that will remain within the Indian community. And we will fight back for whatever they have done.
Absolutely. Well said, sir. That is a crux, a synopsis of what we feel about this mock-up of a documentary that the BBC has put out. We take a short break on that note. Be right back.
दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब तंदुरुस्त हो सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार सबका इलाज होगा कोई ना रहे बेइलाज दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े दो कदम दुनिया से आगे
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फायदा ले चुके हैं और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @News.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Congress leader Anil Antony, the son of former Union Minister A.K. Antony, has announced his resignation from the Congress party a day after he criticised the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Antony has alleged that he had received threat calls and hate messages through the night after his tweet backing the government's ban on the BBC docu-series in India. Antony has said that he was facing intolerant calls to retract one of his previous tweets in which he had condemned the documentary on Prime Minister Modi and termed it a dangerous precedent. Interesting to note is the 2014 A.K. Antony report by former Union Minister and father of Anil Antony, in which the senior Congress leader had headed a 4-member panel to probe the Congress's defeat in the 2014 Lok Sabha polls. The report submitted then found that fighting the polls on a secularism versus communalism plank hurt the Congress that was identified as pro-minority, resulting in substantial electoral gains for the BJP. As the present-day events unfold with Anil Antony quitting, all eyes are on Mr. Tharoor. And the question we ask is, after Antony, is Tharoor going to resign next? We talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the show at this point in time is Pranay Agarwal, political analyst. Sumit Peer, political commentator, also joins us on the program. And Mr. Desh Ratan Nigam, political analyst, also joining us on the program. Mr. Nigam, I'd like to come to you first. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Well, do you think, and perhaps this is just my opinion, but you can, lend some veracity to, this popular feeling that we have had for a very, very long time. It seems that, the Congress party has forgotten that they are the opposition at this point in time. They're not opposing a party anymore. It seems that their energy is perhaps submerged in basically opposing just one person, and that is Prime Minister Modi. And sometime or the other, it is going to backfire.
Vineet, in fact, Mr. Modi is a Prime Minister. And the Congress is not only opposing Modi, they are opposing the institution of India's Prime Minister. That's the biggest difference that they are not being able to understand. And an issue which has been done and dusted by the Supreme Court, Nanavati Mehta Commission, the SIT report, and subsequently many other, reports that were there. And but still the Congress wants to believe it and try to create a problem. However, when a person from a Congress, and that to Mr. A.K. Antony's son, he speaks like a true Indian and opposes the BBC documentary, saying that this is going to undermine our sovereignty and Indian institutions, independent Indian institutions, we all have to stand with it, because external forces, as we know, are trying to exploit India's, fault lines and to create divisions in the countries and create kind of chaos in this country. And we have a lot of politicians, anarchist politicians in this country who want to feed on this kind of a narrative. And there are people speaking. Sometimes Tharoor also speaks in a manner. And this is absolutely very important. Then you also know Kerala has a very a different kind of a situation today, where Christians seems to be feeling that they are being persecuted out there. The conversion which is happening about Christians in Kerala by Islamists, all these factors, and neither the Congress nor the Communists are standing with them. Today the BJP is standing with them. BJP has created BJP Christian, Bharati Christian Manch, of which Tom Vadakkan, who was earlier in the Congress, and has now become the spokesperson, national spokesperson of the BJP. He's adding that. So everything seems to be linked, and probably a route has been given to Anil Antony to probably explore the possibilities of coming into BJP, or to set up a new entity which may be nationalist, unlike Congress, which is run by sycophants. I've always called CWC is a set of sycophants and hypocrites who just are yes men, nothing to contribute actually positively. And especially Anil called that Bharat Jodo Yatra as a trek, which I have been calling as an aimless wandering of unemployed leaders. A trek is something you do it at leisure, and not Bharat Jodo Yatra, which he is actually undermined it, calling by it a trek. So you have, dissenting voices coming out from the Congress, whether it is Bharat Jodo Yatra, whether it is about BBC or many other factors, there'll be probably more people will come out when you see the surgical strikes take place. They try to oppose that, they want proof. Then Docu happens, the Rahul Gandhi meets the president, the ambassador rather, of the China in Delhi, quietly, secretively. When it becomes public, then they apologize. Then Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, the so-called Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, Rahul Gandhi met the Chinese officials out there. He admitted it later. So all these things, people are seeing it. Their own party men are seeing. and they are voicing their concerns now. If Anil Antony makes a statement, I think it should be taken seriously, and Congress need to do a lot of soul searching, and the total dependence on one family, how long it will go on, they need to reconsider and think their stand if Congress has to act as a constructive opposition.
Right. Sumit Peer, where do you stand on this? This is obviously, not the first time that somebody who's, been an integral part of the Congress party, a second generation perhaps Congress leader, has thrown in the towel because, he felt, that he was being antagonized from within the party.
Vinny, thank you very much for having me on your show. It was your channel. It was yesterday. I was on the debate where Anil Antony was there. And I am surprised when within less than 24 hours, Maurya Bistar goal, khatam, over. I mean, that is what happens in Congress when you dare to speak against Your Highness, Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji Maharaj. The moment you utter a word, your bags are packed. It doesn't matter you're Anil Antony. It doesn't matter you are A.K. Antony's son. It doesn't matter your father is such a tall leader. It doesn't matter that your father is seen as a tallest leader of the party and the biggest Christian face of the party, one of the biggest faces of the South. It doesn't matter if you're the son of a defense minister, but the moment you cross the line, even your thought process crosses the line vis-a-vis Rahul Gandhi, you are over. And now, Vineet, I want to expose one dichotomy here. A.K. Anil Antony gone within 12 hours. 12 घंटे में हिसाब खत्म. Now, when Mr. Digvijaya Singh says one after another statement, why nothing doesn't happen to Digvijaya Singh? I have been always telling there's a fixed match. Digvijaya Singh is the tester of the Congress party who tests the waters for them. They see how does the current behave, and based on that, they decide either to back him or to oppose him. Now, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi yesterday asked that, these are the views of Digvijaya Singh regarding surgical strikes, this is not the views of Congress, and Mr. Jairam Ramesh was trying to take the mic away from a reporter, which is okay. Why no action against Digvijaya Singh? Why nobody is calling him? Why nobody is hurting him? Why nobody is even taking his name? Why Anil Antony has to resign? Because when it comes to Mr. Digvijaya Singh, it's a fixed match between him and the Congress party. He is used to test the waters, and that is what he is good at. When a young leader like Anil Antony speaks his mind, then what do you do next? You get him out of the gear. Vinny, this is what is happening. These both events happened yesterday at the same podium. One podium, Mr. Rahul Gandhi says, these are views of Digvijaya Singh, I don't support him, and all that and all that. Though he's the person who said, Khoon ki dalali, Basmasur, Shumb Nishum, and all those. I mean, let's not get into that. Maut ka Saudagar is a old thing. But Khoon ki dalali was told by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Will he apologize for Khoon ki dalali? I asked yesterday, Mr. Gandhi, will you apologize for Khoon ki dalali? There was no answer to that. When Digvijay Singh keeps on getting these immunities after immunity, and his talk is not a big deal. Here, Mr. A.K. Antony, he did not oppose the party. He said nothing against Rahul Gandhi. He just said that we will not want BBC to interfere in our territorial sovereignty. It's an internal issue of the India, and whatever Indian judiciary has done is completely fine. And I was on the debate. I said, yes, completely agree with you. And now here, he tried to defend the Congress. But you see, Vineet, what is the tolerance level in Congress? They talk of the intolerance in BJP. They talk of the high command culture in BJP. You can see, Vineet, astonishing speed, more than a rocket speed, the people get settled. And Anil Antony is not a small guy. He has a stature. He's a known person.
Correct.
That is what happens when you speak your mind out in Congress. Congress is on a path of self-destruction. The Parivarvad, the Gandhi Parivar is Congress. Congress is Gandhi. That is what we all said. But what is not being done to Anil Antony is given one more example. We are given one more case study. Look, this is your case study, even if your thoughts cross the line. I mean, this is astonishing. And now with this stature, with this party structure, they want to do some Bharat Jodo Todo Yatra, and all the gang members of the Today gang are seen with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And this is what happens to his young colleagues. So is anybody who is trying to rise in Congress, start from P.S. Sanma, go back to Jyotiraditya Scindia, go back to Captain Amrinder Singh, go back to Anil Antony, Mamta Didi, all people who are trying to become competitors to Mr. Rahul Gandhi are shown the door. Anybody who's seen as to a threat to the Parivar is shown the door, and instantly, Vineet, on your show, there'll be no Congress Pravakta today. Nobody would have turned up because they know what to say. Until yesterday, they were defending Digvijay Singh, and they were now what to say. See, this is what is the real problem of Congress. Congress forgets one line. Modi ka virod karte karte, when they start opposing the country, they forget our Lakshman Rekha. This Lakshman Rekha doesn't exist to them. Have you seen a more intolerant party than them? Where, an ex-defense minister's son just gets and he's getting threats. He is getting threats by just for writing a tweet or just saying that I do not support BBC. The question your colleague asked the Congress spokesperson yesterday who was on the panel, he said, has Rahul Gandhi seen the movie? He's saying it's truth. He could not say yes or no. Then he said no. So if Rahul Gandhi has not seen the movie, how does he know it is
right?
It is
And you're right, absolutely. And Pranay, the big question is, just because you're standing in solidarity with your Prime Minister does not mean that you are not associated or loyal to your political party. That is perhaps a dilution of everything a true democracy stands for.
Absolutely, Vineet. So one thing that the Congress party definitely lacks is inner party democracy. In fact, there is a very entrenched My Baap culture in the Congress party, which is perhaps a legacy of the colonial era. It's not just also appreciate that, this is not merely an internal matter of a political party which is imploding. It is, after all, a matter of national concern. It's not just any other issue on which Mr. Antony has been forced to resign. Rather, it is because he stood up, for the office of the Prime Minister when it was facing an onslaught from a foreign power. The Congress culture also entails seeking a validation from the white man. So whatever the white man says seems to be more than true, and that is taken as the gospel truth in the Congress. That is another issue. The BBC, it is so ironic, Vineet, that the BBC, being a national public broadcaster of UK, established under a royal charter, operating under an agreement with the British Secretary of State, funded by a TV license fee which is charged to all British households, set by the British government, agreed by its parliament. But UK's own Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, he doesn't agree with BBC's views. But a political party in India tom-toms that bundle of lies which the BBC is peddling shamelessly to slander the Indian Prime Minister. It is quite ironic that the BBC being, it is a fall from grace for the BBC, I would say. It has not bothered to fact check. It's like said that if you repeat a lie often enough, people would tend to confuse it with the truth, and that is precisely what the leftist cabal, whether it is Arundhati Roy, Akar Patel, all these people, they have set a narrative and they are trying to, make it true. Whether it is the very blatant lie exposed time and again, whether, where Vajpayee apparently chided Modi for not upholding Raj Dharma. Teesta Setalwad, another person, her petition was dismissed by the Supreme Court. She had apparently embezzled funds collected for the riot victims. In stark contrast, you have the, Prime Minister who, as Chief Minister, stood up for then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh when the Pakistani Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif had in very inappropriate language called him a dehati aurat, right? So, having said that, I also believe that the government should not have banned the BBC documentary. It would have best been ignored. All governments do have that tendency to control the flow of information, but in today's day and age, I would say that is a very ineffective and outdated kind of an approach. So BJP should not have followed in Congress's footsteps, going about banning things. Vineet.
Mr. Nigam, your thoughts on whether this documentary should have been banned, or should the people been allowed to make their own decision?
See, the decisions have been made by the people of this country. The judgments have been passed by Supreme Court, and on the basis of which judgments and the clean sheet given to Mr. Modi and the state government, he has been re-elected. The people have given their verdict. However, is it time for us to assert ourselves? Yes. If our institutions are being undermined, yes, it may have a different perception or political fallout or not. That's another matter to be debated. But as a matter of principle, let me tell you, should Supreme Court be allowed to be laughed at when the issue has been finally and squarely settled, and to say and to paint Mr. Modi as somebody who's not been given a clean sheet? So this is a matter of a policy, and the policy today is that if you peddle fake news, action will be taken. There was a time when people used to talk about self-regulation in the field of fake news. But when self-regulation doesn't work, then you have a mixed system. Little bit of regulation and some self-regulation. When that doesn't work, then you come with regulations, stricter regulations. BBC today, let me tell you, Tim Davie, who was a new chief appointed in 2020, clearly admitted the problems in the BBC and said its management is dominated by leftists and communists, and he wanted to rectify that. It appears he seems to have failed, miserably failed. And BBC is a repeat offender. Lastly, you may have seen Leicester in Birmingham where they blamed Hindus, whereas the facts were otherwise. And even if you look at 2019 when they tried to show India in a bad light, everywhere, in fact, about 2002, where 58 car savers were roasted alive, they hid the fact that they were roasted alive by the Muslim mob. So you have enough evidences against their stand against Hindus, Indian government, India as a nation, and as well as Mr. Modi. So we got to take a stand. It may have its perception in the minds of few people, but the fact remains. Is the step right of taking actions? Yes, if the fake news is being peddled, it has to be stopped. I don't think there can be two views about stopping fake news. Yes, politically you may not agree, but legally, otherwise, constitutionally, I think this is the right step.
Sumit Peer, the people's mandate is definitely something which speaks the loudest. But at the same time, the opposition, has been trying to dilute the Prime Minister's image, and they've been mixing it up as some sort of, a narrative that is true in their own sense, but it hasn't really caught up. And when somebody from the party realizes that this is not going the right way, he's basically just thrown out, he's ejected. Basically, this is a deeper graveyard for the Congress party than we actually imagined.
Vinny, it is like you shoot yourself in the foot. You are your own Frankenstein, you are your own Undertaker. That is what the Congress does. The problem here is that, when the Honorable Sessions Court, High Court, SIT and the Supreme Court have given a clean sheet, out of these years, 2 out of 3 percent of the time, 70-60% of the time, it was a Congress government. So you are saying UP 1 and UP 2 failed. You put all your pressure, you are trying to implicate Modi in any way what you could. There was no shred of evidence found. Now, not only after that, the Honorable Supreme Court says that there should be a case registered against Teesta Setalwad. MB Srikumar was arrested. He's the same person who was involved in the Nambi Narayan case. Matthew was arrested. I think they got a bail yesterday or day before yesterday, a couple of days back. And Sanjeev Bhatt is still in jail. Now, 7.3 crores were given to Teesta Setalwad's NGO by NCIT or Ministry of Education. Out of which 3.2 crores she spent on jetting. I don't know. I have not been on a yachting or buying expensive leather accessories and buying foreign trips and all. So when all this evidence was concocted and the British Prime Minister has himself rubbished the thing, who pays the bills of BBC, what is the point? Because if we let this blatant propaganda stand, what are we doing? We are helping foreign powers to intermingle in India. We are letting foreign powers to have a look here. And the BBC had a documentary, what took them 22 years? Were they in slumber? Were they in sleeping or hibernation for 22 years? Because you see, we need our 2024 elections is there. They want a Hindu-Muslim right. They want to radicalize the Muslim youth. And let me tell you, there was a DGP conference very recently held by Mr. Amit Shah, and the all the police officials have told Mr. Shah that there are foreign powers who are trying to radicalize the Muslim youth in particular. So this was a very cool, calculated move. Muslim youth, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is in Kashmir. It is timed around the Kashmir thing. And you see the Khalistan referendum happening, one more temple being vandalized in Australia. I think in 2 weeks, there is a second temple, 3 in 1 month last. And exact Khalistan referendum, then this thing happening. Now if you look at these two, there is a pattern. Here, Khalistan and Muslim youth, both are trying to be you're trying to radicalize the Sikh youth, you're trying to radicalize the Muslim youth with a design to bring down India. Because that is what the whole agenda is. What was the timing of this documentary? How many people or how many journalists, investigators, and on the top of that, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is ready. I mean, it's all, he's in Srinagar, he's in Kashmir, he's in J&K, he's in the right place. Everything is falling to a plan, and at the right point of time, the people have started jumping, no, this is truth. And when Mr. Rahul Gandhi has not seen the movie, how does he, or documentary, whatever, how does he know it is truth? And what is the relevance of Jack Shah today? Jack Shah retired, I think, 15 years back. Now, Vineet, if you look at all the things together, if you look at the package together, and if you join the dots of the geopolitics, there seems to be a conspiracy to start a Hindu-Muslim violence. This is to play with the emotions of the Muslim youth and use them against weapons against their own country. While as Muslims are happiest in India, and that is what they acknowledge and they're happy with. And if you look at recently, the Pasmanda Muslims, more than 80% of the Muslims have clearly said that India is the best country for them to live. Now, this support of Modi, which is coming, is really rattling a lot of people. And now they are getting no other thing. They are using a foreign power and a foreign broadcaster to cast aspersions on the Indian constitution, Indian judicial system, and the Prime Minister of India. How can this kind of blatant propaganda be let to run in India? Because everybody doesn't know what happened in the, what was High Courts, what was Supreme Court, what was SIT, what did a Supreme Court monitored SIT do? What happened to Teesta Sindh? Everybody may not know that. But when you let these movements happen, and when they go to Gaon, Dehat and all, then the people will not know what happened. What happened in 22 years? They say, "Dekho ji, bahut zulum hua." Mr. Amit Shah told Vineet when the Godhra happened, there was one lady, she was carrying a 6-year-old girl, bacha tha, and they were sitting on a chair and they were burned alive. And who did the Kriya Karam? The Kriya Karam was done by Mr. Amit Bhai Shah. So people, when they talk of Gujarat, they conveniently forget Godhra, though both are unfortunate, should have not happened. But the fact remains, if there was no Godhra, Gujarat could have not happened. But that Godhra part will be golmole. That will not be even talked about. They will only talk about Gujarat. They will only talk about Gujarat. And by this, we are setting a dangerous precedent. If we don't stop, then anybody can do anything here. Can we allow this blatant interference to happen here? No.
All right, absolutely. We've run out of time. Pranay, closing thoughts from you and then we wrap up.
So, Vineet, I would say basically the Congress is left without any political handle or political issues. The Congress party knows that it is going down, and like it is said in Hindi, ki marta kya nahi karta. So the Congress has been at it continuously since 2014. They have tried to first rake up something called intolerance. They tried the lynching narrative. They tried the award wapsi. So this is just another, of the Congress tactics, and unabashedly relying upon foreign sources for that. However, I do believe that the Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Modi should have come across as bigger than they have in this issue. Generally, the BJP is quite politically astute, Vinny. Right? BJP, I would say, in this case, has unnecessarily given a handle to its distractors. Otherwise, tell me, had this controversy not erupted, who would have watched? How many people would have watched the BBC documentary? But with the banning, it has, spawned an interest in the whole thing. So
right, that's a good point. Actually, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Can I come in for a second?
Quickly,
Just
sir.
One last thing, Vinny. I would say that it is not Prime Minister Modi who is BJP's knight in shining armor. It is Rahul Gandhi who is BJP's best bet. And it is quite likely that he will bring through Modi Shah dream of Congress Mukt Bharat.
Okay, Mr. Nigam, quickly.
See, the fact is we should be expecting more of this from BBC and the similarly situated NYC or Washington Post, because 2024 elections are coming. Secondly, once the government of India has taken a step, it should not be left in between, because this is a clear case of contempt of Supreme Court, one. Second, a criminal defamation and a civil defamation with suing BBC with billions of dollars of compensation. Believe me, this is my very clear legal opinion, and somebody in the BJP or the government must take up this issue.
All right, that's a good point as well. Well, we've run out of time. I'm sorry, can't accommodate any more thoughts. We're going to take a short break here, but I'm very positive and sure that this is an agenda, or perhaps a topic, which is not going to be done away with anytime soon. Thank you for watching.
मेडिसिन लेती हूँ इसकी और अपनी
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra. The vintage artillery with 25-pounder guns that traditionally fired the thundering ceremonial 21-gun salute during the Republic Day celebrations will be replaced by the 105mm Indian field guns this year as the government makes a further push for its Make in India initiative. All equipment from the army that will be showcased during the 74th Republic Day celebrations are made in India. The Akash weapon system and the helicopters Rudra and the ALH Dhruv will also be a part of the display. The guns replacing the British artillery guns were indigenously made in 1971. These field guns are compact, light, and they can also be airdropped. These guns, the 25-pounders, are now obsolete and have been phased out of the army. It is time to purge India of the British Raj and the obsolete elements it left behind. The 74th Republic Day celebrations will take place on the revamped Central Vista Avenue, as well as be the first time on the renamed Kartavya Path. So this is truly an era of Make in India. What is the significance? We take this discussion forward with Major General A.K. Sivich. I also have with me on the broadcast Lieutenant General R. Kadian. I also have with me Group Captain U.K. Devnath, and with me is Professor Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian. Let me begin this conversation. I will come to our former military men in just a moment, but Professor Nalapat, as an Indian who's, I'm sure, seen now a lot of Republic Days, what is the significance to you as far as this particular Republic Day celebration is concerned? Okay, before we go to our guests, we will quickly listen in to also Major General Bhavesh Kumar, who has explained the plans of the government as far as this Make in India push and display at the Republic Day celebrations is concerned. As I informed viewers, the vintage artillery with 25-pounder guns that traditionally fired the thundering ceremonial 21-gun salute during the Republic Day celebrations will now be replaced by the 105mm Indian field guns this year. Let's quickly listen in.
इस बार के गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में आपको काफ़ी इंडिजिनाइज्ड इक्विपमेंट देखने को मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तहत हमारा ये जितना भी भारतीय थल सेना का इक्विपमेंट है वो पूरा इंडिजिनाइज्ड रहेगा। शुरुआत में 105 mm इंडियन फील्ड गन से 21 तोपों की सलामी दी जाएगी। उसके बाद जब हमारे मैकेनाइज्ड कॉलम्स का जो दस्ता निकलेगा उसमें आर्मर्ड कोर के MBT अर्जुन और मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री के BMP-2 तथा नाग मिसाइल सिस्टम देखने को मिलेंगे। रेजिमेंट ऑफ आर्टिलरी के आपको K9 वज्रा और ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल सिस्टम के ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्चर आपको देखने को मिलेगा। आर्मी एयर डिफेंस का भी आपको आकाश वेपन सिस्टम देखने को मिलेगा। कोर ऑफ इंजीनियर्स का 10 मीटर शॉर्ट स्पैन ब्रिज एंड कोर ऑफ सिग्नल्स का मोबाइल माइक्रोवेव नोड तथा मोबाइल नेटवर्क सेंटर भी देखने को मिलेगा। और आर्मी एविएशन कोर का आपको एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर ध्रुव तथा एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर वेपन सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटेड रुद्रा भी देखने को मिलेगा। एंड इंडियन एयरफोर्स LCH प्रचंड का भी प्रदर्शन इस रिपब्लिक डे परेड में करेंगे।
There you heard it. Of course, it's been explained rather well. What really is it that India will be doing? I believe we do have our guests back with us on the broadcast. Let me begin this conversation with Professor Madhav Nalapat. Professor Nalapat, before I bring in our military experts, I just want to understand from you, sir. You must have seen now a lot of Republic Days. What is the significance of this Make in India, this truly made in India and Make in India Republic Day to you?
Well, Devika, for one thing, it exemplifies the fact that we can make in India anything of excellence to the world. We have shown the world the excellent caliber of our human resources. Indians who have gone abroad, who have settled there, and who have been welcomed in countries all over the world, except by an extremist fringe. And they have been welcomed because of their excellence, because of the way they have shown their mettle. Secondly, take for example, my three colleagues on this panel are from the Indian military. If you look at the subcontinent, if you look at Asia, if you look at Latin America, you look at countries in so many parts of the world, you will see that the military has unfortunately dabbled in politics. Our next door neighbors are examples of this. Pakistan and Bangladesh. In India, we are proud to say that we have a fully professional military, and the military has concentrated on, if I may say so, military issues, on national defense, and has always been perfectly willing, ready to serve under civilian control, right from the beginning of independence. So that's the first point. I'd like to say that now that kind of strong human caliber that we have got in our military is also being replicated in the various products of India. You remember the 1950s, there was an attempt to ensure India became a major global defense production hub. Then, unfortunately, in subsequent decades, there was what V.S. Naipaul calls a craze for foreign. Naturally, if you buy foreign equipment, you get foreign bank accounts, foreign exchange, parked abroad in Swiss havens. So, unfortunately, that overtook our Make in India. Today, under Prime Minister Modi, Make in India has come back. And I'm very certain our very gallant members of the armed forces will be welcoming that. I just want to end by saying, Devika, that, let's not adopt practices and customs that the British are using to validate themselves or make themselves, patriotic. Because let's be honest, we were not a colonizing country like the British were. We were a colonized power. It's not something, frankly, to be very proud of. What we can be proud of is that we shook this colonial yoke, but the most powerful colonial yoke at the time, and we were probably the first country to really shake it off in the 20th century. So I'd like to say that this particular change of having Indian-made cannons is basically emblematic of Prime Minister Modi's faith in India, regard and respect for India, and that is being displayed 24/7 all across the country.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General R. Kaldian, let me bring you into the conversation here, sir. If you can just explain to our viewers the significance of the fact that India is finally not just making in India for itself, but also exporting defense equipment. This has been a very long dream of the nation, but as Professor Nalapat also pointed out, that there were several factors in the past that stalled this dream from becoming a reality. But it's just in the past few decades where we've actually managed to not just, like I said, make in India for ourselves, but also make in India for the rest of the world. And this truly becomes a game changer. The moment you're able to manufacture your own defense equipment, it truly does become a game changer.
Devika, considering our strategic situation and the length of our land borders and the sea coast, India needs large and strong army, navy and air force. We had been the largest importer of defense weapons from the Western world, including Russia. In 2014, it was Prime Minister Modi's dream that we should be able to self-sustain ourselves in defense equipment, because when you import, not only there is a loss of foreign exchange and chances of corruption, as Professor Nalakar brought out, but also you can be blackmailed when time of need. You need the weapon, they won't give you unless they attach strings. So this Make in India project, which has gathered steam over the last 8-9 years, this is 26 January is the day when India highlights its achievements. Also, mostly in military field, but also in the cultural and all, which is shown by the state tableau. So every piece of equipment in this 26 January 74 will be made in India, whether it is Arjun tanks or the Vajra gun or the light combat helicopters or the BrahMos missile. Everything will be made in India. There will be no important equipment. And that is why even the gun salute, which traditionally was given by the 25-pounders, which was Second World War vintage gun, it was a very good gun, no doubt, but it has served its purpose. It has been now replaced by 105mm Indian field gun, which you mentioned in the beginning. It started in 71, was introduced in 1984. So, of course, gun salute has a different significance, which I can explain, but I don't think today's debate is focused on that. So this 26th January, we will be showing, there will be showpiece that India is a self-contained militarily to look after and secure our national interests, which is a matter of great pride.
Yes, and before I bring in the other guest, Lieutenant General Kadian, I do want to give you this opportunity to explain the significance of the gun salute and the fact that it will be by, made in India guns for the first time. We're literally booting out the British era guns, and, please do explain.
Devika, most of our traditions have been derived from the Navy. In olden time, the ship used to fire its guns by using sodium nitrate powder, which was difficult to keep dry because of the sea condition. So you could maximum fire 7 guns. Whenever you came on port of a friendly country, you wanted to indicate your honest intention, you fired all the 7 guns, thereby telling him that I have no more capacity to fire. Therefore, my intentions are honest. As a mark of reciprocal action, the port guns used to fire 3 for 1. That is 21 guns. Because there it was easier to keep the powder dry, sodium nitrate, which was not possible at sea. So the tradition came from there. Gradually, it is now a mark of respect. Like even when a martyr dies, there is a 3 volleys of shots. That is mark of honor to him. 21 is the largest ceremonial gun salute given to the head of a state. Of course, Britain has different, sometime on the Queen's anniversary or the wedding anniversary, number of guns can vary up to 60, 62. But worldwide, the highest number of gun salutes, which is a tradition, is 21 guns.
युवा साथियों से मुझे बार बार मिलने का अवसर मिला। महीना भर पहले हमने वीर बाल दिवस मनाया। हमें वीर साहबजादों के शौर्य और बलिदान को नमन करने का अवसर मिला। उसके बाद कर्नाटका में नेशनल यूथ फेस्टिवल में शामिल हुआ। उसके 2 दिन बाद देश के युवा अग्निवीरों से बातचीत हुई। फिर यूपी में खेल महाकुंभ के एक कार्यक्रम में युवा खिलाड़ियों से संवाद हुआ। और इसके बाद मुझे आज संसद में और फिर प्रधानमंत्री निवास पर नो योर लीडर कार्यक्रम में शामिल देश भर के विद्यार्थियों से मिलने का अवसर मिला। कल ही राष्ट्रीय बाल पुरस्कार जीतने वाले देश के होनहार बच्चों से मुलाकात हुई। आज आप सबसे इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में मुलाकात हो रही है। कुछ ही दिन बाद मैं परीक्षा पे चर्चा इसके माध्यम से देश भर के लाखों युवाओं, विद्यार्थियों के साथ संवाद करने वाला हूं। हर वर्ष की भांति इस बार भी एनसीसी के कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बनने का अवसर मुझे मिलने वाला है। साथियों, ये युवा संवाद 2 कारणों से मेरे लिए विशेष महत्व का होता है। एक तो इसलिए क्योंकि युवाओं में ऊर्जा होती है, ताजगी होती है, जोश होता है, जुनून होता है, नयापन होता है। आपके माध्यम से सारी सकारात्मकता मुझे निरंतर प्रेरित करती रहती है, दिन रात मेहनत करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करती है। दूसरा, आप सभी आजादी के इस अमृत काल में देश की आकांक्षा, देश के सपनों का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। विकसित भारत के सबसे बड़े लाभार्थी भी आप होने वाले हैं और इसके निर्माण की सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी भी आपके कंधों पर है। जिस प्रकार अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में युवाओं की भागीदारी बढ़ रही है, वो उत्साहित करने वाली है। पराक्रम दिवस पर एक बड़े संदेश के साथ आयोजित प्रतियोगिताओं में आप जैसे बच्चों की भागीदारी इसी का एक उदाहरण है। ऐसे कितने ही आयोजन, अमृत महोत्सव से जुड़े कार्यक्रम और प्रतियोगिताएं देश में लगातार हो रही है। लाखों करोड़ों युवा इनसे जुड़ रहे हैं। एक कम आयु में देश के लिए बड़े सपने और समर्पण का प्रतीक है। मैं इस बात का सबूत है कि भारत की युवा पीढ़ी देश की जिम्मेदारियों के लिए तैयार भी है और अपना दायित्व निभाने के लिए तत्पर भी है। मैं इन कविता, ड्राइंग, रेसिंग और ऐसे राइटिंग की इन प्रतियोगिताओं में जीतने वाले सभी युवकों को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। हर बार की तरह बड़ी संख्या में हमारे एनसीसी और एनएसएस के कैडेट्स, विभिन्न आर्टिस्ट गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में शामिल होने जा रहे हैं। आप सबको मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। साथियों, एनसीसी और एनएसएस ऐसे संगठन है जो युवा पीढ़ी को राष्ट्रीय लक्ष्यों से, राष्ट्रीय सरोकारों से जोड़ते हैं। कोरोना काल में किस प्रकार एनसीसी और एनएसएस के वॉलंटियर्स ने देश के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाया, ये पूरे देश ने अनुभव किया है। इसलिए सरकार का भी ये निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि इन संगठनों को प्रोत्साहित किया जाए, इनका विस्तार किया जाए। अब जैसे हमारे सीमावर्ती और सागर तट पर बसे जिलों में अनेक प्रकार की चुनौतियां आती रहती है, इनसे निपटने के लिए भी सरकार आप जैसे युवाओं को तैयार कर रही है। देश के दर्जनों ऐसे जिलों में एनसीसी का विशेष प्रोग्राम चलाया जा रहा है। आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स के माध्यम से विशेष ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। इससे युवा साथी भविष्य के लिए भी तैयार होंगे और जरूरत पड़ने पर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर की भूमिका भी निभा सकते हैं। आप तो हम वाइब्रेंट बॉर्डर एरिया प्रोग्राम पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। इसके तहत बॉर्डर के गांवों का विकास किया जा रहा है, वहां हर प्रकार की सुविधाएं विकसित की जा रही है। प्रयास यही है कि सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में युवाओं का सामर्थ्य बढ़े, परिवार अपने गांव की तरफ रहना पसंद करें, वहीं शिक्षा और रोजगार के बेहतर अवसर बने। साथियों, सरकार के इन प्रयासों के बीच आपको अपने जीवन में एक बात जरूर काम आएगी। आप जब जीवन के कुछ बेहतर करते हैं, कोई सफलता हासिल करते हैं, तो उसके पीछे आपके साथ साथ आपके माता पिता, आपके परिवार की भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होती है। उसमें आपके टीचर्स की, स्कूल की और आपके दोस्तों की भी बड़ी भूमिका होती है। यानी आपको सबका साथ मिल वही प्रगति का कारण होता है। सबने आपकी क्षमता और फैसलों पर विश्वास किया होगा, सब आपके प्रयास में शामिल हुए होंगे। और आज जब आप गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में शामिल हो रहे हैं, इससे आपके परिवार, स्कूल, कॉलेज और इलाके का भी सम्मान बढ़ा है। यानी हमारी सफलताएं अकेले हमारे प्रयासों से नहीं आती और हमारी सफलताएं कभी अकेले हमारी नहीं होती। यही नजरिया आपको आपके जीवन में समाज और देश को लेकर भी रखना है। जिस भी क्षेत्र में आपकी रुचि होगी, आपको उसमें आगे बढ़ना है। लेकिन लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए आपको बहुत सारे लोगों को अपने साथ लेना होगा। आपको टीम स्पिरिट से काम करना होगा। इसलिए जब आप अपने लक्ष्यों को, अपने गोल्स को देश के गोल्स के साथ जोड़कर देखेंगे, तो आपकी सफलता का दायरा विस्तृत हो जाएगा। आपकी सफलता को दुनिया भारत की सफलता के रूप में देखेगी। डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम, होमी जहांगीर भाभा और डॉक्टर सीवी रमन जैसे वैज्ञानिक हो, या फिर मेजर ध्यानचंद से लेकर आज के बड़े खिलाड़ियों तक, इन्होंने अपने जीवन में जो काम किए, जो मुकाम हासिल किए, पूरा विश्व उन्हें भारत की सफलता के रूप में देखता है। और उससे भी आगे दुनिया भारत की इन सफलताओं में अपने लिए नए भविष्य को देखती है। यानी ऐतिहासिक सफलताएं वो होती हैं जो पूरी मानवता के विकास की सीढ़ियां बन जाए। यही सबका प्रयास की भावना की असली ताकत है। साथियों, आज आप जिस कालखंड में हैं, उसकी और एक विशेष बात है। आज देश में युवाओं के जितने नए अवसर हैं वो अभूतपूर्व है। आज देश स्टार्टअप इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत जैसे अभियान चला रहा है। स्पेस सेक्टर से लेकर एनवायरमेंट और क्लाइमेट से लेकर उससे साथ जुड़ी हुई चैलेंजेस तक, भारत आज पूरी दुनिया के भविष्य के लिए काम कर रहा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग और वर्चुअल रियलिटी जैसी फ्यूचरिस्टिक फील्ड्स में देश फोरफ्रंट पर है। स्पोर्ट्स और क्रिएटिविटी के लिए देश एक अच्छा इकोसिस्टम तैयार कर चुका है। आपको इसका हिस्सा बनना है। आपको और आपका अनसीन पॉसिबिलिटीज को सर्च करना है, अनटच एरिया को एक्सप्लोर करना है और अनइमेजिन सॉल्यूशंस को खोजना है। साथियों, भविष्य के बड़े लक्ष्य और बड़े संकल्प ये हमारे लिए बेहद जरूरी है। लेकिन साथ ही हमें वर्तमान की छोटी बड़ी प्राथमिकताओं को भी उतना ही महत्व देना होगा। इसलिए मेरा आप सभी से आग्रह होगा कि आप देश में हो रहे इस हर बदलाव से परिचित रहें। देश में जो नए नए अभियान चलाए जा रहे हैं, आप उनमें भागीदारी करें। स्वच्छ भारत अभियान का उदाहरण हमारे सामने है। आप युवाओं को इसे अपने जीवन का मिशन बनाना चाहिए। आपके पास क्रिएटिविटी भी है और जोश भी है। आप संकल्प ले सकते हैं। हम हमारे दोस्तों की एक टीम बनाकर अपने मोहल्ले को, अपने गांव, शहर, कस्बे को स्वच्छ बनाने के लिए निरंतर काम करते रहेंगे। जब आप स्वच्छता के लिए बाहर निकलेंगे तो बड़े लोगों पर उसका ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। इसी तरह अमृत महोत्सव में आप स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों से जुड़ी कम से कम एक किताब पढ़ने का संकल्प जरूर लीजिए। आप में से कई लोग कविता और कहानी लिखेंगे, ब्लॉगिंग करने जैसे कामों में भी इंटरेस्ट रखते होंगे। आजादी की लड़ाई और किसी स्वाधीनता सेनानी के जीवन पर ऐसा कोई क्रिएटिव काम करिए आप अपने स्कूल को भी इस विषय पर कार्यक्रम और प्रतियोगिता कराने के लिए कह सकते हैं। आप सबके जिलों में 75 अमृत सरोवर भी बनाए जा रहे हैं। आप अपने पड़ोस के अमृत सरोवर में अपने दोस्तों के साथ मिलकर बहुत योगदान दे सकते हैं। जैसे कि अमृत सरोवर के पास वृक्षारोपण कर सकते हैं, उसके रखरखाव के लिए लोगों को जागरूक करने के लिए कोई रैली निकाल सकते हैं। देश में चल रहे फिट इंडिया मूवमेंट के बारे में भी आपने जरूर सुना होगा। युवाओं के लिए तो बहुत आकर्षित करने वाला अभियान है। आप खुद तो इससे जुड़े ही, साथ ही अपने घर वालों को भी जरूर जोड़ें। आपके घर में रोज सुबह थोड़ी देर सब लोग मिलकर योग करें। आप ये संस्कृति घर में शुरू कर सकते हैं। आपने सुना होगा इस साल हमारा भारत G20 की अध्यक्षता भी कर रहा है। ये भारत के लिए एक बड़ा अवसर है। आप इसके बारे में भी जरूर पढ़ें, स्कूल कॉलेज में भी इससे जुड़ी चर्चा करें। साथियों, इस समय देश अपनी विरासत पर गर्व और गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति के संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये संकल्प भी देश के युवाओं के लिए एक जिम्मेदारी है। हमारी विरासत को भविष्य के लिए सहेजने और संवारने की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है। ये काम आप तब कर पाएंगे जब आप देश की विरासत को जानेंगे, समझेंगे। मेरा सुझाव है कि आप जब घूमने जाएं तो हेरिटेज साइट्स पर भी जरूर जाएं, उन्हें देखें, जानें। आप युवा हैं, आपके लिए भविष्य के विजन के निर्माण का समय है। आप नए विचारों का, नए मानदंडों के निर्माता हैं। आप नए भारत के लिए नए रास्ते बनाने वाले लोग हैं। मुझे विश्वास है आप हमेशा की तरह देश की अपेक्षाओं और देश की आकांक्षाओं पर खरा उतरेंगे। आप सभी को एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh.
Jack Straw confirms that the British government established an inquiry. They had a team that was sent to Gujarat to find out what had happened. Under what international convention were British diplomats investigating Gujarat? Tony Blair and Jack Straw responsible. How do we hold them accountable for the millions of lives that were lost because of their actions in Iraq? Should India now do the same and probe the many sins of the British?
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. The left parties are going all out to promote and polarize the country over the BBC documentary. After screening the documentary in JNU, the party's youth organizations have announced screenings in Kerala and Kolkata and other parts of the country. Now, while they are polarizing using this issue to target the Prime Minister, the big question is, why don't the left also screen documentaries on the CCP and Xi Jinping? They cracked down on 11 million Muslims in Xinjiang and also Tibet. This hypocrisy by the left has been seen time and again, and it's time we call it out and put some suggestions of documentaries for the left to run, while also questioning Lal Salam, what they have given to the BBC propaganda. We'll talk about this with our guest. Joining me on the show is Colonel J.S. Sodhi, foreign affairs expert. Subit Peer, political commentator, also joins us on the program. Rajalakshmi Joshi, political analyst, is also here with us. Professor Madhav Nalapat, editorial director of the Sunday Guardian, joins me on the show as well. And last but by no means the least, Mr. Suryakant Paswan, member of the Bihar Legislative Assembly of the CPI, is joining us shortly on the program as well. Professor Nalapat, if I can begin with you, sir, and if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Vineet.
So how would you categorize and summarize or basically describe this hypocrisy which is being seen at this point in time? Whereas on one hand, members of the opposition parties have too relegated themselves and ostracized themselves and distanced themselves from this documentary, whereas there are other elements which want to basically propagate this hateful documentary which has been put by the BBC at a time when India is doing extensively and extremely well.
Well, I'd like to say that one of the problems that is being faced is that this documentary, if it gains any credibility at all, it will paint an entirely wrong picture of India and of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. the kind of picture that certain vested interests have been trying to create about him all over the world and in India, that he's an individual who believes in the two-nation theory, when that is completely wrong. And that is the problem with this documentary. You cannot, and the BBC, of course, has been pushing this line for a very long time. I think our military expert can tell you, in the 1990s, BBC was strongly behind the pro-Pakistan forces in the Kashmir Valley, including the infiltrators who came in from across the border. In the 1980s, the BBC was playing up the so-called Khalistan movement, even though the people of the Punjab, including the valiant Sikh community, had very little to do with that movement. And of course, they have been playing up various issues. You saw what happened when you had this, these demonstrations in Delhi 2 years ago. And that again was played up. The reality is that the BJP should, understand one thing very clearly. And that is, this is how the BBC is. And frankly, it is being beamed in this country. I don't see any reason why it should be banned, because the people of India are sensible enough to understand what it is. But the reality is that bans don't work in practice. This documentary would have frankly sunk without a trace. I watched the first part. It was nonsensical. It was absurd. It was just a complete, a cut and paste job from old YouTube videos, and basically something done by an ex-minister who was famous for concocting the Iraq dossier that cost more than 1 million lives. The whole thing was a joke. But today, unfortunately, a lot of people have tuned on to it because of the ban that has been, not the ban, the block that's been imposed on it. In my personal view, this documentary is, as Anil Antony very correctly says, and I salute that young man for speaking the truth, it is absolutely a documentary meant to create communal violence in India. Absolutely. Tomorrow is Republic Day. Obviously, it is not accidental that the documentary has been screened prior to that very, very auspicious period, which I'm sure will pass off peacefully. Secondly, it's meant to give a kind of validation to those individuals who are talking absolute nonsense about the Prime Minister and about India. Don't forget, this is a country where you have 230 million minorities. There are countries where minorities have disappeared, Pakistan, Afghanistan being among them. The BBC doesn't spend too much of time on them. It spends time on India, a country where the minorities are flourishing, thank God, and are very important members of our society. So, really speaking, this is very much in line with what the BBC has been doing all this time. It's very much in line with that, and very clearly it has a motive. And if you examine the producers, if you examine the other interests that are working to for this kind of a documentary, the Sunday Guardian in a few days' time is, I think, going to reveal some of those details. Well, it will be clear what the motivation is. This is playing directly into the hands of that lobby that wants the Western India to remain apart, the Sino-Wahhabi lobby. It's playing directly into their hands. But again, I'd like to repeat, a ban, quite frankly, just makes it more, unfortunately, credible and more popular. And I think that is something, a ban or a block or whatever, I think that's something that could have been avoided. What is important is produce facts about giving the lies of this documentary. They are claiming, for example, in almost the beginning, that the Godhra train tragedy, the terror attack, was caused by passengers in the compartment, allegedly almost setting fire to themselves, when it is so clear from visual evidence, anecdotal evidence, so much of other video evidence, that there was a mob, and that mob was funded by certain groups, it was backed by certain political forces, and that mob attacked this helpless crowd. So from the first to the last, it's a tissue of lies. And I think what is important is expose each and every lie of it. Indian people are sensible, and I can assure you, we are mature enough to know nonsense, rubbish, false propaganda of the kind that BBC is peddling when we see it.
Absolutely. So I could not have agreed with you more. Rajalakshmi Joshi with us on the panel as well. Rajalakshmi, if you're here with us. Rajalakshmi?
Yes, Vineet, I'm here.
Well, I'd like to pick up on a point that was extremely, very articulately enunciated by Professor Nalapat, that banning this particular documentary has perhaps given more wings to the people who have already been targeting the country and the ruling government.
Good evening, Vineet. And, I beg to differ a little bit in the sense that, whatever, I have watched the documentary. I don't know how many people have actually seen it. And what I see is it is quite provocative in the sense that Professor Nalapat was rightly mentioning the incident of the Godhra incident that has been documented in that film. And there they have actually wrongly attributed it. I mean, they have said that this is not verified, and that they have almost said that the 59 deaths they have been wrongly accused. That is the kind of statement that has been made. And these people were actually people who have been found guilty, and they are serving sentences. All those kind of people, they have kind of almost let them off the hook by saying that it is not verified. How can they say something like that about a Supreme Court ruling? And then again, they talk completely in contradiction with the SIT's finding, with the Supreme Court's finding about Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, when they say that he is entirely responsible. So this is quite provocative in the sense that they do not want this kind of these differences or this kind of a bitterness to die down. And it only adds to it when our rogue neighbors, they take advantage of such kind of things. So when our own people kind of validate these kind of documentaries by saying that this is exactly what happened, and that our Prime Minister, he is responsible for all these kind of violences, when actually the Supreme Court has given a ruling to the contradictory, so then in that case, why should some foreign elements be allowed to take advantage of this situation? As it is, they are always playing into the hands of these rogue elements. So it is shocking that the Congress and the left, they actually want to display it publicly. Why are they actually playing it up so much? And what is the relevance of this video, this documentary now, just 1 year before the elections? So it is quite obvious what they are trying to do. This is the kind of a toolkit that they are using, because they want some emotions to flare up. They want people to they want to revive those old wounds. They want them to keep thinking that this person is responsible for our problems, etc. Then people in Gujarat actually are living harmoniously. So why are these people playing into all of this? And then there are these specific instances like of this person, Mr. Jaffrey. Again, there also they are giving all kind of wrong statements, completely in contradiction to what the Supreme Court has said. So are they trying to say that the Supreme Court is irrelevant, and that the BBC is something that is some kind of a flag bearer of truth or something? So that is something, this is what I find absolutely hypocritical, and I feel that this is some kind of a mental slavery where we keep thinking that some foreign media is going to do a better investigation than our Supreme Court. This is absolutely not acceptable, Vinny.
All right, Sumit Peer, where do you stand on this? And do you think that perhaps if this documentary was not banned, it would have left the people of the country to decide for themselves that how absurd, how incorrect this narrative that BBC has had is?
Vinny, banning the documentary is the right thing to do, because this is not a documentary. This is a very very sophisticatedly designed engineering tool, which is released at the right point of time and in the right sequence of things, so that a lot of mayhem and ruckus is created in the country. The intention is not to defame Prime Minister Modi. The bigger intention is to have a communal right here, to disturb the communal harmony of the country. You see, there is referendums happening in Australia. There are 2 temples vandalized in 6 days or 7 days in Australia. That is, and there is written Modi Murdabad, Khalistan Zindabad, Hindu Murdabad. That happens in Australia. Now come back here, this documentary gets released. This documentary gets released after 22 years. Why it took them 22 years to release this documentary? This documentary gets released when there was a meeting of the DGPs around 2-3 days back with Mr. Amit Shah, and they told that the radicalization of Muslim youth, a lot of foreign powers, including India, including China, and funded by Pakistan. Pakistan funded by China are trying to radicalize the Muslim youth. That is the biggest national security threat. So here you see, what is Pakistan and China trying to do? Here, Khalistani Sikh youth, here Muslim youth. Now you are letting a blatant toilet paper to be used as a movie, to be used to have their national passions here, to use your own people, to use your youth against you. And by this method, we are giving some external powers a loci, that who have no loci here, they become a loci and they start intervening in the internal affairs of India. It's an infringement of the sovereignty of India. How can the BBC decide what is right and wrong? That too after 22 years of investigation. 2/3 of the time, the people in the power were UPA 1 and UPA 2. They could not find anything. And after all the law and order machinery of India, with all the CBIB, everybody put in their job, and if Prime Minister Modi was being given a clean sheet, what is this new reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, which is to find some 2-3 journalists stringed in somewhere in London, or didn't even come here, or they never came, we don't know. And they have decided, they have concluded, and they are casting aspersions on the Prime Minister. If I do a repeat, Vineet, if we make a documentary and tell, let's make a documentary and tell them, how did an 8-year-old Maharaja give you the Kohinoor? How did you loot $45 trillion from here? How did you leave a life expectancy of 21 years here? So less than 40 years here. How did you leave us with a literacy of 21%? How you left us to fragile 5? And what did you do in Jallianwala Bagh? What did you do in Great Bengal famine? So there are so many things which you can, and the bloody Sunday or the Friday of Ireland, where you killed so many people. And about the Winston Churchill, who said that...
Right, absolutely. Great points there, Sumit. But Colonel Sodhi, what really amazes me is that nobody from the opposition or the left is basically worried about that few people from the BBC, producers and whatnot, came to Gujarat 20 years after this event had transpired and had the gall and the audacity and the stomach to investigate us, go back, make a movie about it, and just basically laugh at our face.
Jai Hind, Vineet. It's my honor to be on a news channel and a privilege to be with the esteemed co-panelist. It is the duty and endeavor of every Indian citizen to uphold the Indian Constitution and the Indian rules framed by the central government from time to time. It is equally unfortunate and unpropitious that in the run-up to a Republic Day, which is tomorrow, such a documentary is being screened in various parts of India with the sole aim of flaming passions and creating a divide among the Indian population. Now, if somebody wants to see this movie, firstly, as an Indian citizen, he should not watch it. I have not watched it. We all have access to VPN and other things. I have not watched it because my government has banned it. If somebody wants to publicly screen in a place, he should approach the courts. Till the courts don't allow him, no one has a right to break the Indian rules. And I totally agree with you, Vineet. The fact that the BBC people came and made this movie, this could not have been possible without the support of few residents of India who held them, whether in Delhi or in Gujarat. I think the central government should have a detailed probe in this and punish this, because this is a clear attempt to break India, to fragment India. India today is on a rise to become a global power. Every superpower wants India more than India wants any superpower. By such things happening, India's prestige and reputation on the national and the international level is being, trying to be targeted by these people. But India is strong. It will not get deterred by this. But again, I will repeat on your channel, it is high time that a committee is formed and the guilty are punished, because silence is not an option anymore.
Right. I completely concur with you. Majid Hydari is also joining us, political analyst on the broadcast. Mr. Hydari, if you can hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Well, it's disappointing as well as it's shameful that, a propaganda against the leadership of the country is being politicized within the country?
Well, Vinitha, before responding to your question, let me first make a very humble appeal to the student community of the nation, especially the Muslim students who are into colleges and universities, not to make it a prestige point to watch the documentary. It's neither a part of their curriculum, it's neither supposed to be a part of any competitive exams, it won't be fetching them anything. And as with regard to Muslim students, I must say then it's not obligatory in Islam to watch the BBC controversial documentary. So let the student community be away from the this controversy, which can really damage their career. So I am concerned firstly about them. Second point is that we are talking about the integrity of our honorable Prime Minister. We are talking about his iconic status. We are even talking about his loyalty. Now, if it's supposed to be about loyalty, and loyalty here has two parts. One is that what was the Intelligence Bureau, the IB, the RAW doing when all these documentary groundwork was being done, the legwork, which we call in journalism, was being done in the country when Modi ji was in power, and a documentary legwork was being done against him. So what was the IB and the RAW doing? That is the question which Honorable Prime Minister needs to question these intelligence agencies, that they have put him to any embarrassment for that matter. And then loyalty. The second point of loyalty is that who is loyal to Honorable Prime Minister, the tallest leader of world's largest democracy? Is it the Saffron Brigade? I mean, few days back, Honorable Prime Minister said that there should be no boycott of movies, and only today we are witnessing violence in BJP-ruled states. So the Saffron government is in fact not loyal to Honorable Prime Minister. And let me make it clear on the show, be it UP, be it elsewhere, we have violence even today. We have ransacking of the cutouts of Shah Rukh Khan, etc. So it's disobedience to Honorable Prime Minister, disloyalty to Prime Minister. And then most important point, sir, if we are not supposed to watch this documentary, are we supposed to live in blind faith, live with blind faith, some Andhvishwas? Is the new Bharat, the Vishwa Guru, supposed to be Andhvishwas that we don't want our people to watch this documentary? I mean, what is there if they watch it? Is there nobody mature enough to realize what is truth and what is not? Why is government or we trying to politicize this in a way that this documentary should not be seen? I mean, why should we go by Andhvishwas if there is nothing? If the documentary is not true, why are we wanting the people to believe in Andhvishwas and go by that when we are supposed to be a Vishwa Gurus? I mean, all this only poses questions, and only questions on the government itself, not on the people or those who are criticizing or condemning it, or those who are in support of the documentary, or those who are against the documentary. All the questions are essentially for the government. That what was government doing when the legwork for this documentary was being made in Modi ji's regime, when we called him Chokidar and etc. etc. So everything compromised his secure government, and now disloyalty towards Modi ji by his own government in his own ruled states. So the questions are essentially for the governments, not for the people, the liberals like me, who have their own stand on this documentary. So you need to question the government, not we people. Yes, over to you.
Professor Nalapat, that's a good point. This also raises, a huge blanket of concern as to why was something like this allowed to be filmed in Gujarat?
Vineet, I'd like to say that what you were watching in that propaganda piece, in that hit job on India, basically you can find it on YouTube. You go on YouTube, spend a little bit of time browsing it, and you'll find all these fake images and morphed images circulating all over the place. Frankly, there's nothing new in that particular documentary. As for this so-called Jack Straw report, that again is a laughable report. Jack Straw is the man who validated the lies that there was WMD in Iraq, and who validated the war that killed about 1 million people. This is the kind of liar, if I may say so, who is validating this absurd documentary. The one individual, the bedrock of the entire thing is Jack Straw, a self-confessed liar who admitted later there was no WMD in Iraq. My point is, first of all, this government acted maturely. Number one, Prime Minister did not say anything about this. This is beneath his attention. He is too big a man to basically worry about the 1 million or 10 million attack on him by some Indian or foreign channel. All these attacks have had no effect on him. This will also have no effect on his global image or his image in India. Some motivated people and there may be some people who are, not very cognizant or mature about certain things, but barring that, and they're still there among us, nobody's going to believe it. This was only blocked, let me say, and the point is very clear. It was not banned, it was blocked. So the government did not ban it, it blocked it. Although all over the world, the Sino-Wahhabi lobby is saying, oh, banned, banned, banned. It was not banned. I watched that particular segment. I'm not sure if I should watch the second segment because I know what they're going to say. After the first 15 minutes of the first segment, which lasted about 50 minutes, it was very clear what they were going to say. I tried to see if there's any change. There was nothing. It was the same tissue of lies and motivated, complete twisting of the reality. So I just want to say one thing. The BBC, of course, it's not banned in India. The correspondents are freely working in India. We are a democracy. We can tolerate that kind of thing. And our security is not so fragile that some ridiculous news channel can upset it. But I want to say the BBC has constantly been lecturing this government. Oh, institutions are being ruined. Constantly been interviewing leaders in India. Oh my God, Indian institutions are being basically disrespected. They're being ignored. They're being put aside by this government and specifically by the Prime Minister. Well, what has the BJP been doing? Except that they have not yet pointed out that the BBC has disrespected all the key institutions of free India, whether it's the government, whether it is the political parties, whether it's the voters of India.
Right, sir.
All this, the Supreme Court, everything has been disrespected by the BBC. So I simply want to say the Indian people know truth from reality. Narendra Modi is the person who said, forget about a gazetted officer's signature. Every Indian citizen has the right to self-attest himself. He trusts the Indian people. That's why he didn't respond to this. And I'm sure he was, the government, the high level in the government, the ministerial level would have said, when some officials came and said, let's ban it.
Right,
no,
sir.
Put a block on it. That's all that has happened. And I can tell you, again, I repeat, that look, frankly, whether it's like prohibition. Do you think prohibition will work in any part of the world?
Not at all.
Except to generate mafias. It will not. So banning is not the answer. This government has not banned it. And the Prime Minister has correctly ignored it, as should the population of this country.
Absolutely, sir. Appreciate your vehement response to the same. Mr. Suryakant Paswan is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Paswan, if you can hear me. Mr. Paswan?
Yes.
Well, sir, we've almost reached the end of our show, but in your opinion...
Hindi.
Okay. Sir, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री आई है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के ऊपर, उसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है? और जिस तरीके से विपक्ष इस पर सियासत भी कर रहा है, ये भी एक बड़ी समस्या बनती जा रही है।
सबसे पहले मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं बिहार बेगूसराय से। मैं सूर्यकांत पासवान, बेगूसराय बखरी विधानसभा से मैं विधायक हूं। सबसे पहले मैं भारत में इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री के बैन होने की निंदा करता हूं और कहना चाहता हूं कि यह जनता के मौलिक अधिकार पर हमला है। यह हमारी अभिव्यक्ति की आजादी पर हमला है। आप जानते हैं जिस समय गुजरात के अंदर दंगा हुई थी तो वहां के जो मंत्री थे, विदेश मंत्री, उस सरकार के मंत्री, उस राज्य के जो वरीय पुलिस पदाधिकारी थे, उनको निष्पक्ष काम करने नहीं दिया गया, उनको निष्पक्ष जांच करने नहीं दिया गया। और आज 20 साल के बाद यदि कोई इसको फिल्मकार, पत्रकार, जो भी लोग हैं, अगर इसको दिखाना चाहते हैं, ये कौन सा गलती है? ये जो गुजरात के अंदर हुआ घटना, जो हमारे हजारों हजार महिला पुरुष की हत्या हुई, हमारे बहनों के साथ वहाँ की जो महिलाएं थी उनके साथ खुलेआम बलात्कार हुआ, ये सारे घटनाएं घटी। उसके बावजूद भी उस घटना के संदर्भ में ये फिल्म दिखाए जा रहे हैं, कौन सी गलती है? इस देश की सरकार सिर्फ मिनोरिटी के खिलाफ चिंता इनको है। जो मिनोरिटी, जो अल्पसंख्यक लोग हैं, उनकी आबादी काफी बढ़ रही है और इसकी चिंता उनको सता रही है। आज ये मन की बात करते हैं, काम की बात नहीं करते हैं। आज गुजरात के अंदर जिस तरह की घटनाएं घटी, हम समझते हैं जो फिल्म दिखाए जा रही है डॉक्यूमेंट्री, ये सही है, इस पर बेंड
पासवान जी पर उच्च न्यायालय ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को बरी किया है, उनको किसी भी मामले के साथ जोड़ा नहीं है। जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कह दिया है कि इस मामले में कुछ सत्य नहीं है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को लेकर, तो फिर बीबीसी कौन होता है कुछ कहने वाला? ये बात प्रधानमंत्री की है, ये गुजरात की नहीं है। अब ये वो मुख्यमंत्री थे तब, अब वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं।
मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर उंगली उठाना नहीं चाहता हूं। हमारे देश के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय है वो, हम उस पर कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, ये हकीकत में पूरे देश देखी है, पूरे दुनिया देखी है। गुजरात के अंदर भाई नरेंद्र मोदी।
Okay, Sumit, you want to respond to that quickly? Sumit, do you want to respond to that?
Vinny, the problem here is that you can't be hunting with the hare and hunting with the hounds. The problem is either you respect the Supreme Court, you go by the Supreme Court. I want to ask a question then. What was UPA 1 and UPA 2 doing? Were UPA 1 and UPA 2 equally useless? 70% of the time it has been a Congress government. So what did Congress fail in its responsibility? Are you saying that Indian law and order failed in its responsibility? Are we saying that BJP has an extra jurisdiction over India which supersedes the Constitution of India and which supersedes the Supreme Court of India? Are we saying that any foreign powers, we can give them this country as a playground to run new agendas and to flare communal passions? No. Do we let them to radicalize our youth? No. We cannot let that happen, Vinny, because this is a blatant attempt to radicalize our youth. That is all.
And that's exactly what's happening. We've run out of time, Sumit. Would like to thank all my panelists for being a part of this conversation. We are going to dip into a short break, but more news and updates on the other side.
मैं यहाँ पर मेडिसिन लेती हूँ, इसकी और अपनी।
ना 4-5 बार दवाई लेगी, 2-3 बारी पहले भी ये दवाई मैं इत्थों ले चुका वादर।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra. While the BBC continues to peddle its Hindu-phobic propaganda against India, it is Pakistan's role in this plot which has now come to light. First, it was Pakistani origin MP who raked up the matter in the British Parliament and he was shot down by the UK Prime Minister. Now, US State Department spokesperson has rebuffed a Pakistani origin journalist who tried to question him about the documentary. As Pakistani stooges continue to fan the fire when it comes to this documentary, it really begs us to ask the question, what is Pakistan's role as far as this propaganda piece is concerned? Let's quickly listen in to what has happened and then we take this conversation forward.
Foreign Office knew the extent of Narendra Modi's involvement in the Gujarat massacre that paved the way for the persecution of Muslims and other minorities we see in India today, with senior diplomats reporting that the massacre could not have taken place without a climate of impunity created by Modi, and that he was, in the FCO's own words, directly responsible for this violence. Given that hundreds were brutally killed and that families across India and the world, including here in the UK, are still without justice, does the Prime Minister agree with his diplomats in the Foreign Office that Modi was directly responsible? And just what more does the Foreign Office know of his involvement in this grave act of ethnic cleansing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the UK government's position on this has been clear and long-standing and hasn't changed. Of course, we don't tolerate persecution where it appears anywhere, but I'm not sure I agree at all with the characterisation that the honourable gentleman has put forward.
This week I had asked you about Narendra Modi and how the US has compromised on some of its values. And the BBC just released a documentary on Modi, on how he had butchered. And the report was just released. It was a government report. BBC just released it. It was made by a former secretary, in which he has even mentioned higher number of deaths, higher numbers of women raped. And it was just done right under the nose of Narendra Modi. I had never challenged the strategic interest of the US with India, but I regret the fact that since last 8 years that I've been covering the State Department, I have not seen once an official standing here at UC condemning Narendra Modi himself individually, not just as a Prime Minister, but individually his acts. And I'm sure the US officials were aware of it as well.
I'm not aware of this documentary that you point to, but what I will say broadly is that there are a number of elements that undergird the global strategic partnership that we have with our Indian partners. There are close political ties, there are economic ties, there are exceptionally deep people-to-people ties between the United States and India. But one of those additional elements are the values that we share, the values that are common to American democracy and to Indian democracy. India, of course, is the world's largest democracy. It's a vibrant democracy, and again, we look to everything that ties us together, and we look to reinforce all of those elements.
So there you heard it. That was twice when Pakistani origin, first a Pakistani origin MP and then a Pakistani origin journalist, both tried to bait and goad Rishi Sunak as well as Ned Price, and both got shut down. Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni joins us on the broadcast. I also have with me Rabindra Sachdev, and with me is Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist. Let me begin this conversation with Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, if I can. Lieutenant General Kulkarni, the role of Pakistan in this particular BBC documentary is quite clear. However, Pakistan doesn't have the money to really fund this sort of a propaganda piece. Do we need to be careful about who are the larger players involved here, at least the ones who are funding these sort of propaganda pieces? Because Pakistan, of course, is a very easy front, you know, and the role of Pakistan, of course, has to be questioned. But in terms of the larger picture, what do we need to now be really careful about?
Definitely. I do agree with you that we have to be very careful, very watchful. Notwithstanding, Pakistan has been indulging in this for a very, very long time. They almost have most of these people in the Western world on their payroll, for which they contribute a lot to ensure that the image of Pakistan is, maintained irrespective of what happens on ground in Pakistan. And this particular thing, highly insensitive. I would say at a time, imagine how many years have lapsed for such an incident. And let me be honest with you, I was posted there. My driver was a Muslim. My cook was a Muslim. At that point of time, I went to see the train that got tossed in Godhra. Nothing of that kind. And I can vouch for it because since I was posted in Anand of all the places in Gujarat. So, these kind of things, absolutely, there's no denying the fact. Total propaganda, total lies, absolutely insensitive, lack of vision, especially when he's exonerated. The Prime Minister, much that, unfortunately, just a minute, unfortunately, what happens is, within India, you use words like Unka Dalali and things of those kind words. those are the words that are picked up by these people, and they seem to think, well, in a democracy, that much that everybody takes, is full praise for the largest democracy with the world's oldest democracy. But these are some of the drawbacks of democracy. Much that we would love to have a democracy, we should have democracy, we should stand for it and die for it without fail. But these are some of the pitfalls in a democracy which are exploited by these kind of people. And that's what is exactly happening. And you can safely feel, I agree with you, imagine at a time and moment such a documentary is being released or they're wanting to release 26th of January coming, 24th, you see kind of pressures that are on Pakistan, you see the kind of words being used by Bilawal. Imagine a youngster who studied in Harvard is representing Pakistan as the foreign minister. Look at the kind of words that they use. I think it's obnoxious, and I think everyone in this particular thing must be condemned to the last, and we must not tolerate and must be very, very to such insensitive material being shown, and especially BBC, which seems to even, I understand the Rami Ranger, way he's written a letter to the BBC chairman. I think it's something which they must
asking if the Pakistani origin journalists need to be probed on their role in this particular documentary. I'll come back to you, sir. Ambassador Deepak Bora, Pakistan is a sinking ship. They're going through one of their worst economic crises. The government is expected to fall. There is a military split in Pakistan. They might be on the brink of a civil war as well. Amidst all of that, a Pakistani origin MP thinks it's important to raise a BBC documentary in the British Parliament. What exactly was he expecting to happen?
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you on your amazing channel, ma'am. I learned so much. It's really wonderful to be here, and with Mr. Mukherjee, Mr. Kulkarni, with Mr. Sachdev. Now, you must forgive my rather basic language. The Bluster and Bullshit Corporation, also known as the BBC, does not like India. Embodies the white man's frozen mindset of his self-styled burden that tries to retain some influence through fake news. Listen to this, man. Mr. Sachdev, in my postings overseas, more than one head of government pointedly asked me if London still had influence in Indian affairs. This was the claim of my British counterparts. Yes, I would respond, about as much as you have on Mars. They have absolutely no influence, but this is atavism. Bada mushkil hai bhool jana that once when we ruled over 25% of the world, the sun never set on the British Empire because even God doesn't trust the British in the dark. This was the old saying at that point of time. So what we are seeing now, this Pakistan connection, somebody else and talking about this, saying this should happen, that should happen. Why are you guys against India? And I'll tell you why. In the G20 presidency, ma'am, we are the Ram Setu. We are the bridge between the developed world and the developing world. And when we talk of Vishwa Guru, that's the role that the world has given to us. We recently had that virtual summit of Voice of the Global South. All the 3 African countries that I'm privileged to represent were participating. And all 3 said one thing to me, that as our developmental partner, Mr. Mukherjee, we have chosen India. And I responded with that catchphrase from the Pepsi ad, Yehi hai right choice, baby. So that they come to us, we don't demand anything, we don't give them anything, but the Brits don't like it. Now, let me also, ma'am, can I have another minute or so? All right.
Yes, now, go ahead.
Now, you know what is happening to the French in West Africa. Burkina Faso has just asked them to get lost. Mali had kicked them out some time ago. Mauritania had done the same. That, guys, look, we've had enough. We are no longer part of France Afrique, as they call it, Africa that is French. The Brits dare not go to Kenya or Ghana because they get booted out. We are seeing what happens in the United States. You know where this phrase was invented, Yankee go home? It was in Latin America. So all these fellows who think they've done a great deal for the world and they still rule the world, it's hurting them. Finally, let me tell you this, Mr. Sachdev, Mr. Kulkarni, Mr. Mukherjee. Forget about expanding the United Nations Security Council. It's not going to happen. But replacement of one country by another is eminently possible. It has happened when Taiwan was thrown out and People's Republic of China took its place. The British, and I say this with full authority, are desperately scared that somebody will turn around and say, throw the British out, they have no right to be there, bring India in its place. This is the game that they are terrified. And I'm not being facetious. You'll see this voice rising in the days and months to come. Kick out the Brits. They have nothing to do, no economy, no nothing, but they have this arrogance. Let India come in, which plays a very useful bridging role between the poor countries, the South and the North. And ma'am, this is our strength. And for this, honestly, and we don't take sides as diplomats. We have just one man to thank. You may have heard his name. It's Narendra Bhai Damodar Das Modi.
Right, absolutely. Rabindra Sachdev, let me bring you into the conversation. How many BBC documentaries have you seen on what's happening in Pakistan on a regular basis?
Devika, thank you. Pleasure to be with you. Honestly, I don't watch much of BBC. I do. Sometimes I watch some other channels actually. But fair enough. Yeah, but as to your question about Pakistan, perhaps none. I do not know, honestly. So I won't have an answer to that. The issue is, I think, and stepping back in an overall sense, I think General Kulkarni and Ambassador Vohra have so eloquently and, pointed out. But to my mind, there's a little bit of not alarm bells, a little bit of a bell. What I mean by this is that, you see, as of today, fair enough, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or Prime Minister Joe XYZ, whoever be it, Boris Johnson of the UK, right? They're standing up and they're saying that they do not agree to this characterization. And fine, we take comfort in that the British government does not subscribe to what the documentary says, and even it's, trashing it. Similarly, in the US, the State Department kind of just says that, hey, please get over with it. However, the concern is that, you see, this does impact our image or some narrative amongst the, if we were to say, quote unquote, the general folks in these countries, be it Britain, be it US or wherever, etc., right? See, the governments, knowing fully better the situation, would answer with proper and due responsibility. But what happens is that this will keep on percolating and spoiling and roiling our image, our narrative in the world, I would say. That's something to be, I think, definitely concerned about. So, how do we, if not counter it, what do we do? I think obviously simple answer lies in, we have to build our own narrative. We have to have our own outreach. The point I'm trying to say is that the politicians or the government leaders or the government officials in any of these countries, right, that's one segment. The other segment is the wider segment of the populations in these countries. We do not want such misperceptions growing or being seeded in the wider populations. That, to my mind, is a worry.
All right, Gautam Mukherjee, same question to you though. I really want to understand from you, why do you think, now given all of this that has happened with the Pakistani origin MP, then the Pakistani origin journalist in the US, why is the BBC then not reflecting the genocide of Hindus or other minorities in Pakistan? If they're really looking for the truth and they really want to stand for minorities across the world, then why haven't they made any sort of documentary on Pakistan yet?
Well, Devika, the important thing is to keep your eye on the ball. We are confronting 9 assembly elections, followed by the general election in 23 and 24. Now, let me make this very, very clear. The current government is standing on Hindu votes. There is no two ways about it. If there is a smattering of minority votes, then that is thanks to Allah and some good work done by Mr. Modi for the women of Islam. Now, apart from that, if by this sort of propaganda and drum beating from hill to hill, any kind of dilution is made in the core voters' interest, the government could lose, BJP could lose. So this is a minimum position. The minimum position is that, look, stick to what you know, stick to why you were elected, stick to why you were double elected, and why you're headed towards 3 consecutive terms. Let the dogs bark. It is not going to affect you. And to get caught up in the minutiae of what the Brits are saying, the Pakis are saying, the Canadians are saying, and the Americans are neither. We have a phrase in Bengal, "Dhori mach na chui pani," means I catch fish but I don't touch water. You know, it's a bit like Clinton saying, you know, I didn't inhale. We can ignore all this nonsense and stick to winning the elections. And that is what this government should do. And never mind the rest. Of course, the diplomacy should go on. We are not creating any genocide. We are not attacking the minorities at all, much as these people would like to get the world to believe that. World meaning their own little bailiwicks. The last point I have to say is, you know, Britain is collapsing. It has gone 8 years back on its economic standing. Not only is it overtaken by India, but it is now 8 years retarded in its economic standing. It is breaking up. It is looking a lot like Pakistan in terms of its economic situation, and they don't seem to know how to get out of it. Ever since they left Brexit, ever since they instituted Brexit, America kicked them out at the very notion of an FTA. They have not got an FTA with anybody. I don't know what to say. And why are they picking on India when they've got so many problems and Scotland about to secede?
Okay, Lieutenant General Kulkarni, do you agree with that, or do you believe that we do need to counter this sort of propaganda against India, or should we just ignore it and move on?
Been able to isolate Pakistan, and the result of isolating Pakistan without saying anything much, you know what's happened to Pakistan. So that's the way it should be. I think I couldn't have found better panelists ever. Fantastic. Each one of them have said so beautifully. And there is, you know, what you were saying is absolutely right. The Pakis have just about 2% Hindus, 1.5% Christians. And look at the way they've been treating the women over there. The kind of abduction, kidnapping, the kind of ill treatment given to the girls over there. It's pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Everybody knows that terrorism emanates from Pakistan and that Pakistan is doing all these kind of things. They're using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. The hatred towards India is all known because Pakistan army survives on only hate India. And then you have even China. China is ensuring that India does not rise. And what better than having Pakistan as a neighbor to India, which will ensure and go along with China. So that's the kind of game plan. We've got to be very careful. We must be focused, and our focus must be to get on economy. And once they strengthen the economy, military gets strengthened, the diplomacy gets its teeth, and we have an international standing. I think all these, I rightly agree, let the barking dogs bark.
Okay, all right. Ambassador Vora, then do you believe that somewhere we also need to be wary of some of the larger forces at play here? Like I said, that the Pakistanis involved in these particular incidents are just stooges, right? And as mentioned earlier, Pakistan doesn't have the bandwidth right now to sponsor a BBC documentary, to fund it, etc. So clearly the money is coming from somewhere and Pakistan becomes a front, as it has been for many years. Do we somewhere need to worry about some larger forces at play?
Ma'am, we are just so strong. We don't care about these people. When India has sons like General Kulkarni Sahab, when it has Gautam Mukherjee, Mr. Sachdev, these fellows can't do anything. I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. There's an African proverb, when the little dog barks, the lion doesn't turn around. And this is what I would like to tell the BBC. You've lost everything. Britain has lost everything. In this particular report, you completely blanked out the Supreme Court verdict on the Gujarat riots. This is pure Modi bashing. I know what you're worried about. This is frustration and ill will against this upstart called India, which is overtaking the British lion in everything. They are upset about this. Who gives a SH1T about the Brits anymore? So therefore, my feeling, and overwhelmingly this is my feeling, that the fact that they didn't talk about the Supreme Court decision on Mr. Modi's case, They would never have dared to do anything like this in the UK with its strict libel laws. This hostility is specific to India. And the US has, of course, as you know, delivered a very crisp and forceful rebuff to the Pakistani journalist who asked the State Department spokesman about the documentary. I'm sure you have seen it. And they must have been disconcerted by this snub in Washington. The US State Department fellow said, we don't agree with anything that has been said there. So we are seeing all this coming. But the people who understand what India is all about, man, they know. The more we rise, the more you can expect such nonsense from people who think they own our minds. Ma'am, let me conclude. When the Prime Minister of India, after we installed the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, when he said our minds have been liberated, I was there, ma'am. I sobbed like a child. I said, yes, today at 71, I'm truly liberated. Thank you, Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Okay, Rabindra Sachdev, before we wrap this up, what is your then take on whether we need to be sort of wary of some larger forces at play, or do you also believe that this is something that will just pass with time, and that the BBC documentary essentially obviously doesn't matter in the longer run, but do we not need to counter it, and do we not need to actually call out propaganda?
I think probably we need to do both the things, as all my esteemed colleagues are saying. On the one hand, we need not bother, the elephant keeps on its march. But secondly, yes, we do need to build up our narrative in the world. See, coming back to the point, as Ambassador Vora was saying, that we are the bridge between, the North and South. I've been saying something that the India of today, what do we bring to the world? We are like the Intel inside. Perhaps you may or may not remember, there used to be a time when Intel chips were inside a computer, and that computer used to be known as a gold standard, right? So we bring to the world common sense, we bring empathy, compassion, solutions to the problems that not only we face, the world faces, right? Now, which is for the good of the world, let's say the Vasudev Kutumbakam, and live and let live, etc. Now, in order for us to continue that contribution, that positive contribution to the world, and for our own good also, our voice, our moral voice should be there and should not be stigmatized. So therefore, we need our narrative. We need our voice, or whatever we are about, to be known better in the world. Otherwise, if not otherwise, in any case, it's percolating down, it'll be known. It is known and it's percolating down also. That's also there, right? But we do need to, I think, build our outreach, our communications, quote unquote, even may use the word propaganda, whatever it be, our communications, we do need to, I think, grow that outside all over the world. That's what my take would be.
All right, on that note, we wrap up this conversation. I thank all of our panelists for joining us to take this discussion forward. But we continue on the other side with the second part of the BBC documentary that will be released tonight at 9 p.m. UK time.
दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब आम आदमी क्लिनिक संग बदल रहा पंजाब मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब तंदुरुस्त हो सारे और कोई ना हो बीमार सबका इलाज होगा कोई ना रहे बेइलाज दो कदम दुनिया से आगे पंजाब ने झंडे गाड़े दो कदम दुनिया से आगे
सेहतमंद पंजाब का सपना साकार हो रहा है। हमने 15 अगस्त को 100 आम आदमी क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए थे, जिसका लोगों ने बहुत जोरदार स्वागत किया और लोग इस सेहत सेवा का बहुत फ़ायदा ले रहे हैं। 7.5 लाख से ज़्यादा मरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ से दवाई लेके ठीक हो चुके हैं, ओपीडी का फ़ायदा ले चुके हैं और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा टेस्ट जो कि बिल्कुल मुफ्त हैं, फ्री हैं, वो यहाँ हो चुके हैं इन क्लिनिकों में। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि 27 जनवरी को 500 और मोहल्ला क्लिनिक लोगों के समर्पित किए जा रहे हैं, ताकि रंगला पंजाब की जो हमारी नीति है, जो रंगला पंजाब बनाने का हमारा सपना है, उसमें सेहतमंद पंजाब भी शामिल रहे।
मुफ्त दवाई मुफ्त इलाज निखर रहा पंजाब।
Pariksha Pe Charcha is back. PM Modi will be reaching out to India's children for exam stress guidance on January 27th. Take part in the Pariksha Pe Charcha poll on Twitter @NewsX. Tweet your questions for the Prime Minister @NewsX. See the poll results and questions and expert guidance on NewsX. Pariksha Pe Charcha, special build-up telecast only on NewsX.
Amidst biased news and lopsided views, NewsX amplifies the Janta's voice, where your views shape the news. You can cast your vote on the day's burning issues. You can even participate in NewsX polls and surveys. You can gauge the nation's pulse in real time. NewsX presents Statistically Speaking on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, only on NewsX. News, not noise.
In 1919, 1,500 unarmed civilians were killed by British Indian Army at the Jallianwala Bagh. Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Polarizing politics has returned to India's campuses with the BBC documentary controversy. Left-wing student groups have been screening this documentary at campuses in Kerala, Hyderabad, Kolkata and of course Delhi. In Delhi's JNU and Jamia, the atmosphere became tensed as the organizations of the screening was announced. In this broadcast, we are not going to be identifying the faces of any of the students involved in these developments. In 2016, if you remember, some students deliberately tried to create chaos in JNU. Of these students, one was Kanhaiya Kumar, who was later given a CPI ticket as he used the controversy as a launching pad for his political career. TV media played a big role in this back then, and we here at NewsX refuse to repeat the same mistake. In this broadcast, we discuss these deliberate attempts being undertaken at the campuses again without identifying any of the students who are involved. Of course, we do not want to give too much wind to this particular fire, which has been burning for no reason. Joining us on the program to talk more about this is Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, former diplomat. Sumit Peer, political commentator, joins us on the show as well. Professor Madhavan Alapat, editorial director of the Sunday Guardian, is also here with us. Last but not the least, Mr. Nikhil Chandwani, founder of the NYK Daily, also joins us on the program. Professor Nalapat, I'd like to begin with you, sir. Sir, why does it always happen that some of these colleges and these campuses, they become the seat, they become the epitome of, highlighting why these instances should not be glorified in the first place?
Well, you're perfectly right. And if I may point out, in JNU, I know of at least two instances where individuals who had the point of view that the BBC documentary was absolute rubbish were heckled, and in one case, one particular individual who was the correspondent of a major Malayalam channel was manhandled. Now, it's very ironic that you manhandle the correspondent of a news channel and another individual for holding views contrary to your own, when you are essentially supposed to be demonstrating for freedom of speech. So this is like Henry Ford's definition of the choice of colors in the Model T. You can have any color you want so long as it's black. So you can have any opinion you like so long as it's my opinion. That's it. So frankly, it's important for the media to highlight some of the hypocrisy that we are seeing here about so-called freedom of speech. Then if you go back and examine the social media posts of some of these great freedom of speech votaries, you will find They want freedom only to spread a particular narrative. And that narrative is that India is a country where there is genocide, where there is oppression of minorities, where all kinds of terrible things are taking place. Of course, there are locations in South Asia where all this is happening, but it's not India. So it's a very unique definition of freedom of speech. But the reality is, for some reason, this hypocrisy is not being called out as much as it should be. And I think it's very important to call it out, because the BBC, quite frankly, it has made a career for a long time of defaming India. Right from before independence to now, it's made a career of it. And if I may say, ironically, the single biggest increase in revenue since 2019 from to this year of the BBC has been its revenue from India. Advertisers are falling over each other. Indian advertisers, Indian companies falling over each other to advertise in the BBC for some reason. I have always said masochism is a trait very common in some aspects of society, and I think those Indian advertisers who are rushing to advertise in the BJP seem to be showing symptoms of that. I see no reason why any self-respecting Indian company or Indian citizen or anybody who is dealing with India would want to advertise in a channel that is viscerally and virulently anti-India.
Absolutely. Ambassador Sajjan Har, if you can hear me, sir. Sir, if you can hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
So what do you make of, students and, rogue elements, at the most, if we can call them that, trying to leverage and basically, use this as a launching pad to put a fillip on their careers? It's happened in the past as well. It is a blot on the way, we should be dealing with the BBC, but at the same time, there are people in our country who are trying to leverage this to the maximum for ulterior motives.
Yeah, you're very right, Vineet, and I don't think it can be limited only to students. I think it is a much bigger class, a much broader class, which, wants to take mileage out of it, and because, they have no other grounds on which they can criticize the government or criticize the Prime Minister. This is used as a convenient handle. But before I address that question, let me just go back to what Professor Nalapad said, and I agree with everything that he said, except the last point. What he said, that Indian advertisers are, falling over backwards in putting their revenue into BBC. I think that's going to stop now, because the Indian people, because after all, they are trying to reach the Indian people, I'm sure, BBC, and that is why all these advertisers put in their money. But I think after these two so-called documentaries that they have aired, I'm sure that their viewership is going to take a huge hit as far as India is concerned. I'm sure, people have seen through their game. Large numbers, most of people in India have seen through their game. And I think there's going to be a very definitive withdrawal from in terms of watching the BBC. But coming to your question, I think this issue has been discussed and debated for quite some time now over the last few days. And, people have been asking, what is the reason, what is the rationale, why BBC has come out with this particular issue? No new facts, no new evidence, 20 years after the riots took place. And obviously they have malignant and malevolent intentions, that is to interfere directly in the internal affairs of the country. Again, raising passions and of course giving also, as I was mentioning right at the beginning, providing a handle to the disgruntled elements to come out once again as far as protesting on this particular issue is concerned. Otherwise, this whole issue has been settled and it has been put behind us. But BBC or certain elements that are there in the left liberal Labour circles in the United Kingdom, they would like to see that India is in some way, I will not say destabilized, because I don't think a documentary like this, whatever happens, has, can in any way destabilize the country. India is a very assured, self-assured country, so nothing of that nature. But, there can be some violent disturbances, communal disturbances, which people will like to foment. This is besmirching the reputation of the country, besmirching